I would not be effective. And so it's interesting, like, wanting it, but then knowing I don't get to have it and I have to live life full on, like.
I believe we're live right now. It's episode 307. Turbulent times.
Turbulent times. Why? What's going on?
It was Shaq Ghazi, dude.
What happened, dude? Yeah, are you Hillary? You Hillary?
Dude, man, yeah. It was Shaq Ghazi. There's stuff, there's a lot of strife going on. The Reddit's a total power vacuum. We're it's looking rough right now.
Yeah. What happened? You left those boys
crazy. If you share content on Reddit, you will be taken down, dude. That's what I did. I did it with weapons most ominous.
You did? What was your weapon of choice? Was it Jake the Plug? You send in Jake?
Yeah,
sacrificed Jake's life, dude.
I didn't think it would be a big deal.
His blood is on your hands. Dude.
I did not.
That was one of a good boy.
Who's Jake?
It's my virtual assistant. It's my virtual assistant.
His virtual assassin.
Still my virtual assistant. It's my virtual assassin.
Is that the kid that was putting everything up?
No, he was taking it down.
The radio dogs were putting everything up. So they're the plagiarizers. I mean, that's a fucking crime, first of all.
Yeah, it is a crime.
It's a crime. It's FBI. Read it. Watch a movie. That's FBI warnings. You could be arrested.
Yeah. We could arrest you.
I could have U.S. Marshals at your door right now. Mm-hmm. No, I saw it up there, and everyone was like, Rainey said something about it, and everyone was like, fucking these fucking bedhead.
That was insane how they went at Rainey.
I was like, dudes, I don't know, again, do whatever you want online, but it was just like, you're taking other people's content, like, hey, you take my content off, and they're like, fuck you, how dare you?
Yeah.
So I was like, dude, Jake, click them down.
Jake was like, yes, whatever you're bidding, I'll do thy bidding. And then he got fucking crucified.
Who put up the thing on the Reddit was like, it's come to my attention, I'm stepping
down. That was the Swells. One of the mods was like, I can't believe fucking Matt went over my head.
So yeah, I'm like, yo, dude, this is like 11:30 or whatever. I'm like, oh, dude, by the way, I was like, take those down, because I tried reporting them myself. I couldn't, like, I was trying to do it, and it was just like, why do they need that? And I was like, fuck this, man, I'll do it later. So I was like, oh, dude, by the way, strike them down, because they came back to my little radar.
Dude, strike Jake. Take them out.
Take them out.
Jake got fucking destroyed.
So he banned them. He was the one who
banned them. But everyone thought this is the funny thing about the internet, because as soon as it happened, everyone was like, "It's Rainey. I know it's Rainey," and it wasn't him at all. It was me, and I was
wow.
So I'm like, all right, we have our episode. I'll go do our episode or whatever. So I'm like, I didn't feel like going on Reddit, and fucking dude, brave Jake, dude, he goes, I'll take this one. I'm like, no, you don't have to do that. He goes, I'll make him think it was me. And I was like, I mean, I'm going to talk about this anyway. If you want to go do that, knock yourself out. He goes on and just like, they started like doxing his full name, putting him out. They went through like his, like, he has like music and shit. They started like, you fucking suck. They came into the Psychnaw Discord and were just writing the N-word. It was a full-on raid, dude.
Jeez. Wow.
These are bad actors, dude. Don't let them fool you.
Damn.
These are bad actors.
Wait, why they did that?
Someone came in and just unleashed the N-word in the Psychnaw Discord for some reason. I don't know what the fuck that was about. I'm trying to help people out here.
Yeah.
Someone said the N-word.
There's some violent boys in that Reddit.
Dude, so I'm like sitting there and I'm like, so he's like, Jake's like, they're doxing me again. I haven't even fucking looked at the thing. I'm like, yo.
So funny. It's so funny being like, yo, go get him. And then watch him get ripped apart and be like, oh fuck. Just leaving.
Well, the whole point, I was just like, I looked at the thing and I was like, I'll just talk about that in the podcast. Nothing will happen. So all of a sudden he's like, they're doxing me. I'm like, all right. He's like, you make me a mod so I can, take this shit out. I'm like, yeah, dude, whatever you want. So I gave him a mod, and all of a sudden now people are hitting me up like, yo, there's like 12 people who are banned. So it started out by being like, so whoever doxed him got kicked out, but then people were like, yo, you suck, and he was just like, yeah, you're banned. And he started banning.
You bone tomahawked him, dude.
He was banning everyone.
He was hanging upside down, and you guys were in the cell like, we're ready to get you out of here, Jake. And they just started cutting him in half.
Dude, he's like, at one point I saw the list. Eventually, there was probably 14 or 15 people in there, and then our fucking our DOJ guy, basically our William Barr, stepped down. He was like, our regular moderator was like,
Swells?
Yeah, he was like, I have to take an ethical stance against piracy, and it would be against my name.
My God.
The whole thing was this big thing. He thought people were getting kicked off for piracy, so dude, it was like, maybe, I don't fucking know, but he started banning just everybody. And I was talking to him, and I'm like, he's like, yo, I'm banning everyone. I'm like, dude, ban everyone. Fuck these guys. And we're fucking around. And he starts going on like, yo, Matt wants me to ban this whole fucking stuff. So eventually Billy stepped in. I called him. I'm like, bro, I had to call him up.
Oh, Wait, did you call Billy in?
No, I didn't call anyone in.
Oh,
Dude,
I
was just sitting there. I would sit there. I get a message on Instagram, and someone would be like, "Hey man, I just want to let you know I discovered your podcast through Radio Dogs, and they might get kicked off of YouTube." And it was like, as polite as I could, I had to be honest. I'm like, dude, I have to tell you, like, I don't care. I don't care.
You know, Radio Dogs is gonna get kicked off.
If they're on or off, I literally don't care. Like, being honest, I want everyone to have fun on the internet. I don't like when they people do that shit like, you guys.
Yeah.
Do your thing, bro. But
Wait, you don't like when they do what?
like there's like like the whole homeless Casper Schaub thing. Schaub started being like, you fucking losers, fuck you guys. I'm not trying to jump into that bandwagon. All I'm saying
Are you the new Schaub?
I hope so. I'm
Fuck
sick.
you fucking losers, fuck you, pussy.
No, that's not the whole thing. It was like, I'm getting a message on Instagram, and dude, it's like, I'm like putting my kid down and look up, and it's like, I discovered you guys, and I'm thinking about becoming a Patreon subscriber, but I found you through Radio Dogs. Please put them back up. I'm like, so I told him, like, dude, I literally, I just don't care about Radio Dogs being on it. Like, it doesn't, I don't care. They put up all of our premium content. Kind of a dick move, honestly.
Yes.
If I did that,
that's the only thing I said about it.
And what the funny thing was, they're like, oh, my work, I can't. It's like, it's not you just posted MP3s online. Imagine if you actually, dude, I just lost a hard drive with 2 months worth of writing. Yeah. I handled it better than a person who lost MP3 files that still exist. All you gotta do is put them back on YouTube. So,
this is gay.
So basically, and this is what I want to tell people. It's like, dude, do your thing, put whatever you want on. I don't give a fuck. Just do more with your life, man.
Exactly.
Make your own stuff. Have fun.
Yeah.
So either way, so what turned into like dude, take them down. Turned into like a complete clusterfuck. That now, obviously,
now the new mod is
a demagogue swept in, filled the power vacuum. Billy now.
You guys made a mistake.
You guys have no idea what you just did. Billy is now
fucked up. You activated him.
They elected a shit poster as the Minister of Information in the Reddit, dude.
The Reddit's done.
I hope we can make amends with the old mod, dude. Hope we can fucking.
Who, Swells?
I hope he can,
He can look.
Forgive me for stabbing him in the back.
I can't believe you went over his head.
I know.
I can't believe it. Dude.
So the whole thing was over content that wasn't somebody else's on a subreddit that I started, and apparently I betrayed everybody. It's like, sure, all right, guys.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, that's sick though. That is pretty tight.
What?
How there's just this whole ecology of like drama going on about.
I like it.
I think it's hilarious.
It is funny as fuck.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's what makes going to the Reddit funny. Get your leg off.
Well,
I can't help.
It was funny because the guy was like, the dude who had Radio Dogs put up a thing like, hey guys, just want to let you know, they're taking us down. Everyone's like, oh man, that sucks, bro. Oh man.
1776.
He's like, dude, I enjoyed it so much. And it's like,
what?
You just curated fucking content online.
Yeah.
That was the challenge. This is where I respect Jake. He was like, dude, cut some clips up, man. Use some editing skills. Do fucking something.
How many subscribers?
Yeah, he was like,
by the way.
do some best.
You start getting paid on YouTube. You start hitting marks on. I don't know if he's anywhere near that.
There's like 200 views. Apparently, they're driving all of the fucking our Patreon. They're like, dude, we're the ones sending you guys people. It's like, all right. But the other one had like 2,000 views.
Pop a fucking dollar up and shut the fuck up, dude.
No, dude. That's actually
the problem with Reddit.
This is a safe. Our subreddit is a safe. It's become like an anti-safe space, basically. It's a safe space.
Dude, I get screenshots sent to me from newer guys' Reddit page, and it is horrendous. Somebody be like, "Hey, anybody going to Maryland this weekend for Shane's show?" They're like, "Fuck you, faggot!" It's like, whoa. Like right off the bat,
it's tough.
They're like, "You're being gay. Why are you being simp, you faggot?"
I love them.
Whoa.
I love them, man. I want the best for them, dude. I don't want them going down that dark path.
I got nothing against them.
I'm picking up a little animosity towards our fans. I'm just trying to shift this to you.
Yeah, I see what you're doing.
No. So what I heard is,
Beezer, actually, I think everyone should have access to free content. I don't know the big deal.
Can't believe Beezer did that.
Beezer did that. Like, Beezer the plug, dude.
Can't believe Beezer is Jake the plug.
That's me. I was like, I feel like I have to step down after months.
Dude, how dare you, man?
Don't make fun of Swell.
He served, dude. Swell served for fucking like 3 years in the subreddit.
Yeah, and he served in our most trying time, dude. They're the SNL. Swell
he held it down.
Held it down.
Damn, dude.
He's like Nixon getting.
Yeah, dude. He's like, I'm out of here. Matt, backstab, dude. How did you backstab Swells like that?
I heard somebody was getting doxxed.
That's fucked
and
up.
I was like, yeah, man. I obviously feel
putting
bad.
out that kind of shit is personal shit.
I should have just. I was sitting there and I'm like. I'm like, I don't feel like talking. I have this thing. I'm like, I don't feel like talking on Reddit right now. I don't feel like. Oh, you go on there. It's just a cesspool of bullshit. It's just people like, fuck you. It's just someone posts something, and then another person is just like, I can't believe you even listen to this shit. Fuck you. there's a whole thing now of just the coolest thing you can do now is just like not deny, but just kind of like not like just to be like that sucks, that thing sucks, that thing sucks, that thing. It's like. Yeah, man, like, I think the Winter Olympics kind of suck. I'm not going to sit on an ABC website and be like, oh, what is the fucking Winter Olympics on? Fuck! This shit fucking blows! Are you even watching this? Fuck yeah!
Patriot faggot!
Yeah, I mean, it is funny. When I was 24, that was like the funniest shit I could do, was go on YouTube and
it actually sounds like very funny to go and be like, yo, they'll lose? You guys are still doing that gay shit? Fuck you. Fuck you.
But
those bobsled Tarzan.
That's the thing now. It's not just about consuming stuff. Now it's the step up is rejecting things other people consume, and that's like the ultimate. If there's a thing other people like and you can place yourself above it and be like, actually this sucks, now I'm the only one who knows.
Yeah.
It's like, it feels good.
Yeah.
I love watching shit that sucks.
Is this whole thing over? Or?
I don't think so, but I think I might have unhashed another 3 days of it.
Your evil actions. You are Hillary, dude.
I am. I saw my soldiers and I was just like, we did not know they were there. We did not know.
Don't worry, backup's coming. Unplugging the phone.
I should have let Rainey. I should have let Rainey die on the hill.
I should have been like, Rainey's a bitch.
I saw the one thing. That one kid went in on Rainey. Some like that
was the shit I was. That was the shit I was seeing. The first thing when he, I don't even think they. Well, the funny part was, our stuff's going to get copied even more now, which is hilarious.
Definitely.
So they apparently asked Rainey and Butterly, like, hey, is it cool we put your stuff up? And like, yeah, just don't put up, our Patreon stuff. Oh, no doubt, bro. So then they went on after, like, the whole thing blew up. They were like, Butterly said we could do this. So they tried to act like Butterly gave them, like,
did Butterly tell them?
No, he was just like, it was almost as if Butterly gave them permission to put up everyone else's Patreon stuff. Which again, it's like...
That's my thing. Reach out and ask. That's the only thing. Just
they were like...
Public or Patreon. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
No, just do whatever you want. Just know. You're going to see those likes. You're going to go, ooh, I'm on YouTube. This is exciting. I'm getting a lot of views. Just know the drones are coming, dude. Get one strike. I'm going to get another strike, dude. I think it's going to actually... No, we're in talks right now. I think Radio Dog's still going to live.
You going to let them live?
Yeah, we're going to let them live.
This is like when Hillary met with the talent.
I know.
She had several meetings with the
Radio Dog's one guy, or is it multiple people?
I have no fucking idea.
Oh, alright, sorry. You said them a couple times, so I didn't know if this was like
Radio Dogs Incorporated, dude. This is big bit. This is like Wayne Enterprises.
Yeah, LLC.
This is Wayne Enterprises. But no, I think they're going to stop doing the Patreon stuff.
That'd be cool. Yeah. That'd be nice.
Cool. I mean, look.
I'd be happy if they did that, but...
Do whatever
I just get to sit back and just... let you butcher these motherfuckers, dude. It's a bloodbath.
Is this live on your Patreon right now?
No,
we're not live.
Yeah, we're not live.
That would have been funny, but it's like
we had technical difficulty. That'll be another conspiracy theory. It'll be, they didn't go live because they were scared. We're coming into the chat room.
Shit! God damn it!
Go live.
Yeah, what do we?
Well, every time we went live last time and our shit got fucked up. We couldn't edit the video because they had like a 5-minute thing saying starting shortly, and I try to go and edit.
Did it kick you off?
No, just be like the video's still processing like 4 days later. I was like,
when you tried to edit it.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
Yeah. So that was my day today, dealing with people fighting about moderating an area around a podcast. This is the shit I'm talking about, of like getting copies of a copy of a copy. I'm arguing a guy who's copying my stuff and a guy who's moderating a chat around. None of it has anything to do with like the actual podcast. Yeah. It's like this shit around it, and I'm like...
There's a 6-minute slowdown in 5 miles. You are still on the...
Do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
Do whatever the fuck you guys want. If you guys go on and be mean to people I know, I'll just strike your fucking shitty YouTube guy. You know, it is what it is. I have a dark side. I do have a dark side, dude.
I've seen it.
Excuse me, I do have a shadow. Maybe I activated my shadow.
I believe you. Your shadow only comes out in video games.
True.
It's the only time I see it.
I've been cool.
You're like a mean little fucker when you play video games.
UFC. Come on, dude. When you work for that.
Whenever you lose, you're like, great game. That was a good game. It's so funny, dude. If you beat somebody, you're like, woo! Get the fuck out of here. Who's next, dude? I hit you with that low kick. The whole time, you couldn't stop it. When someone else beats you.
His controller was on at one point when you took off like 2 days of work to learn UFC. We were at the old house.
Oh, yeah.
Shane walked in. I think you were still at the dealership. Walked in, dropped your bag, and just beat the shit out of him for like 2 rounds.
I'm nice at UFC.
And you stomped upstairs so fucking loud. You're like, good game.
Well, that was like I think that was like a life-changing moment, right?
Yeah,
you were like, I'm done with it.
You're done. I went upstairs. I had a serious crisis. I like went upstairs. I was like, what are you doing? You sat there for 2 days practicing. You lost. You're mad about the video game.
Made his ass quit.
I quit. Yeah, I think I quit
retired him. but he's back with the Mortal Kombat. You're a bit of a video game kick.
How you doing, Mortal Kombat?
There's a speed trap ahead.
You are. I think you're the best.
I think I might be the best.
Is this the newest one?
So I went on this whole winning sabbatical where like usually I win every single time, but I started losing just to like explore different areas in my game.
Stay humble.
So I was like losing. Everyone's like, oh, he lost it, he sucks. And then like I got some, basically I'm messing with it, not the triangle button, the Y button. I've started exploring Y button combos, so I obviously took a lot of L's, but now I have a whole other...
Using one guy or...
Beezer. I don't have a
character for me.
Beezer. Random select. I don't even have a character.
Wow. Yeah, we all ran.
It's just me. I'm my character. I just pick whoever and I just fight with him. But I'm pretty level.
Have you played him yet? Have you guys played?
Oh, I'm terrible. I'm the worst.
Yeah.
I'm actually the worst. I can beat Noah. Me and the intern scrap it out.
True.
For last place.
I don't know.
Are you good at that, Lemaire?
Lemaire's good.
Lemaire's pretty good.
Lemaire, who are you? Jax?
Devora. He plays
I use Devora.
Who?
Devora, she's a bug lady.
What? He's a Jax guy.
Whoa, Beezer, what the fuck are we doing here?
Sorry about that, Lemaire.
Sorry, Lemaire. Sorry about that. I can't believe Brian's gonna come in here and accuse you of being black.
So Brian,
You know the kid. He's a fellow fat.
So Brian, when we just going back the other day when you called me like absolutely out of your mind and stressed about all these pirates taking all this content, and you're like,
yeah, don't even fucking start in with me.
Brian called us.
It's like the Mario Kart gate again, dude. I'm not fucking getting dragged in.
Brian called us. Teary. He was. You could hear him losing. He's like,
yeah.
They're taking over. It's like, Ollie, what's going on?
Yeah, Jake the Plug mooched. He was scaring Mooch for one day, in and out of the speaker of the house. He was fucking. It was
Jake the Plug, dude. I wonder how he's doing. You talked to him today?
I told him. I was like, give it 3 days, bro. Give it 3 days. This shit will fucking blow up.
Oh, he's like going through like PR. He's got like crisis.
This is. I don't understand. What's a mod? Is that the guy who just controls the room?
Yeah.
And on Reddit, so he was your mod for your room.
No, he wasn't even a mod. He was getting doxxed, and he goes,
why?
Because people were pissed that he did this. He did the strike,
and then he reported it though.
What did he do?
I saw that Reddit where he was like, "I'm the guy who's fucking doing it, and Matt pays me. Ask me anything." I called you. When I saw that, you were asleep. I called at 10:30. I called Matt to be like, I was taking a shit.
Yeah.
And then I was like, "What the fuck am I doing?" I'm calling Matt's asleep with his family. And I'm calling like, "You gotta see the Reddit." But
it is fun. I got something.
Well, I just wanted to be like, I didn't know that was the guy. So when the guy was like, "I'm doing this and they're paying me," I was like, I'm not fucking paying this.
Jake. Yeah, I pay Jake. But
Jake does
a lot of shit. He does a lot of stuff.
So Jake's good.
He's good.
He does
other stuff than the Reddit.
Jake's a good boy. He got power. He abused it immediately.
Good for him.
He immediately executed.
I expect nothing less than an employee over here.
Yeah, he immediately executed all of his enemies.
He did, dude. It was something I fantasized about doing, just like doing a strongman Reddit and just locking out. It'd be like, Matt looks so fucking fat, and being like, yeah, it's fucking out of here. It's dude. You're North Korea now has their first case of COVID.
What?
The first case. They were 100% COVID free. They had their first case.
Oh yeah.
You know how they got it? Somebody went into South Korea and came back and brought COVID.
Of course.
And brought it to North Korea.
Dennis Rodman.
Yeah, dude. Yeah. That's so fucking. Do you think that's true?
No.
Someone ran to South Korea, got COVID. They got COVID, and they're like, "Oh yeah, clearly this is what happens if you go to South Korea."
If you even go to South Korea, you get it. Yeah, that's my favorite thing to do is look at those like stats from China. China's graph is like, "Oh, we have it. It's gone.
It's gone."
Yes. Statistically, it's just zero now. It's very funny to look at their charts.
They were Bush on the fucking air. Like, we get it.
Yeah, mission accomplished.
We gotta learn from them, dude.
We need to be more like China.
It's hard to see where
China.
I've been trying to follow. I try to read the Economist, the Atlantic, to see where
You read those lib rags.
They're elites. The Economist isn't super lit, a little bit.
Classic hill dog.
But here's the thing. No, here's the thing, dude.
What'd you do?
I didn't touch it.
The interns.
That's right, I was.
That was Jake, dude.
So
Jake the Plug.
So right now they're against. They're trying to say like a vaccine's not going to help us. They're like, you guys, idiots, think a vaccine's going to help you. So that's the sentiment now, and they're also now
Who's saying that?
The elites.
The elites
that's the
don't
new
think we
elite
can get.
narrative.
I thought the elites wanted us to get vaccines.
I mean, they're
that
definitely.
was their whole goal.
They don't want this thing to be resolved before November. So if a vaccine gets approved, then it's like Trump can be like, as if he made a vaccine. Everyone's like, see, I told you he knew about about sickness, whatever. So they're trying to I think hold it off.
Yeah.
Of
course. He's out golfing with Brett Favre. He don't give a fuck.
He was with Favre?
Yeah, him and Brett Favre were golfing the other day.
Really?
Yeah, of course. It was some post like,
That's
we're all dying. He's out there golfing. I was like,
He was with Favre, the old gunslinger?
Yeah.
That rules.
Dick pic Favre?
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Favre was an early dick pic guy.
Yeah,
he was like very early.
He got in.
I don't think it went
all the
public.
getting was good.
I don't think the dick pic went public.
The lady he did that to was very hot.
Wait, who was it again? The sports girl.
I think there was a picture of her at Florida State. That's one of the hotter pictures of a bay.
Dick pic.
Yeah, he went
He
for
said
it.
a dick pic, which is Brett Favre, dude. You gotta take
You
that.
hard or flash?
I don't know.
New text message from 67217.
Yeah.
Well, did they see the dick pic, Lemaire?
Brett Favre's dick?
Oh, yeah.
You found it?
Yeah.
How's it look?
Yeah, but what's it on, though? What's like...
Don't. You're gonna break it.
Yeah,
Go
I
ahead.
don't care.
See if you can.
Just describe it to us, Lemaire.
Describe
hanger.
the penis.
Pretend you.
Holy shit.
You're
Man.
holding it. You're holding.
Alright, so it did go public.
If you're holding it in your hand, would the tip come up above your fist?
No.
Whoa, it was one of those
It's like-
stress toys.
It
with
fits
the eyes
firmly in
come
the
out.
hand. Yeah, it looks like that.
There you go.
What
Yeah.
kind of girth you talking?
I'd say about 4 inches around.
Around? Oh, all
Around.
right.
Hold up. Let me see this thing.
Get in there.
Work point, man. Oh hell yeah! Is that salt?
No.
Dude, he's in. I know what I know what Mr. Favre is doing.
What is Brett
Try
doing?
to push
So
down.
break it down. He tried to get into like that semi territory where it could be your flash dong, but it's he went a little
Oh,
too
yeah.
far over.
Yeah, you gotta get it.
So
There
it's
is a
slightly erect.
point.
Yeah. Me and Brett Favre are basically dick brothers.
And his dick. How does his penis look?
Clean.
Fair to middling?
Yeah, it looks clean. It's just a regular. It's a regular.
How was his dick? Clean.
This is a regular dick, dude. I mean, honestly, right now, that's why I've been working out so hard. I'm trying to give my wife that extra quarter inch that she deserves. I'm trying to breathe.
Me and
I'm
Beezer
out.
are just going fat as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean, I've already been here. Beezer's joining the squad.
Yeah?
I'm accepting my fate.
Dude, you're losing your
As
quarter.
of this
That's an
weekend.
extra quarter inch you could be losing, dude. You gotta give it all.
You don't need a dong, dude.
No.
I gotta give Bay that
Us
quarter
fats.
inch. I gotta give Bay that
Strictly
quarter
through
inch.
the mouth, dude.
Beezer, how'd you get
mouth
fat?
food. Not doing shit. And my mom's side of the family, they're all just skinny mix, but my dad's side, large and in charge. They're tall
They're
as
fat
they are
wagons.
wise. So I am just, I could go either way, I feel like. That's
I'd
why I've
say
always
you're
been
going
like
to
the
fat
same
side.
weight my entire life.
How fat could you get, you think? Or do you think
I could
you'll
push
get?
3. I could easily put on 100 pounds within 6 months.
Could you?
Please do that.
You should
Please.
see my day.
Please.
My day to day. Let me give it to you.
Yeah?
Waking up around 3, 4, possibly.
Okay.
Eating, streaming video game, eating, bed, wake up at 3:15 in the morning, eating, going back to bed.
What's your diet like?
You don't want to go down there. It's a
Dude,
dark
I'm trying to
road.
figure
At
out-
the rest stop, he had chicken parm wrap. Great.
You had one too.
I had one. So I defended it. Great.
But what did I have
It
on?
was great. I had a
Cola?
water.
I
He
want
had
Cola.
a Coke, a Red Bull, and a cookie.
2 cookies.
You had 2 cookies in
Yeah,
there?
they were good.
Why-
You
why-
fucking
It
wagon.
was organic.
They're organic,
That's
dude.
nice.
Yeah, I know.
Don't try to fucking shame him.
No.
I'm not shaming him.
Don't shame his life
But
choice.
when Beezer's
Thank
telling
you.
me he's trying to get, he's gained 100 pounds.
No,
That
I
could be-
could. It's a very easy slope for me right now. If I
I've
wanted
seen
to.
your diet.
It's
How are you
pretty
gonna
bad.
tweak that to gain 100 pounds?
Just keep my diet? What are you
You
talking
do.
about? What
He does have very small portions. though.
Yeah, I do. I don't.
He doesn't really eat a lot.
There
I don't eat big portions. Like if we
Gotcha.
get a pizza, I always
I
have like a
eat
slice.
7
Yeah.
slices.
Beezer eats like a hungover day laborer.
I always eat.
You'll
dude,
order
I'm
like
going to
cheesesteak
the
and
fridge,
eat
I'll
like a
eat an
quarter
hour
of it
later.
and put it in your
Yes.
pocket.
Because I used to be. That's how I just know. It's a good eating
I
schedule.
work with dudes that like smoke half a cigarette but like half a cheesesteak in their pocket,
Yeah.
and you're like, how the fuck does that work?
Yeah.
You're gonna hold that the whole time?
Oh, man.
I'll
I
eat this
don't know.
back when I get back.
I'm just gonna wagon out though.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, all we've been talking about is being fat fucking wagons, dude. I'm a wagon right now.
What's your fattest part of you?
The gut is just. Oh, dude, we were sitting on the way home today, coming back from New York, and I went to put my seatbelt on, and my thumb caught a piece of flab. I've never felt this fold. This is a new wagon fold.
Damn, how much weight do you think you've gained?
In the last month, I'd probably I'd probably say 20 to 25.
Oh my god. That was
I've always danced around
so
between
funny.
170 to like 185 for 10 years. Like, just has never changed. And now I'm losing it, and I'm gonna accept it. I sweat a lot, like a lot. This is our 3rd shirt today.
No.
How's the back feel?
Dude, me and Shane are just recorded pouring,
Really?
and I wasn't even fired up.
Damn.
Just
How's your back feeling?
strong as shit. That's the thing. I can carry this weight, dude. I can carry this weight. I'm starting a whole new diet too. If I ever want to lose,
what's your diet?
I'm gonna fucking micro coke. I'm just gonna do. I'm gonna do bumps of coke.
Look, I brought Beezer into the Church of Shaneology, which is
this is my new religion.
Yeah, we microdose.
Yeah.
Coke.
Yeah.
Every 20 minutes.
We do coke. We microdose coke constantly, and we're gonna lose weight and be active.
So as long as I know that's an option, I'll pack it on.
Yeah, we can always go back to the church.
That's true. Yeah. You guys could get you guys could gain enlightenment, dude.
I'm gonna start. Yes.
I'm gonna build so many websites
and
that
coke.
I don't
That's
want.
my church.
So fucking funny.
Micro coking.
Micro coke.
This is gonna be me and Shane in a group chat.
Doing coke.
And Slimmy, our dealer. He's a good dude.
Where are you?
Call Silver. Block my number.
I'm here with Kona. This is Kona. She likes CBD.
That's what you should tell your boy Jeremy. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Who's the dude on Reddit we were just talking about?
Jake the Plug.
Jake,
What?
tell him to micro coke.
Why would he have the micro coke?
Tell him to do
Why
coke
not?
and then get on Reddit and ban people.
Exactly. Tell him to just go nuts.
This is not how you assemble a team, dude.
Your team assembling
My
skills.
team, yo.
You got us Noah, the
Yeah.
evil hippie.
Yeah.
Who's Noah? That's
That
this
guy.
kid?
Enjoy.
All right.
Noah has
The evil hippie.
failed us.
No, does good clips.
Noah, don't even ask. You don't want to know. Lemaire, you're on very thin ice. You stink,
Yeah,
too.
dude. You're like you're in the fat, dude. You're a wagon.
You're on very thin ice.
Your wagon wheels
Jake
are
the Plug,
spinning, dude.
So Jake the Plug, immediate failure.
Absolute martyr, dude. Absolute martyr. Show me a more loyal person.
True. Jake would died for you, bro.
He did. He did.
You killed him.
He died.
You killed Jake.
You sent him out there.
I mean, that's what it, yeah. How's it feel to be a commander?
We're gonna
That's what
get you
it's
out
like.
of here.
It's like sending.
This is my battle map,
Send
dude.
the guys-
This is my battle map. I was like,
Hit you both, dude.
Jake will perish in Calderon. We'll kick Lemaire off of the shores of Outer Beach.
We do need to go fucking. Lemaire, you're fired.
Oh, dude, I got big news.
What do you got?
I think I have a new aspiration following this controversy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to get on the Gaia network.
What's that?
The what?
You know what the Gaia network is?
No.
Gaia?
Gaia. Did you ever go on YouTube and it's like, imagine the infinite potential of your brain?
Was it CBD or something?
No, dude, Gaia. Gaia is a premium content thing for people who are into like. It's way better than Ancient Aliens. It's like if Ancient Aliens was right about everything. It's like Ancient Aliens, matter's not real. It's fucking sick, dude. Samahati. I'm gonna try to get a series on that.
Does it talk about aliens?
Dude, it talks about everything.
Oh yeah, aliens are real.
Yeah.
I mean, they are now.
That's pretty wild.
I mean, I knew it. Called it.
So wait. So you're not? Are you on it now?
I'm gonna try to get on. That's my new life.
Why can't? Well, what do
Right
you
now,
try?
I'm watching. I mean, I
You
can't just
accept
get on
it?
Gaia. It's the premium content for
Why can't you
New
just
Age
put $1
spirituality.
up?
No, I'm saying like I want a series on Gaia.
Oh, you
I want to
personally?
do.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant you.
Right, I'm watching a 10-part David Icke right now, where he explains that matter's not solid. Dude,
Yikes.
so sick. What do you know about Icke?
He's not a wagon. I'll tell you that. He needs to get micro coking.
No, dude, he's fucking healthy as hell. He was a pro footballer.
Yeah, he stunk.
What?
He plays. Dude, he stunk.
I don't know shit about him.
David Icke was he got
He's a lizard guy, right?
10th grade. Yeah, he's explaining things from other dimensions. Obviously, language fails him, but yeah, the fucking dude, his 10-part series is so fucking funny. He's just explaining like how reality's not solid and how like we have an illusion of sitting in a chair, but really it's just electromagnetic resistance. He's like, someone in virtual reality, how come they don't fall through the chair?
What's the series you want to do on the Gaia? What is
I don't
it,
know.
Gaia?
Gaia, yeah.
G-U-Y-A?
G-A-I-A.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Lemaire.
What's the
Are you
series?
into it, Lemaire?
No, I just looked it up.
So, Lemaire, how sick is it?
Is there a description for it?
Yeah.
Let me read it off.
It's who we are. Answer life's deeper questions and go beyond the mainstream narrative with Gaia.
Yep.
Nice,
I love a
man.
10-part series, dude.
What
sounds
sounds
pretty
yours?
good.
Huh?
What are you thinking?
I'm not sure. I gotta
together?
break.
Assemble the perfect team.
I gotta break in. I might have to go solo on my Gaia journey, dude.
No, just
Really?
send Jake in first. Like, Jake, start a guy.
Test the
Everyone will be
waters.
like, fuck, this guy sucks.
They're like, very good? He's like, yeah.
It's pretty sick, dude. It's like it's just like it's a combination of all the sickest stuff of just being like the world.
Yeah,
It's like if you want to watch 9 hours about how the world's an illusion, it's your network.
Okay.
It's fucking awesome. Pretty tight.
That sounds good.
So that's the new target.
Yeah, but you don't know what you want to. Do you have any ideas of what you'd like to present?
I don't know yet. I'm gonna watch their content.
No.
How many shows are on it? Like, how many people are contributing to it?
There's a lot, dude. It's a bust.
That's what I mean.
It's a busy
You
network.
gotta watch out. You don't double up.
Huh?
They'll get you. Like, you don't double up on a
I can't
topic.
believe you guys don't know what Guy is, dude. It's literally, dude, the YouTube things are so funny. You go on there and it's like, imagine what you could do with your mind if you had infinite potential. Dude, it's...
Damn, your ads must be hilarious.
Oh, they're so funny.
Your ad, like, you know how aliens are definitely fucking real? Unlock the potential of your mind in the fifth dimension.
I opened up my YouTube one time around my mom. My recommended videos were like, yield a pound in your basement. And I was like, what's that? I was like, oh, that's fucking weird. That's crazy.
I think you put that on.
But yeah, dude, Guy fucking rules.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, man.
Where are we at time?
I mean, dude, think about it this way. So you're looking, where are we at? Yeah, so it's probably 30 minutes. So you're looking at, you know, you obviously probably think tables are solid, walls are solid, obviously. So imagine Wi-Fi floating through the air, right? So it doesn't look like it on a computer screen. The internet looks like, what do you think it is? Like videos, podcasts, all this stuff. But really in the air, it's just fucking information waveforms floating through the air. So that's what reality is. There's an actual reality out there, but we can only decode it in the way we see it. But really, there's other reality, other entities.
Some guy teaches you to process it differently through your mind.
Pretty much, bro. I mean, I don't want to
Just
give away too much stuff.
Naturally, or they got some.
Are you
good
pirating
stuff?
their content?
I'm not pirating anything. You're allowed to share for free.
Yeah, get
You're allowed to
your-
share
I
for
know.
free.
I'm sorry.
I'll let
The,
radio dogs to pirates.
No, but yeah, so that's the whole thing, dude. It's really like, you know, you have the it's controlling information, controls perception, controls behavior, you know, classic stuff, dude.
That's great.
It's pretty tight, dude. I mean, I don't expect you guys to pick it up right away. I'm hitting you guys some D-level. I'm
Just picturing that part in Willy Wonka.
You're just talking to two fat hungover dudes. That's it, dude. Dude, you're not fat, bro. You're not a full wagon yet. That's a belly. Though. You got a gut, though.
That's a good start, though. You see
You're
where I'm
pushing
at?
it out as hard as you can.
Why are you trying
That's
to get...
not pushing.
That's regular belly.
That's me. That's me now.
Why are you trying to get so fat? That's...
I'm not trying to get fat. That's the whole
You're
thing.
at like,
I'm
you're like,
accepting it.
you're at
Yeah,
like
nice
third...
hog,
That's like a
bro.
third base coach
This is
belly.
a thick unit.
What you got going on there?
He's got a fat dick.
I'm
dude.
ready for that to go down, too. I don't care.
More like Brian 7. Tail payment, dude.
How was the weekend?
Great.
Cleveland was fucking great.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm just literally retarded right now.
It's fine.
Very hungover.
Trying times.
It was Mr. Cool last night. No, it wasn't Mr. Cool in Cleveland, though. That was good. Kept it easy. You know, didn't get fucked up.
Yeah, Cleveland, we drank a little on Saturday.
Yeah.
That wasn't even that much.
Oh, yeah, I did get fucked up on Saturday.
Yeah, but that was
weed. I had a weed edible.
It was a gummy. It wasn't
What'd you eat?
drinking.
Just a weed edible. I don't know.
It's nice.
Guy gave me.
How big was
Some
it?
kid.
It's a little
Some
guy?
good boys up there. I hung out with 4 dudes in a hotel room.
Did you really?
Cleveland. Yeah, it was great.
Bro shit?
Absolute bro shit.
Just bro shit?
Total bro shit.
It's my
We just
favorite
talked
thing.
college football.
Gangbang pornos when it's like, yo, no, it's like hashtag no homo, bro shit. It's like 2 guys coming a girl at the same time, bro shit. No homo, bro shit.
Yeah, those are very odd to see those gangbangs like that.
Yeah.
Like I was watching a DP video. And the guy's dongs, they came out and touched. They came out of the lady and touched each other.
Like, helmet to helmet or
DP,
like,
underneath. So yeah, they came out and fucking
they slid up.
yeah against one another. And it's like that's pretty.
What'd they say? Were like, yo, bro shit.
You could
Nah,
see
you
their
gotta
dongs
go.
move
You gotta move past
and like adjust to be like oh, and then go back in.
Time out.
Yeah, they felt the bump and then went back in.
They had to lock on.
You ever DP?
No.
Would you ever DP?
Yeah.
With me?
Yeah.
Ew.
That comes in with
Ew.
fats. Fats have to stay
Dude, we
together.
couldn't, dude. Our bellies
We'd
would
be tired as shit 2 minutes in. So when
Sure, you guys have to tag team.
I'm like, were you cooking for me? That's
Let's take a break. Let's take a break.
You wanna take a
real quick. Yeah, I'd like to take a break. Can we on this?
Yeah, we take a break.
Yeah.
Let's take a break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow, we're back from the break.
Back, dude.
Almost. I tried to retire, but Matt pulled me in and said we got to finish.
Well, something for the page, dude. We'll get them fresh in the morning.
I tried to quit the podcast just now.
Shane's too pissed off about how I infringed
I can't believe what
on
you've
free
done.
information. I'm so
You
sorry.
went over my head.
True.
No, I don't.
Shane has a hangover.
I am hungover, and it's really affecting the whole show.
You're taking it on yourself, dude. The vibe's off. Beezer came in here and killed the vibe.
I heard you guys recorded for like 45 minutes and failed on that.
No, we didn't. We actually
No,
played
it's like 10 minutes.
We played 10 games of NHL.
Yeah, we literally
And
just played video games.
Ordered
since we got here.
Fruitables, but they took too long, so we got. Beezer, are you high?
No.
You
Are you high on pot?
Yeah, are you high
No,
on
I ate
pot?
gummy last night.
Did you get high down there with the interns?
No. They were doing pot though. I'm so fucking stoned right now.
Damn.
Lemaire, can you confirm?
Dude, I just look at the camera. I'm like, what?
We drug test Beezer?
I'm fine.
Yeah, I got high in Cleveland. Forgot Beezer. Left him outside.
Oh my god, I was gonna kill you. I thought you were fucking with me.
No, dude, I was so high. I was with these 4 young boys in a hotel room. I forget their names, but they all liked Michigan State, and then one kid liked Michigan. Well, all the Michigan State kids teamed up with me to make fun of Michigan.
Nice.
It was pretty fun. And then kid handed me an edible, and he was like, "It's only 10 milligrams." I thought that was nothing, unless he was wrong, because it really fucked me up. I was very high. And then, well, I mean, I was drinking a little.
Yeah.
And then I got high. I was like high as fuck.
That's what happened.
Beezer was texting me to like let him into the hotel because it closed it locked after 10. And I was like, I just looked at his text. It was like, I'm outside. And I was like, all right. Just went back to talking and hanging out. And then I was like, I remembered like 10 minutes later that he sent that text. And I was like, holy fuck, that had to be like an hour ago.
What was the one
he
that
was like, are you here? And I was like, yeah.
Oh, that's it, yeah.
Oh, he was asking.
He thought I was in the room. And I was like, where are you?
He's like, are you going to let me in? I was like, yeah. And he didn't respond for
kids.
2 minutes. And then he was like, are you here? And I thought he meant in the hotel. I thought he was accusing me of being a womanizer. Sneaking off with a lady. I thought you were being like, well, are you with a chick? And then
I mean, were you physically able to come down and open the door? And then you're like, I'm here.
Shane was like, I'm in a holographic universe.
Dude, it was... dude, I started rereading. I was like, what? And I was like, no, dude, are you here? Yes. Where are you? I go, on the fucking side of the club. You're like, when? I'm like, now, dude.
I let him in and he was like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You tried to hit Shane.
And I was like, what's wrong with you? And then I was playing the last.
That was hilarious.
And he was sitting behind me and he was like, where were you? And I was like, dude, don't worry about it. I was in a different room. He's like, why don't you fucking tell me where
Yeah, dude, the fat was coming out then.
He got so mad that I wouldn't tell him.
The fat was coming out.
Because he definitely thought I was womanizing.
Well, he was trying to hold you to linear time.
I was pretending I fucked someone. I was like fake. I was pussy line with him and I was like, shh, don't worry about it. Just met someone in the elevator. I was in their room. Yeah. On the second floor and he's like, who was it? Yeah.
Why are you so charged up?
I don't know.
It's like sitting outside.
Him not letting me in.
For sure. That
honestly, the funniest part about all of it was I might have waited like 9 minutes. He's like, that was like an hour ago. I was like,
I thought it was so long.
Really?
I thought I was like, dude, I can't believe what a terrible person I am. I let you down. And then it was like, I looked at the text again. It was for real text.
How many grits did you blaze while you were waiting?
It was 1.5 grits. So put
he was
that
out the manager from the club. And we went inside. I'm pretty sure the manager was like, I love you.
Yeah, dude, I still don't know.
I think Beezer and the manager kissed.
No. Whoa.
Beezer and the manager kissed in Cleveland.
Kissing in Cleveland?
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Sorry, Beezer.
I love you. That's so funny, though. I didn't hear that, but...
said that, but I was
like, all right, man, good meeting you, dude.
Yeah,
talk to you later.
All right, love you guys.
I think. All right, dude, you were fucked up.
I was fucked
Beezer,
up.
what went down in Cleveland?
What were you doing down there?
What went down in Cleveland?
Did you kiss?
No.
The whole
No
dance.
kisses. No. I gave him a flat tire walking across the street. You might have taken that the wrong way. Yeah, I was like, beep.
How did the manager look? Just
skinny bull, dude. I don't fuck with him anymore.
He's a handsome,
skinny guy.
Handsome, skinny.
Yeah.
Definitely Beezer's tight, though.
No.
You like me? You like big boys.
Come on,
you
dude.
want to see me?
I'm thickness now, dude.
I threatened him with sex the entire time.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Dude, it's like 2 hours ago threatening me with it. He's like, you're going to roll over in the morning. I'm going to slide up in it.
Yeah, just talking about fucking Beezer.
Can you just imagine if there was like someone there?
He's like, yo, I need it. And I was like,
someone there with their family, you guys are walking in, Beezer's like, why didn't you let me in? You're like, don't worry about it. You're like, God, we're so fucking fat.
I can't believe we're both fucking
Did you kiss the manager?
I was charged up initially because I was like, you're fucking with me. And then when he explained to me what, he was fucked up on that edible and he thought that I was down there for like an hour, he went right into fucking with me about the fake girl. So that carried over.
It's like, well, why won't you just tell me?
I was a charged up wagon, dude.
So you pussy lied.
Yeah, I was pussy lied.
Yeah. And I was fighting on every word.
Only because I was like, why do you want to know so bad?
Dude, I think I started like creating girls in my head.
Tell me.
I was like, was it that brunette in that fucking second show? She was giving you the eyes. God damn it.
Oh fuck. Yeah, that was the highlight of the trip pretty much. Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Oh, the club. I mean, Hilarities in Cleveland fucking rules, dude.
Yes.
That was the best. Food was fucking incredible.
Big
owner ruled.
Yeah.
Nick, he was fucking great. Yeah, that was really fun. The dogs came out. Everyone was like, I can't believe Matt's a bitch for doing what he did on Reddit. I told them.
Persona non grata, bro.
They want you out, dude.
I know. I mean, again, I'm just trying to stick up for my friends in real life, dude. That's all I'm trying to do.
You throw them under the bus
Loyal, just me and Jake are just loyal to a fault, bro.
Jake, dude.
Yeah, that was honestly, that would be one of the funniest things I've ever dealt with in my life. Just trying to wrap my head around it. I'm like, am I being an asshole here?
No.
I know, but I had to really ask myself, like.
Well, that's what happened during the Saturday Night Live thing.
What?
With unknown user, that guy?
Yeah.
Somebody was like, did you really try to, like, strike his account? I was like, yeah. Yeah, he's putting up stuff, and I asked him not to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's really fucked up. Like, I hope you didn't do that. And I was like,
I'm telling you,
what's
man.
fucked up? What's going to happen if you lose a YouTube account?
This is like...
Or if you get suspended for, like, a week. I don't know. If that's how they made their money, then yeah, that would be fucked up. But I think it was just somebody posting our shit.
Well, no, I
it
think...
was the only videos he made.
I want to schmear, but I think one of them was doing ads on ours.
I saw some ads on
But
there.
even if you get kicked off of YouTube X amount of times, can you just create a new email and create a new account on YouTube?
I would think.
I mean,
I don't fucking know.
One would think.
Yeah, thank you. Right, Lemaire? Okay.
But I mean, imagine.
I know it's a pain in the ass to start from the
Beezer,
jump.
I know you don't think it's that big of a deal, but imagine if you took all the time to download MP3s and repost them. Alright? I know you don't think, you're like, well, it's a big deal.
Yeah, I know.
I'm definitely like, well...
But yeah, somebody sat and downloaded all those MP3s, arranged them in chronological order.
That's actually pretty good.
And then posted them.
I did see a lot of people that said that they still subscribe to the Patreon, and they just said it was easier to go through.
Well, too bad.
So bad.
Well, too bad.
I was like, all right.
Yeah, playtime's over.
Patreon does stink. The fact that they're like
that app, I heard.
People are like,
too,
the app fucking sucks so bad. They need to step it up, dude.
Yeah, as much as we're paying them.
Yeah, Patreon is fucking,
God damn.
Yeah, they're crushing us. But loyal to a fault, bro.
But dude, imagine
pain.
sliding into Beezer's butt in the morning in a hotel. Just waking up.
He wanted to use charge of it.
Him rolling over. Hall of Fame. Him rolling over and being like, good morning.
I'm like, yeah, we did.
Then right when you put it in, him just being like,
oh.
I slept out on the little couch in the front room.
Oh my god, dude.
He had to call Kyla to apologize to her.
Why?
I hit him with a snore, dude.
What happened?
He's literally the worst snorer of all time. Of all time.
That's
normally,
my fat trying to
being
come
fat
out.
is not going to help that.
No.
I know.
That was the worst.
I'm accepting it.
And I'm not a great snorer, so we were having a slight battle, but he was just...
No, but you're not consistent. Like, you go like, and then like you're done, and like, that shit.
Well, sleep
I'm like,
apnea.
I'm like a reptile in Mortal Kombat, dude.
His is wild.
Damn.
I mean, I definitely need the mask. That's
normally if me and him,
I have to get it.
If we're sharing a hotel room, I'm hammered.
Yeah, so you don't notice. Yeah.
So I sleep right through it. This weekend we kept it pretty sober, and I had to deal with that, and it was... Bro, it was insane. I was hitting him. I was like throwing shit at him.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't move.
My brother broke my nose, I told him, with a pillow.
Just hitting you.
I looked up, and it was just him going, boom, and my fucking nose exploded. He's like, shut the fuck up. I was like, what the fuck?
Did that help your snoring situation?
I went right back to sleep.
It must have made you a worse snorer.
No, definitely.
Yeah, it definitely fucked me up. But it just got progressively bad. And now that I'm wagging,
bad.
It's badass. But if I put this wagon on, I'm like, yeah, he's a fat fuck. He should be snoring like that.
True.
That comes with it. So the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame was cool.
Yeah.
It was gay shit. We just got drunk on Trulies.
Yeah. True. We got there to meet. We spent more time at the food court.
Like pure wagons.
Classic wagons.
We walk in, he's like, what's that, sandwiches? I was like, yeah, that's a good call. Let's get something in there.
Oh my
What'd you guys do at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame?
What did we eat?
Elvis burger?
I got like a fucking horrible Mexican dish
bad.
that was clearly just microwaved.
Oh.
munched it, ate the whole thing. First bite, I was like, this is fucking disgusting.
That's good.
I just ate the whole thing.
Oh.
And then we drank Trulies.
What's that?
Like hard seltzers. We just drank about 4 each, 5 each before we went in.
Hell yeah.
The exhibits. Then had to piss the whole time, so we just had to keep
you had to go around the whole loop. Dude.
And then finally, it was like, you're staring at enough Jimi Hendrix fucking scarves where you're like, alright, fuck it, enough.
Yeah.
Enough.
But
it is cool.
The ZZ Top guitars were really sick.
What do they have?
They're wild shit.
Really?
They built it out of like tools, like scrap.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, they had ZZ Top. I didn't realize how fucking wild they were.
Yeah, dude.
They were showmen.
That documentary on Netflix is awesome. You seen it?
No.
It's really good.
What do they do?
Nothing. They're just like the oldest band that's still touring today. They just used to get fucking wild for a long time. Texas Bullies.
Are they fat now?
No, they're not wagons. They're beards.
Oh, they just have beards?
Yeah, the two of them have long ass fucking Merlin beards.
Oh, sick.
Yeah, they're alright.
Beezer, so how's the COVID thing? Are you on unemployment or what are you doing?
Yeah, I'm getting unemployment, and that's pretty much it. There's no work anymore.
What's the plan? Yeah, have you been automated?
No. We can still get money, but it's obviously like not
Operator, like, yeah.
Yeah, there's not much coming in.
There's some robot who shows up 15 minutes late every day.
Smoking a cigarette, just like, fuck it, this person's a dickhead.
I'm like, yeah, you're about to get written up. But yeah,
what's going on?
Just unemployment, but I had all this back money from unemployment, and apparently when you get that, you got just lump sum, so I'm getting that plus the emergency. But I heard that shit at the end of this month is they're scrapping it.
Supposed to do another one.
I know another stimulus check's coming for like $1,200, but whatever, I'll get by.
Yeah. What you gonna do? What's the plan?
Eating contest.
Storing up, right? That's actually smart.
I'm gonna bear up. I'm just gonna go to sleep for 4 months.
I'm gonna live for a century.
Accumulating biomass while the getting's good, then as soon as we fucking lose all of our jobs, it's not a bad idea.
Yeah. I don't know. Who knows? COVID's gay. It's not real, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Do you think it's real?
I don't know, man.
I'm definitely, yes.
I know it's real.
I'm gonna get it.
I think it's.
Yeah, I think you have.
I think I got it.
I do think it was a. I think it was a version of a virus they were studying because you have to ramp them up in order to like look at certain aspects of the virus. And I think it probably got out intentionally, unintentionally. I don't know. I mean,
so you're going biolab in Wuhan.
Dude, there was also a lab in Maryland. There was, so we used to like do this in Maryland, like research these kind of like bioweapons and all this shit. And we actually had a couple spills that wasn't going well, so we were just like, we just kind of outsourced it to China. It was the same way we do like torture. It's like, we're not for bioweapons, but we have other countries researching for us. So we were doing it in China, and so I don't know, dude. Some crazy shit, dude. If you were a billionaire and you had like germs at your disposal, I'd fucking toss them.
You'd be tossing some germs around?
I'd toss the germs.
If
I was a billionaire, I was like trying to get into like another market, and they're like, "Yo, this guy." Well, I might be like sending like a fucking sneezer in there, and make it a fucking sneeze.
Yo, like the Iceman just walked by like you did with the cyanide and killed people. Yeah.
I mean, dude, I don't think we are peasants. You know what I mean? So it's like there's people out there playing like wild games on the world.
Yeah.
There's people who buy lakes to like own like the liters of water. They're up to shit, dude. It's like we're up here. They're like, "Hey, man, check out Twitter." We're like, "Oh, cool."
Yeah.
You want to be a Twitter star? We're like, "Yeah, cool." You're like buying the rest of the water. Like, there's only so much left.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Who is it? Pepsi, not Pepsi. Somebody owns like Lake Michigan.
Do they?
Probably Coke. No, maybe it's.
I heard.
I'm trying to think what lake it is. It's water. It's one of the water.
the mountain.
Dude,
someone owns the mountain
water ones. Fuck, who is it?
Nestle?
Nestle.
Probably does.
It's Nestle.
They probably do.
And then they wouldn't give water. They own the water that used to go to Flint. They bought it.
You who bought Flint?
Yeah.
In the fucking sewers.
Yeah, that's why Flint got shitty water.
Yeah.
They used to get it straight from the lake, but then Nestle bought the lake, like one of the Great Lakes.
Jesus Christ. Yeah,
obviously they don't control the whole thing.
They use the water. Chernobyl, they're like, don't worry.
See how the stock market keeps going up too, and people are like, how's the stock market going up if everything sucks?
Yeah.
Well, apparently there's like companies. So the stock market, since it's so like involved with other countries, like there's companies here who are built. They can't build enough like air conditioning units because they're like there's all these third world countries that are starting to come up. So like the American economy can kind of crumble, and Wall Street can just continue to rise because there's companies who are just selling like. Just every single air conditioning unit they make it sells, and they have like a 10-year back order for like making them, because there's like billions of people coming up out of poverty.
Damn.
So America completely can eat shit, and then Wall Street, your stocks can still technically rise. So everyone's like, how's the stocks rise? And it's like because those companies all go international.
I just put money in the silver. Justin's. No, in the silver.
Into silver?
How much money did you put in?
400.
$400
$400 in the silver?
Yeah.
Oh,
It's all at like $22 shares.
You have a portfolio of like a medieval baron.
Actually, funny fact, just won a settlement. That's the thing.
You won a settlement?
I had no idea. Apparently, so I worked at JP
For your
Morgan.
doodle tooth?
Thank you. No.
7-Eleven's
getting it though. They're coming. I'm gonna fucking ramp up this wagon and be like, they're fucking me over with those doodles.
Wait, what happened?
So I worked at JP Morgan for like 4 years.
Yeah.
You're welcome. And in 08, when the market crashed, I got let go, but my 401k, you could still run it through there.
Yeah.
So this whole time since 08, I've had a 401k just rolling over with JP Morgan.
How much silver are we talking?
No silver. I just got the silver 2 weeks ago. It's going good. It's going good.
Silver, dude.
Silver and gold are like the two highest stocks, or rising stocks right now. So, and
I'm buying silver.
I bought silver.
Fucking silver? $400.
Just look into it, dude. I'm telling you. But
Look,
that's a little fucking stock tip for your.
Did you get hit with one of those old? There's a commercial designed to trick old people. I think when you turned 40, you were just like,
tricked. No, it was like Elvis tricks. I'm like, I'm investing.
You got tricked by World Trade Center quarter. You're like, silver's on the rise.
But I'm not even investing to a bank. I'm just buying. I'm like, look at it.
Dude, I'm about to cash in these commemorative coins.
It's like the Phillies World Series one. Like, see that?
They stopped making these.
But apparently in this last year, JP Morgan was fucking around with funds in their company's fucking
Just
in their 401k
commercials.
And they just had to settle out like 23 mil. And apparently my 401k, the way it's set up, I fell into the people that were getting fucked over by JP Morgan. So they went to court already and they settled. So September 22nd, I'm getting a settlement. It could be like $40. I have no idea.
Straight to silver.
But
Hello, welcome to this very special ERT. What we've done is we've put the previously released Robert Coker trilogy into this whole episode. So you are now going to have a 3-hour ERT discussion with me and Robert, discussing Robert's epic European road trip, where we went to Thorpe Park, Chessington, Alban Towers, London Dungeon, Sea Life, Shrek's Adventure, London Eye, Madame Two Swords, Efteling, Barbican Land, so many things we did in this country. It was a wonderful time. This episode was recorded in August, so some things are a bit out of date. For example, we discuss what we knew back then about the Thorpe Park Dark Ride for next year. We now know it is a Darren Brown themed attraction, but we do sort of hint at that in the episode. So sit back, get a drink, relax, enjoy this wonderful, wonderful discussion, and we've got lots more to discuss in future episodes of my ERT.
The Cinepath. ERT with Nick Matata.
Proud to be a theme park nerd. Yeah, we all are. Let's unite. So for your delectation and delight,
Presented by CinepathPodcast.com.
this attraction will have stuff you never ever seen before in any park in the world.
And now straight from London, it's ERT. Now your host, Nick Pleasant.
It gives me great pleasure to say that after many, many years, I'm finally sat opposite one of my most favourite people in the world. Oh, that's a mirror. Sorry, I'm actually sat also with us today. In case you couldn't tell from that laugh, I'm joined in London by Lord Sir Robert Coker.
Well, it is a great pleasure to be here. We're looking out the window, and I see this incredibly dark cloud hanging over the
don't actually know what that is, do you? It's not an alien attack, it's weather.
I know, I'm having a little trouble processing it. It's weird, because there seems to be droplets of some sort of liquid material falling out of the sky, and it's freaking me out. I don't know what that's all about. But no, it's fantastic to be here. This is a great pleasure. We're actually in your home. Yeah. I'm a very fortunate guest.
We're calling this the Coker Trilogy. Coker Trilogy.
In a world gone mad, there is one man. Brave enough.
Yeah. This is the first of a 3-part story of your trip to London and beyond.
And beyond, exactly, yeah. Well, again, as you probably heard, this was all about a trip to Belgium, but then Nick incredibly graciously offered to join us for the... no, he didn't interfere. You just was like, no, it's here, come on, it'll be great. And then you proceeded to do all the planning for this incredible week of fun we're having. So I'm incredibly grateful, and we're having a super
We've been here 2 days and we still have an episode.
And we have done... Yeah, wait till you hear how much we've done in those 2 days. It's insane. Totally.
The thing is, in this episode, there's going to be nothing new. for me to talk about, but nearly everything is new for you to talk about.
Indeed, yeah. I've been to Alton Towers. Spoiler alert, we're going to talk about Alton Towers. But yeah, I have been since the late 90s, so it's incredible.
A couple new things.
Yeah, more than a couple. Yeah.
First question, your flight was nice?
Flight was great.
Credit, you could say, first bit of weightlessness.
A lot of negative.
You sat there with your arms up in the air.
Like, woo! Yeah, they kept walking down the aisle. Put your arms down, sir. What's wrong with you? Come on, haven't you ever been out of your bedroom? Relax. But yeah, it was great. Came over on a stopover in New York, but the Virgin Atlantic flight was the second leg, and I love Virgin Atlantic. You're welcome, Virgin Atlantic, for that shameless plug. Let me just say, not only is their in-flight selection fantastic, but the most attractive flight attendants I've ever seen on an airplane. So just saying.
I met you at Heathrow. I was very excited. And,
yes, and again, thank you for doing that.
It's all right. Talk about in at the deep end. I like it here. Let's go have 2 sorts. Done.
Well, before we went in, you hooked me up with my on-sale premium annual pass, which is great. Because not only is that going to save us money throughout this week, but
save you money. Yeah.
Save me money, of course. And then I'm going to burn through that sucker at Legoland back in California. So it's great.
Really good price, though, isn't it?
Amazing.
What you're getting.
Absolutely. Yeah, we figured it came to like 170 pounds or something. But no, we've already used it at 3 attractions, and we're going to use it at least 3 more. No, wait, many more than that, because we haven't done any of the stuff on the Thames yet. So
done the dungeon.
Well, we've done the dungeon, that's true, but there's the Eye, Sea Life.
2 Sea Lives.
2 Sea Lives, yeah. So I'm going to get more than my money's worth on this trip.
Yeah. Let's start off with Madame Tussauds. More than a wax museum, I think should be their tagline.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, no, it was great. I mean, I've been to several wax museums in my life, but that was the be-all, end-all.
Had you been to any Madame Tussauds before?
I think so, yeah. After thinking about it, we'd been to the one in Times Square many years ago, which was pretty cool. But to go to the original, here in London.
The big one.
The big one,
And it's huge, isn't it?
It's gargantuan. I mean, it's, well, as you say, so much more than a wax museum. I mean, all the different things you do there it's incredible.
I have to say, it was the busiest I've ever seen it.
Yeah, it was packed.
I've never really had to queue for anything. And I mean, ironically, the wax, because the rooms are so large, you didn't feel too cramped in, did you?
No,
with
not
the
at all.
figures. The figures are stunning.
Yeah.
But you can see the difference in quality between the newer ones and the older ones, can't you?
Yeah.
But as I've always said, it's the set dressing, it's the lighting, it's the music, it's the atmosphere that really makes those figures not come to life, but
yeah, look as authentic as they do in many cases. And just helps put you in the mood and where you are and whatever. That was great. And of course we got to see Star Wars.
Well, that's very end. I want to hear your thoughts first on, for me, when I instantly close my eyes and think of Madame Tussauds, I see those taxi cabs just making their way through that station and the beautiful Spirit of London dark ride.
Yeah. Well, that was when you first told me about this incredible dark ride that's deep underground below the city streets. I'm like, all right, that's the reason to go right there. I mean, the wax figures will be great, all the other attractions will be great, but to see that is going to be.
Because before that, there's a scare maze.
Yeah, which is.
And we had a protein spill in aisle 3, didn't we?
Well, there was something. Yeah, I don't know if we ever figured out, but it definitely required shutting it down and then a little parade of managers walking in, which is pretty cool.
And the guide at the beginning saying, "I will repeat, please do not touch. Put your arms on your side." And so obviously someone lashed out at someone because. Funny enough, I was saying to you before we went in, what I love about the scare maze is it's a bunch of foreigners who don't really know what the heck they're getting into, literally. So someone probably didn't know what it was, and when an actor lunges them out of the darkness, they probably did. Do the human reaction and lunge out.
A natural survival instinct, exactly, yeah. Could have been, and it was great. I mean,
it's a terrible scare maze, but the fact that it's part of Madame Tussauds makes it a really great scare maze.
Well, I wouldn't even say it's terrible. I mean, if you're going in expecting a full-on 15-minute, Knot-style haunt or something, it's not. They don't have to. That's not what you're really at Madame Tussauds.
No, anyway. Static figures.
Exactly, yeah. But to have that as a little extra bonus in the Chamber of Horrors section is phenomenal.
Now, would you have rather they had a bigger Chamber of Horrors with more static figures to look at, or did you enjoy the kind of 50 seconds of scare that you got in that little tiny scare, I don't call it scare corridor?
Yeah. That's hard to say. Because I have been to some wax museums with that very elaborate, scary Chambers of Horrors, which are great. I mean, they are fun. But you do get that at other places. So it was nice to have this novelty of like an actual kind of immersive, scary environment.
Yeah, something different you wouldn't expect.
Exactly, yeah.
I kind of wish I hadn't told you anything about Madame Tussauds.
That really would have been like, what? There's a wait, it's a dark ride? What?
It's a 4D film?
Exactly.
Princess Leia? What?
Well, that was unavoidable. I knew about Princess Leia.
Yeah, we saw that coming. Spirit of London Dark Ride, what are your thoughts on that?
We're huge dark ride fans, so it was great to see, A, that it was a Omni-Mover system. That was kind of cool. B, it's been a thrill for me to see.
An Omni-Mover with lights on the front, which is a really nice way of doing it.
Exactly, yeah. It helps, sort of direct your attention to some
you're
scenes.
You're in London cabs, so each one is its own little London cab, complete with a West End show advert on the back.
Exactly. It works as theming and as revenue generation, so it's brilliant. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, as I was saying, when we first got into your neighborhood, coming out of the tube from the airport, seeing double-decker buses and black London cabs on the streets, I'm like, oh, this is great. So, perfect vehicle theme for this kind of adventure. And, our hero, John Wardley, did...
And they were popping up a lot in the next episode.
Yeah, you can hear a lot of John Wardley reverence in this one.
We might as well just get him on the phone and he can just be part of these discussions.
Bring him up right now.
I actually asked him to meet us yesterday at Alton Towers. And he said, I'd love to, but I'm paving my new terrace.
which he's earned that right. Let him pave his new terrace, please.
I bet it's beautifully themed.
Oh, I would imagine, yeah. But the whole Spirit of London thing was great, because, it was, beautiful sets.
And they get bigger and bigger and bigger, don't they?
Yeah.
Like the Nelson's Eye and the wonderful Queen Victoria cycling through the Big Ben L system. It's so British, isn't it?
Yeah, vision. This is what I want, and this is how we're going to make it happen. I gotta say, even more than... I mean, Walt Disney certainly hired people. Like he said, I know this how this works. Like, here's a little automaton I found in Europe. Let's build our own bigger version. But like, I think Wardley was even more hands-on. Disney was himself personally. So
his epitaph.
Yeah, right. Yeah. But no, John, stay with us for a while. We're not ready to write anybody's epitaph yet. But yeah, I mean, it's a really fun documentary. So definitely watch it. But anyway, so Spirited London was great because it's such a classic example of, and it had the kind of whimsy that I think Wardley puts in so many of his dark rides, which is great. And so yeah, no, it was great.
It had a creepy bit as well, with the plague and the ghost children.
Oh, yeah, sure.
The plague doctor and things like that. Then there's the Marvel Superheroes 4D film, which is great fun.
Yeah.
It does all the gags that a 4D film does, but it's unique to London, and the fact that it happens is sort of site-specific, really, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it references both, was it Buckingham Palace where they...
And Madame Tussauds.
And Madame Tussauds, yeah. The end happens right there.
Yeah,
so
literally right where you are.
Exactly, so it has to be for that location, yeah, which is great.
But then there's the bit that you flew to London, most arguably to see, which is the Star Wars experience.
Oh, yeah, Slave Way. I don't know what specific...
I don't know what Javelin Cutson's saying,
Yeah, I mean, the online photo, you had sent me a bunch of photos months ago, and I was blown away by the quality. But yeah, when you're right there, I mean, several times, both in the Star Wars exhibits and elsewhere, when you're looking right into their eyes, it kind of gives you the willies. I mean, there's some figures that are just perfect.
Helen Mirren's was
great. All three of them, exactly. All three stages of Helen Mirren was pretty cool. The Britney Spears was pretty amazing. Both Luke and Leia, pretty amazing. Gosh, what else? There were a couple of others that...
Kate Winslet's very good.
Kate Winslet was good. Emma Watson was almost there. It was very good. Winston Churchill, I thought, was almost spot on. That was great. Desmond Tutu, that was freaky. That one was like, all right, that's him. Let's get him out of here. That's not right. So that was cool. But yeah, the Star Wars stuff was great. Because again, it's not just the figure, it's the whole set. Like, you're standing in the Emperor's pod up on, his spaceship, or you're in, the cantina.
In the Millennium Falcon.
Or you're in the Millennium Falcon behind Chewie at the controls. I mean, that
Disney,
awesome.
We did it first, thank you.
Yeah, we're hoping we're not getting static figures at Disney, so up your game, buddies.
Madame Tussauds are looking into doing, because the documentary talks about Madame Tussauds in the early 90s, saying the next step we go to is moving figures.
Exactly.
They probably look good in the documentary from 1992.
Right.
But now, Madame Tussauds for Shanghai, they're looking into the next generation of figures with eyes that track you and creepy...
There's a speed trap ahead.
Shenanigans like that.
Yeah.
And, they'll talk to you and you talk back and things, they're really going to go, they're going to go there.
Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, it's the logical next step, but
even you pointed at the end of the Chamber of Horrors, you said something I've never ever noticed before. This guy had his head on a pole and his eyes move.
Yeah, that was great. So yeah, clearly they're working on it. Yeah, that is definitely coming. And of course, it's kind of a drag that it's going to be Shanghai, but that's where all the bunnies going these days. So yeah.
All the bunnies, did you say? All the bunnies are going to Shanghai.
Yeah, wait till you see their Easter exhibit. It's going to be insane.
They're all going to be moving. So that was really good.
That was a great start to the trip. That was pretty awesome. Yeah.
Then I said, we got signed. The dungeon is short.
Right, it's right here. Let's do it. Yeah. So yeah.
Well, it's not right there. Let's get on a credit.
Sure, but still 6 minutes by train. I guess all it was. Yeah, which is great. I guess by then the rain had really started to come.
And it hasn't stopped.
Yeah. It's been. Oh, we did have a beautiful bit of Sunday morning yesterday. Yeah. That was nice. But it was cool. Yeah. So we came up out of the subway or the tube station, and there was the London Eye across the bridge and Big Ben, and I mean that was a great I'm in London moment. That was.
I planned that.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, never
a real London moment. Yeah, I'm in the dungeon.
Exactly. Yeah, and after all these years talking about dungeons, finally got to see my first dungeon.
Because I said that, I probably hyped it up a bit, the same with Madame Tussauds. Did they live up to?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, it's great. I mean, between both, Tussauds and the dungeon, they're not just one thing. There's a whole bunch of different things that tie together and make this whole experience. But the dungeons were really great because, as we've said many times, it's so cool to have one long, continuous narrative that's broken down into little bits and pieces that are different kinds of things. It's a show scene, it's a ride, it's, another show scene, a mirror maze, it's another show scene, then it's a ride, and then it's this, and there's live actors, and there's projections, and there's props, and it smells, great odor effects.
The theming is incredible, isn't it?
Amazing, yeah. So that was a feast for the senses. Yeah,
so the boat ride is really unique, I think, in our dungeon, and you were seriously impressed with the boat ride.
Yeah, that was a blast. I mean, first of all, you'll hear more about this, freaking dark. Yeah. Everything's dark, man. It's dark down there. Yeah, it's supposed to be dark.
Your free story's underground because it's dark.
Yeah, there's no ambient light down there. But it was really creepy, and there were definitely a couple...
It's underground because it's dark.
Yeah, there's no ambient light down there. But it was really creepy, and there were definitely a couple of moments during even the sort of the more ordinary sections of the boat ride where pitch black. I mean, it was very scary, so that was cool. But yeah, then should we spoil some of this?
Oh yeah, spoilers.
So there's a sideways lift, a little scare moment, and then a backward drop, and then you go backwards, and it's like Maelstrom but made really scary. Yeah, it's pretty sweet. It's pretty sweet.
And I said to you, it's supposed to be a screaming along in the dark. There should be more horror-themed log flume rides.
Absolutely, yeah.
Knots do it, you said.
Well, they do for the Halloween ones. Yeah, they dress up the...
Dungeons do it. I mean, there's one in Edinburgh, there's, sort of one in San Francisco. There's a really nice boat ride in Amsterdam or Hamburg, I think one of them are their dungeons. Splash Mountain has some creepy moment.
That's true. The lift up to the big drop is a little on the dark side. The Haunted River, the former, Haunted River does well.
But I was thinking about there's Monster Plantation.
Yeah, there are definitely...
It's a small world.
Terrifying, good point.
I know.
Horrifying, yeah, that's... yeah, I mean, and I guess...
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean, yeah, which we agreed has definitely some awesome dark moments.
Did you ever go on the Haunted River?
I did, yeah, many years ago. No, they had a little bit of scenic stuff, and the drop was completely enclosed, so you didn't hit sunlight until the very bottom when you came out the bottom, which was great. And there were some skeletons in there. I mean...
real ones.
Yeah, I wish that would have made it fun. Back in the day when Wonder Mountain, or whatever the heck it was, no, that's Canada's Wonderland, what they call the one at King's Dominion. Anyway, it had the Smurf train ride, Smurf Mountain and the Haunted River, and then they had a rotor in the mountain. That was pretty cool, a themed indoor rotor. What the heck was that called?
Would you rather all those or Volcano?
Ooh, tough question, yeah.
So I've done Volcano, I've been to that park.
Yeah, Volcano.
Just when Volcano had opened, and that was 16 years ago, and it was,
oh my god,
pretty damn good ride.
I love Volcano, it's a great ride, yeah. I mean, of all the 3 attractions, I would want the Haunted River back. Smurf Mountain can sod off, but Volcano was a good trade-off, there's no question. Because it looks the mountain itself demanded at least one major kick-ass ride, and it never really had that, so now it does, so yeah, go Volcano, it's great. But yeah, Haunted Flumes, we definitely need more of those.
So the dungeon has a good Haunted Flume ride, other stuff happens, and then the drop ride. One of the darkest drop rides.
We don't get too many execution theme rides either.
Come on, Disney, get on it.
And it's great too, because it's not like 200 feet or anything, but it's in the dark.
Because when you get hungry, you don't drop 200 feet.
Exactly, yeah. And it's enough though that you still get like a real weightless moment, and and they do, again, spoiler, there's a little bit of a false drop and then a real drop, and then you do it again, and so it's fun. It definitely adds.
It's top loading, which makes
right. So you're not lifted up, you fall.
And what's really good is when you drop, as regards the audio sequence, it's completely random.
Oh.
So sometimes it'll say you're all guilty when you drop, or sometimes it'll say you're all guilty for the crimes that you've been punished.
So you never know when it's coming.
The one earlier, the one behind us, dropped before we did. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, I didn't.
That's cool that they they twist it up.
Well, that is good. That's nice. The live performers in the dungeon really make that. I mean, they sell it, and that's what was so much fun. There's a lot of comedy, a lot of audience interaction, guest interaction, whatever, victim interaction, and again, it's the smells as you're walking through these things.
That's just tourists.
Yeah.
They turn the smell cannons off during the months of June, July, and August. So yesterday, all my troubles seem so far away.
From somebody who's not a Beatles fan.
We went to Alton Towers for a day.
Yeah.
And you hadn't been there since Oblivion?
Correct, yeah. Late 90s, friends of mine were living in Manchester. I came over to visit. We went to Alton and Blackpool for a couple of days, and that was it. So
we met up with the wonderful Lee Conway.
Yes, finally got to meet Lee. You rock, Lee. Woohoo! Picked us up from the train station.
We hauled the crap out of Alton Towers for a day.
Yeah, it was pretty sweet. Yeah.
Put the rain aside. Didn't let it get you down?
Not at all. No, again, it was kind of warm and sunny walking into the park, which was pretty funny. But then we motored right into Hex, and by the time we got out, it's like, oh, it's cloudy and raining. Okay, whatever.
You're here.
Exactly.
Hex is a masterpiece.
Yeah, loved it. I don't want to say too much about it, because I don't want anybody who hasn't been on it, the less you know
in the last 20 years.
Yeah, I guess unless you are from out of town, you're probably familiar, but...
Don't hex it.
Oh, that was the one thing we were going to try to see, the real tree the story's based on. We didn't get to that because we had to motor on out of there. But big fan of madhouses, so that whole ride system's great, and that's easily the best of them.
In a way, the ride itself is an anti-climax.
Well, I wouldn't say it's an anti-climax, but it's definitely the third act of a big story, which is.
And you walk into this huge. You've never seen a queue like it. No. It's like Hogwarts, but real.
Exactly.
That's the best way I can describe it.
It is. It's the real Hogwarts.
There's so many theme Alton Towers in general.
Exactly. Yeah.
We built a theme park around our castle. You didn't. That turret that you call Disneyland Castle.
Hey, let's not slag on the Disneyland Castle. We know it's small. It's okay. We're not.
How you use it that counts.
Exactly. It's how Walt used it that counts.
Exactly.
See, the darkest queue for any attraction ever.
It's the darkest attraction ever.
Pretty much, you can break your neck walking through that. But the way they used that environment was awesome. That was really cool. Lots of cool lighting effects, and you had some of the projections. Was that a projection? It was on the sculpture.
I think so,
yeah, that was pretty neat. And again, they've got a real story.
Yeah, not many parks can claim that, can they?
Right.
Why do we use the real ghost story of this theme park to do a ghost ride?
Right. Yeah, that's brilliant.
The thing is, the problem I have with it is that spinning the madhouse bit makes no sense.
They don't explain
It's like the end of the sequence stops. Please leave now.
Yeah. If there had been a little more kind of a setup, this is the final revenge.
I know we're in the laboratory and we're looking at the branch, but
yeah, there's something there's no setup for why would the branch make the reality of the room change or something. It could have been done pretty easily, but on the other hand, it's cool that there's no warning. If you don't know what's going to happen, you're just
the beginning of the madhouse when you're sat there and suddenly you're being pushed against your chair.
Yeah, that's very unnerving.
And we were talking about it. The room is spinning in the opposite direction to the way that you're tilting.
Well, in the beginning, I think, the room and the mechanism.
For those of you not in the room, Robert's now doing a hand demonstration.
That's right. Yeah, for radio listeners, pay close attention to my hand. So I think they lock it in so that from your perspective, nothing in the room is changing, but you're feeling the sense of your back, or if you're across the way, like you're leaning, like what's going. There's a force in this room that doesn't make sense. And then they disengage the room from the seats, and that's when things start spinning in opposite directions. And it's just brilliant. Just
people were screaming.
Oh, it is. It's. I mean, and again, even for somebody who's been on it many times, you're like, I get vertigo. It's just like, this is really weird. It's such effective.
And it's a beautifully themed room as well.
Yeah. What's revealed beneath you, which then becomes the ceiling, is super cool. I love that. Yeah.
What do we do now? I mean, these days been such a blur after Hex.
Yeah, what did we write it? Did we hit 13? To Duel? No, 13.
Duel we did, yeah.
Yeah, I think we knocked out the 2.
Continue in the Dark League.
Yeah. Which I was a little sorry we didn't get to see in its original incarnation as the Haunted House.
You can see there was once an amazing ride there.
Yeah, well, I think it's. I mean, yeah, you should talk a little bit about what the ride was because we saw some of that on the documentary.
Well, I was 12, so it really is a distant memory. But I just remember being scared and excited, and it was big, big haunted house. Not much has changed really. They've added a couple of zombies in the finale shooting at you, but other than that, all the gags are the same. They just have little LED lights everywhere, and if you can just mask those out, it makes it a pretty good ride. We were sat in this car, and 3 of us, Lee, Robert, and I, we didn't pick up our guns at all. We just sat there.
Exactly. Yeah.
What I love about the ride is that, as John calls it, the transit system itself. How it starts off as an omni-mover system, and then these cars separate, and they're zooming through that house.
Yeah, you go pretty quickly. Yeah, that was neat. I was very surprised by how fast you go through, which again speaks to how big it is because it's a long ride. Yeah, and you're not just like chugging along. You're moving through some scenes. It's pretty cool, and it was variable too. That it wasn't just one sort of slow pace. Like you're fast, you're slow, you're fast, you're slow.
I think like Indiana Jones in a way, isn't it?
With minus the motion base.
Yeah. How you're scared of this bit, so you want to get away from it quickly.
Right. There's on a simpler level. Yeah, you do get some emotive, sort of gestures at the speed you're traveling.
And in the documentary, John says this is in 1992. These vehicles cost each £16,000.
Yeah.
And there were 32 of them.
Yeah, that's a lot of money just for the ride system. Yeah.
But it also made me laugh when John said at the very beginning of the documentary, this season we're building, this would never happen nowadays, we're doing Runaway Mine Train, which I guess we won't talk about later.
We'll talk about, but not in terms of ride experience.
And a big old dark ride haunted house.
Yeah.
I got
e-ticket attractions.
I got about £6 million to play with.
That's a good budget. Yeah. No,
but £6 million, but nowadays.
Nowadays it would be insane. But back in 1982, and obviously he did a lot.
And to do two
big
e-ticket and probably an e-ticket attraction.
Yeah, I'd almost call those 2 e-tickets. Yeah. I mean, you know better than I would on the second one, but knowing that it was a shooter and you're supposed to target stuff, whatever, just to sit back and watch, still, it was a great ride.
What do you think of the walk up to the haunted house?
Oh,
through the Bentley room and things?
Yeah, that was great. That was again like a little mini attraction. Yeah. For those of you who remember the Haunted Shack and Knott's Berry Farm, that kind of thing where the room floor was at an angle, and again, really dark. Like, man, they just want you to trip and fall in this part.
And it's the same. It's almost the same as Hex because the floor's at an angle, the walls are at the other angle, so your brain puts it into a straight line.
Right, but you feel this weird disorientation.
It's so brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah.
And the Pepper's Ghost in the
little dollhouse, that was fantastic. There was another nice projection effect in the fireplace, was cool.
There was a hand in the jar that moved that you probably missed.
Oh, I missed that. Yeah.
Balls going back and forth. There's the book that has the pages.
The moving pages. Yeah, that was great. Yeah, so it's a full experience, which is great, and it really helped set up like you're not just going through the dark with a couple static figures jumping at you. Like all those environments are fully fleshed out. It was really
you go outside and you see the front of the taker.
Yeah, that's right. It's like waving you over. Yeah, that was cool. The big spider room, that was cool. Love that. Oh, and great music. Yeah, there was a lot of music in all the attractions.
My friend Dave Buckley. Hi, Dave.
Big thumbs up for that. Yeah.
Let's talk about 13.
Yeah, so I guess
every single ride of 13 because it had a queue.
It was a half-hour ride for that. Yeah,
half-hour queue even.
Yeah.
So Lee and I were still in the same train.
And there was one right behind you. Yeah.
So always do single rider. You're not going to talk to your friends whilst you're zooming along through the woods, are you?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I really like 13. When the hype came out, some people said, sign waivers and have nurses on site. I'm not going to choose to pay any attention to that. But what you get is a really good family ride with a sharp sting in its tail.
Yeah, exactly. It's like a good, fun, scary attraction that that anybody can do. It doesn't
go upside down, and that means that if people know a ride doesn't go upside down, they're happy to go on it.
Exactly. A lot of people, young and old, who might otherwise avoid it. And the way they kind of redressed that whole area of the park to make that work. I mean, again, we were looking at the map this morning and talking about how great it was that there are 4, if you count the X sector, definitely dark, creepy themed lands in this park. Like, big thumbs up for that.
I just remember we missed out the first ride we did.
Which was?
Don't know.
Oh, was that the first ride?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! All right, we'll back
It's right as you go in.
That's right. We did do that before Hex. Yeah. Walk on. Oh my god! And again, last time I was on that ride, 2-hour wait, so that was a treasure. It's maybe overshadowed by subsequent dive machines, but there's still nothing like that curl over the top. You stop and then right into that pit. It's right. It's just right. And the queue experience.
None of them have that ominous dark.
Exactly. Yeah. There is no happy ending.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. No, there was definitely a unique sensibility there, and like sci-fi.
Very John Morley as well.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. So it's the whole thing is brilliant. It's great.
No, but I said those cars are huge.
Yeah. I mean,
I've never done a flawless one though. Does it add anything to the experience?
I mean, I guess in the front row. Actually, I will say on Griffin, when you're in the front and on the edge, so you're really just looking down, and there's nothing to your side.
Because I gave you the edge seat, didn't I?
On Oblivion, yes, exactly, yeah. Which is nice too, because then you get a little more of the sort of wing effect when you go around the turn, which is fun. But yeah, for those big rides, I don't know, the floorless thing, it's a novelty. It's not the greatest thing ever. But whatever.
I wonder how they do it nowadays, because we have Oblivion the Black Hole now open in Gardenland.
Yeah.
The state of the queue is phenomenal. It's another Oblivion
style.
Yeah.
Ride, yeah.
But I would, if Alton Towers did it, because Alton Towers, they do everything special. I think it would be awesome if that lift hill and the whole thing was in the dark.
Yeah, fully enclosed. Oh man, that'd be special. Yeah.
And that's where speakers in the car would be a really good idea for that build-up. Mm-hmm. So you can have "Don't look down," and that would really build the tension. Because you've got nothing apart from that quite loud lift hill.
Yeah.
And it ruins the illusion, I think.
Yeah, but didn't they? See, I thought when it originally opened, they did have speakers up there that did the "Don't."
It might have done.
Yeah. What is the Carnan, the big hypercoaster in one of the European parks where they fully enclosed the 200-foot tall lift? Cannibal and Lagoon. So there's precedence. We can build big buildings to cover 200-foot tall.
You've got Swords at Ford.
Yeah. That's pretty tall. That's fully enclosed. So yeah, no, it's. Oh, God, I forgot. Regardless, Oblivion is still a fantastic ride. It's pretty.
So we did Oblivion, Hex 13. Haunted House, I've got all the dark rides.
Yeah,
dark rides done.
Yep.
Then I want to talk about the lunch we had.
Oh, yeah.
For an American coming from a kind of theme park world that will charge £16 for a slice of pizza, and you got many slices of pizza for £9, didn't you?
Yeah. Well, that's in the Katanga Canyon. They have this fantastic buffet, and it was actually pizza, pasta, and salad, and a drink. Drinks, and
or a beer for £3.
Yeah, if you wanted a beer, you could have gotten that £3.
And with your past discount, it was £9.60.
Came to $9. I must say the pizza was good, but the pasta was great. That I went back. I think I had 2 full plates of food for what that was. I mean, it was good food. It wasn't just quantity. The quality was actually very good. So yeah, the bolognese, that's the pasta.
And I'd like to see more American parks pick it up, but they won't.
Yeah, I mean,
You said Busch might do something like that, to your knowledge.
Well, I think in my
I will say the best theme park meal I've ever had outside of Disney, whatever, is at Busch Gardens. Not Griffin, Secret.
Oh yeah, Tampa. Yep. Oh yeah. Busch Tampa has some amazing food. I have not been since they've opened the new Falcon's Fury thing there, but they have those like bacon pretzel things they were doing. Sorry, I'm getting hungry.
Really, by the sounds of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Busch does great food. Oh, and of course, Knott's Berry Farm. Got to give it up for our buddy Russ and all the work he does at Knott's. Fantastic food there. But as price value goes, that buffet was just.
Listen, the last time Robert and I saw each other was at Knott's Berry Farm.
That's right. Oh my God, that's weird. We talk a lot, so it doesn't feel like that was the last time. But yeah. That's pretty incredible. And that was again one of the best theme park experiences we've ever had.
I like the book because that was one of the best theme park experiences I've ever had. Whereas to me, it probably was the best theme park experience I've ever had.
I'm very fortunate. I have to admit, I'm very fortunate.
The rain kept coming down. It was nice. And we got in the queue for a little B&M in London. Nemesis.
And again, almost no line. It was practically a walk.
Sad.
I know it was a little. You and Lee were really kind of very. You took it personally. I think you were like, "This is just."
We'll talk about why in a bit. But I want to say we were stood waiting for the second row.
Right.
And I said, "There's no one in the front. What is wrong with this row?"
I know it was really like I just took it for granted that there would be a huge line for the front row of Nemesis. Where is everybody? And yeah, there was like 4 people. We're like, we got to get in the front. I'd never ridden in the front before. I was like, come on. So. Oh yeah, so it was great. So we asked the lovely ride attendant if we could, sneak around the thing. She said, "Yeah, if nobody else comes along, hop in." And we're like, "Sweet!" So practically a walk-on to the front row of Nemesis. That was
in the rain.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether that's a plus or a minus, but didn't bother me.
Well, you had glasses on.
Yeah, that helped.
I did
definitely helped. Yeah, you didn't have the windscreen.
I did Nemesis in the front row with my eyes closed, so I might as well be in the back row. But that helix is intense. And there's a sign outside of Nemesis saying this is the world's most intense ride experience. I think for those 3 femtoseconds that might be correct.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's hard to say what is the most these days, but it is.
It doesn't black you out like some rides do, Intimidator 305.
Yeah, or even Mamba, Worlds of Fun. I got some spots on that once, but it's an incredibly diabolical course. I mean, just that turn, the little
dive. There's no drop.
There's no drop. Yeah, but you do that weird barrel roll and then drop. That first set of elements on Nemesis is one of the best things ever. It's so great. And then all the crazy twists and turns in the can't. Like you just never know where you're going. It's insane. The theming, the creatures, it's a work of art. It's just a work of art. I love it.
And the man-built trough that the whole thing goes in.
Yeah, problems make for creative, interesting solutions. So not being able to build up, this is what Alton does best. They dig in and do something super cool. But yeah, dig a hole, dig a trough.
And what's great about the documentary, which I hope you're all going to watch after this episode, before Nemesis. So John says at the very, very end, the question is what do we do next? And I've got a couple of ideas on my sleeve.
He sure did.
Go ahead.
Can I get a large size Baconator combo with a French fries large and a large Coke Zero?
Anything else?
That's it.
$14.96.
You know, the question is what do we do next, and I've got a couple of ideas up my sleeve.
He sure did. He sure did. Yeah, that was the thing that was so stunning. Like they've modified the Nemesis logo with the 21 for the first design. I'm like, this is 21 years old. Oh my god.
Same hardware, same trains, same tracks.
Yeah, no red waterfall though. I'm a little sorry, Alton Towers.
You
please.
nearly got on the plane back to LA.
That was almost a deal breaker. Yeah, I'm like, I want my blood waterfall. Come on.
Yeah.
We'll see.
I think it's going to be.
Yeah, well, you know, it's different because, but
a lot of the other B and N birds, yeah, exactly. They don't really have a theme.
Well, none of them are. That's one of the most.
They say Batman has quite a theme. You're going through the
Gotham sewer. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But the combination of
they're not the rides.
Well, they're great rides, but they're not unique. And they're certainly kind of like, okay, loop, barrel roll, spiral. Yeah. I mean, they're great. They're fun, but there's just sort of a regularity to like, all right, the curving drop, the teardrop vertical loop, you know, something else, a barrel roll, a couple of corkscrews to the end. Yeah. It's kind of, you know, even if it's not that exact order, there's a lot of B&M rides that kind of do that sort of thing.
But was it called Batwing because Batman might have been the first one to do that element?
That's a good question. Probably. Yeah.
We should have that drop called the Nemesis Curve or
something. The tentacle twist. Yeah, whatever. It's
I've had that drink. It's very nice.
Yeah. Well, you know, the cool thing is I don't think it should have an element name because no one will ever do it again. Like, it's based specifically on that topology. Like, that's what you're going to get. That's all, you know, leave that one alone. We get to keep that here.
So Nick cut some music on Twitter, thrillride.com on Twitter. What is the world's greatest B&M? And if you say anything but Nemesis, you're wrong.
Well, no, wait. You did that. I will say Montu is really incredible.
Yeah.
It is. But
there's just a little bit when there's the trough, and there's a little tiny bit when
it just comes peeking out of the bottom of the thing. Yeah, that's so great. And when your feet nearly scrape that wall coming off the first, you know, element. So whatever. I wish they still had the alligator pool under the turn to the lid, but you know, we're nitpicking here. They're Nemesis definitely one of the greatest roller coasters ever built. Period. So
a lot of walking in Alton Towers.
Yeah, you burn off that buffet. Yeah, it's impressive.
And we did a lovely sky ride as well.
Yeah,
down into the valley. I had to disappear to go and do some stuff with a lovely guy we met called Pete Cliff. But he gave us a little tour of CBeebies Land, which I'd never seen. Now CBeebies here is a permanent kids TV channel by the BBC Preschool Kids, and very cleverly they did a deal with Alton Towers, and they built this land at Alton Towers, aptly called CBeebies Land. Now, because you said all I care about Alton Towers is that little storybook land, little train ride is still there.
Formerly the Squirrel Nutty.
Yeah, Squirrel Nutty ride, and it is still there, but they've rebranded it. Did you get to go on it?
Oh, we did, absolutely. Actually,
I've never done it.
Well, I'll share this little story. So Pete, when he gave us sort of a walkthrough, told us about this really, really charming live show called Mr. Bloom's Allotment, I think was the name. Anyway, it's kind of a thing with vegetables and farming and whatever. I knew nothing about this.
It's better than it sounds.
Of course, yeah, I'm short selling it. But he did say, you know, they were very proud of it because it was completely developed in-house. So
no, you're not a show guy for theme parks.
I'm not. No, exactly. Normally they're kind of lame. I don't usually get that excited about them. But he said this isn't really kind of a show. It's more of an interactive experience. So after you and Pete went off, Lee and I took a walk through it. And I got to say, I got choked up. It's so well done. It's charming. It's gentle. It's quiet.
It's rare.
It's rare. Yeah, I mean, maybe not in Britain.
Universal did it. The whole thing would blow up at the end, probably.
There'd be flaming waters. Yeah, you have to have that.
With the Fast and the Vegetables. Coming to Orlando 2017.
The Fast and the Vegetables.
The Fast and the Furious Vegetables.
Anyway.
Starring Val Kilmer as a piece of broccoli.
Oh my God. Anyway, but it was really well done. I mean, it was the kind of thing you want to go to Alton Towers for. It's you know, just completely unique and very British. And anyway, it was great. So you know, we can then wander around. We got another credit, the Aquanauts roller coaster adventure, Octonauts, whatever the thing is. So that was great. And we met a very nice ride op who was actually a member of the American Coaster Enthusiasts. Is going on a theme park review trip next year to Japan. You're gonna love it, dude. So he was totally cool with seeing two grown men wanting to hop on this tiny.
He probably allowed you to get on it as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So that was charming and fun. And it was cool because again, it was themed to the show. There was a little audio.
There were buttons in the train or something?
Not in the train, but there's a couple of little, you know, scenic effects on the track, and there's definitely
the dolphin that sprays water.
Yeah, the whale through the blowhole. And there's a little audio sort of send off and some bubbles as you round the turn to the lift hill.
And
go
if you're 4 or 5.
Oh, it's
or if you're like Robert and have the mentality of a 4 or 5-year-old.
That's being generous. Yeah, you're gonna love it. It's great. But we'd done the show. We got the credit, and then I was like, well, we got to go ride the Squirrel Nutty. I don't care what they're calling it these days. I'm riding a ride. And it's some sort of CBeebies bug-related thing. It's like the treetop something. Oh, to the map. Yeah, there we go. So here's Lee and I, two very grown men, tooling around in this little bugmobile up on the tracks, and we sort of round a corner that extended out over a main pedestrian pathway in front of the lake, in front of the castle, and there was a, fairly, he looks like he might have been a football player, kind of a younger male gentleman, who looked up, saw us, and stopped in his tracks with his mouth open like, what the F are these men? That's right. And then we said way back like, hey! And he waved up and smiled, and he and his friends got quite a good laugh out of that. So it was kind of funny. So yeah, not something I guess that's too common in all the towers.
It's called the Get Set Go Treetop Adventure.
The Get Set Go Treetop Adventure. That's it. Yeah, I got my Squirrel Nutty new credit. So
there you go. Yeah. And I have to say hello to Sean Sandbrook as well, who's like this legendary gatekeeper for Alton Towers, who owns the old 12-foot worm.
Right, from the original Squirrel Nutty, yeah. Good catch.
And of course we've had him on the show before. His YouTube channel is Theme Park Worldwide. He's off to California, so maybe you'll be able to
try to
bring out with him.
Yeah,
he's off to Tokyo.
Lucky son of a butt. He's going to have an incredible month. Yeah, very good.
We have to make way for his other fans.
Exactly. There was a line of well-wishers coming to say hi as we were walking out of the park. It was quite amusing. Yeah, easily the most popular ticket taker at any theme park anywhere in the world.
Exactly. He's always smiling and he's always brilliant, and we love Sean. Yes. I hope we'll have him again on the show soon to talk about his California trip.
Oh yeah, that's going to be a multi-parter. That's for sure.
And then.
Air.
Oh, Air,
so
yeah,
exactly. Yeah, that was pretty exciting. I mean, the very first DNF flying coaster had never, that was built after my last visit, right next to Nemesis, so that was pretty cool. And I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, it has this kind of weird, like chill lounge music
relaxation.
Yeah, it's like gliding and
so like Six Flags wouldn't really market a flying coaster.
Yeah, no, or some DC comedy or whatever. And the cool thing was that there is this fairly, decent sequence in the middle of the ride where you're actually lying on your back. They keep you on your back, which I liked a lot.
I don't like that.
Yeah. I mean, I can imagine for it's an awkward position for a roller coaster. It's not what you'd expect, but they had a couple of inline twists, so you do a little flipping around.
But you did it in the rain?
Yeah, it was fine.
Wet air.
It was definitely damp air. Yeah.
And humid.
Yeah, that's right. But and the way you're skimming over the ground for most of the ride. It's you don't build up high here, you stay down low. So it's kind of cool. But it was neat to hear that they're potentially going to be doing some work on that ride. I guess we're just going to
and also doing food next year.
Yeah. So interesting to see what they do to tie those together. Yeah.
Now we didn't get to Nemesis Suntown, which is a real shame. It's down again for some reason. But all the more reason to come back.
Absolutely. Yeah, there were definitely a couple of credits that I missed, including the Runaway. So when I was here for Oblivion, we had a limited amount of time. We had a young child with us, so we spent a lot of time on the one half of the park. I never even got over into that section where Runaway Mine Train was. And of course, in the Wardley documentary we keep referencing, they talked about building it, and I was like, oh great, mine train, mine trains. So we did manage to do a lot of cool stuff. And we took the cable car back across and looking at that beautiful valley, the incredible lush, dense forest that's down there. I mean, it's easily one of the most beautiful theme parks in the world. It's incredible.
It's not fine to be something it's not.
Well, and it can't be something it's not. Like, there are rules. You have to maintain the park in the state itself.
There's a chapel.
Yeah, several. Didn't he say there was several chapels?
That's the Oak Park that has 3 chapels.
Oh.
The Towers has 1 chapel.
Just the one, yeah. But still, not too many parks in the world that have places you can, worship and get married. Anyway, so we did come around the corner we're going to get to ride Runaway Mine Train, and wah, wah, wah.
It's Runaway.
It's Runaway, yeah. We just missed the closure. So, didn't get on that, didn't get on the Sonic Spinball, but, it was fine. I mean, the really unique attractions there that I really wanted to get to, other than Subterra, did manage to get to, so.
We have no opinion on this, we have no opinion on what happened, but to see the spider in person is astonishing, isn't it? Because you said on the train, I'm not bothered about the spider, it's just a load of loops, but I said, yeah, you will change your mind when you see it. And true to... I was right, wasn't I?
Yeah, it's an impressive knot of steel. It's pretty cool. I mean, it is a relatively small footprint for a ride that intricate. The whole story behind it, and again, kind of that weird X Sector kind of funny, snarky, sci-fi, horror, dark theme. I mean, it's great. It's a shame what happened. So hopefully
it's not going anywhere. So
yeah.
It's all the reason to come back.
Exactly. Every park grows. Every park adds new rides all the time. So there's always got to be good reasons to come back. So yeah, I mean, definitely looking forward to my next visit. And that's not the end of our Alton Adventures either.
No.
Because as we left the park, Pete did another solid course, which was
he showed us around all the hotels. I've never been to the hotels before. And they're pretty stunning, aren't they?
Yeah,
they're small, but they're expanding them. I want to give a special mention to the Alton Towers lodges because they're really nice. It's kind of Hobbit Shire.
The Enchanted Village.
Yeah. And there's a great restaurant, and one bit of theme which you pointed out was it might just be bad craftsmanship, but the fact that the air conditioning vents are all bent out of shape and things like that, very cool.
I mean, the main hotel was really nice. I mean, very cool.
With a through storyline.
Exactly, the whole explorer theme and this kind of
Lord Algernon and this kind of explorer. Even going into the theme of the conference rooms, which you wouldn't really see. They're normally quite bland and
right, just a big space to put people into. Yeah, so that was kind of fun and neat. And then the whole indoor water park section was enormous and humid in there.
Everyone took their glasses off as we walked.
Yeah, instant steam up. But yeah, they had that giant water coaster that went all the way around the perimeter of the thing.
Outside as well.
Yeah.
Hot tub. And Lisa, I've been that in the snow.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine snow. Yeah, in a water park. But yeah, that was great. And then new for this year were the whole Enchanted Village areas, which was really beautifully done and
free archery.
Yeah, free. Talk about a themed outdoor activity. Yeah, that was pretty amazing. So yeah, if you're any fan of like Middle Earth or anything like that, that's the place you're going to want to stay. It was really cool. But it was very cool. Pete to show us around because again we were kind of pressed for time. We didn't make a train. He's like, all right, let's go. I'm going to show everything to you. And we motored through the whole area. So that was great.
I mean, nice bits of theming from when you go from the Alton Towers Hotel to the Splash Landings Hotel. They are connected, even though they're two separate hotels. But there's a hallway you go down, and the carpet has the sand. Just dots and sand appearing on it, and more sand until the sand. And there's a stray crab at the sort of front.
Yeah, way down at the beginning that you might miss, but Pete was kind of pointing like, see how far that guy got? Yeah, it was.
Which hotel would you stay at?
Ooh, God, that's hard to say. I mean, the main hotel was cool because it did have like the little lounges and the spa and all that stuff. Are you a relaxing
guy? Because Pete said the Alton Towers Hotel is chilled and relaxed, and the story is when they do their live show, it's all about you come from a day exploring the park, and you can just chill in our. It's the Adventurers Club in a way, isn't it?
Yeah, a more low key version.
Yeah. And then there's the Splash Landings Hotel, which is party, drinks, and
margaritas,
and swimming, and howling and splashes, and children screaming and stuff like that. So, and then there's the Alton Towers,
Enchanted Village,
really quiet, really serene,
a little more outdoorsy.
Yeah. Which one is?
I mean, I'd want a little taste.
I want all three. I'm a night in each.
Exactly. I mean, if I were there for a week, it'd be great. You spend a couple of nights here, then you do the water park thing, and a couple more nights over there. And like we were talking about the sort of the private, sort of exclusive kind of cabin mansions that they had behind the Enchanted Village, where you can get a group of 10 people in there. Like that would be a nice place to wrap up a vacation. Very cool. So,
is that your answer?
Yeah, I'll take them all, sir. Yeah, exactly.
With the hot tubs and things.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the private jacuzzis and the little landings at the back. Oh man, that looked good. So yeah, a lot of good stuff. But it's great. I mean, they're obviously planning for the future. A lot of building plans, and so it's good stuff.
So tonight, I'm taking you to a traditional British seaside funfair on the pier in Brighton.
Yeah, very, very. So I'm going to be hearing the Smiths every day is like Sunday in my head, over and over again. Now, this kind of traditional, and there was a great moment at the end of the Spirit of London Dark Ride where they take you to that traditional funfair kind of environment.
Ethos,
so I'm super psyched.
We are off to Chessington and Thorpe Park.
Many others. We'll leave us surprises.
Yeah. All right, listeners, thank you very much. We'll see you in part 2 of Robert Coker's European vacation, trying to find Wallaby World.
Yeah, we got to get Beverly D'Angelo on here with me next time.
Greetings, fair travellers. Welcome to part 2 of the Coker trilogy. My name's Nick Hudson, sitting across from Robert Coker. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm exhausted, but we're good, aren't we?
Indeed. Tired and very good.
We started recording this episode on the second day of your trip, and it's now the penultimate day.
Yeah.
And it's still raining here in England.
Yeah, that is the constant of this trip. In London, it rains. Although not true. No, we did have a few moments of sun the morning we left for Europe.
Yeah. And most of the time in Europe.
Exactly.
As mentioned, we're going to talk about Brighton, Thorpe Park, and Chessington. We got the train to Brighton. Credit. That was lovely. Lovely.
Yeah, very picturesque.
Yeah. And then we got to Brighton, and we timed the trip so we got the nice weather, and it was the sun was trying to come out.
Yeah, but it wasn't raining.
No, it apparently, according to a friend of mine, it had been a horrendous day in Brighton. Sideways rain, and gales, and stuff like that. And the waves were really rocky when we were there, weren't they?
Yeah, with the big waves. A lot of whitecaps. Yeah.
The website promised bite open until 10 p.m. So haunted hotel, wild
slide, couple of credits,
Helter Skelter, log flume.
The new air race, Zamperla air race, which we love.
Yeah. Well, you love. Sorry, folks, park closed.
Yeah, I mean, we were walking down the pier, and it certainly looked active. We saw some people walking around.
There's a
beautiful Ferris wheel, and there's the sea life right there, and has a bunch of lovely fish and chip stands. Looked like it was all going to be smooth. And as we walked into the main arcade space, the very back, right in front of the rides, right where you buy your tickets, a lovely lady who started turning people away. Oh, sorry, park's closed. And we thought it was a joke. Like, what? Huh?
I thought you meant the dome is closed.
Right, like you can't play games or something. Yeah. But it was 6, so we thought we have 4 hours to go here. Yeah. And wah 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 wah. They were throwing tarps up on some of the rides, and
just as the sun was coming out.
Right. That's the thing. It looks like there was no way this was a weather-related closure, aside from the big waves coming in.
Yeah.
No rain, maybe a little wind, whatever. But sure enough, the whole part. We ran over to the horror hotel. The dark ride sitting right there, so close. But
teasing you with its horror-themed tentacles, sorry.
And all kinds of gruesome flash on the front. But there was nobody there. A bunch of other kids came running up, like, what's going on? It was a little heartbreaking. But we did find out later the closure was indeed due to high wind. So whatever. What do you?
I guess it's probably safe considering those rides are on wood
and over the water. Yeah. So and certainly
it was pretty cold. I mean, we've had all extremes on this trip.
True.
It was pretty cold in Brighton, but Brighton is still gorgeous. If you haven't been, you should go. It's on the south of the English coast. It's in Sussex. Really, really lovely, old-fashioned Victorian So, and that's what you wanted to see, wasn't it, really? I mean, even if you didn't get to go on any rides, you got to walk down the pier, you got to have fish and chips, you got to, in like a pub that looked like it was from the year 9.
the fish something?
The fish bowl.
The fish bowl. Yeah, I was going to say the fish hole. That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I mean, it was a very traditional seaside British pier experience. So it was great. I mean, there was nothing there that, like a Pinfari looping coaster. Thank you, I'm fine without that. But to see the big Ferris wheel and the beach, and after we had this incredibly delicious fish and chips meal, traditional, right on the, a couple of blocks away from the water, and a beer, a delicious beer. I wish I remember what it was. I think it was a cider. I think it was a cider.
Strongbow, wasn't it?
Yeah. Very good.
You can buy it at Hogwarts. So not Hogwarts, Hogshead.
Hogsmeade?
No,
whatever. Something with hog in it. Yeah. Well, that's something I will look for when I go to Iowa.
One drink per ID only, remember that?
Yeah, the one non-traditional British element in that park. But then we got to walk outside the little pub, this incredibly beautiful area, which I guess is called the Lanes.
It is, yes.
Yeah.
And it has no interest to any of our listeners, so we'll move on. But let's just say you are in, it's like a mixture of Epcot and Diagon Alley and Hogsmeade and everything that all these attractions are sort of based on.
Yeah, it's this little warren of winding streets and quaint little buildings and cafes, and it was really cool. It was really cool. And not, again, a theme park, a functioning city area, but very, very charming. So, if you do go to the pier and the Sons of Guns close it because of weather, there's still something to do at Brighton, so enjoy.
Yeah. There was a Sea Life at Brighton, which we didn't do, but the next day we did go to the London Sea Life, and also Shrek's Adventure, which was very exciting.
That's right.
We've done the dungeon before, and we also did the London Eye, so let's, show you getting good use out of your pass.
Yeah, boy, that Merlin pass that I got, again, was about 170 pounds or something, already gotten the value out of that, and then some, and now I get 50% off on all my park visits at Merlin properties in the States, so that kicks ass. But yeah, so there was that whole bank of attractions right there on the water, on the Thames, on the bank, and...
embankment, as we call it. Just the Merlin Bank money, basically.
Exactly.
That's really what it was like the day we went.
Well, and considering the money that must flow through those properties, I'm sure banks are jealous of that. Yeah. It's insane. So yeah, I'm sure you've all listened to Nick's awesome review of Shrek's Adventure, and now I stopped at the spoilers because I didn't want to hear it.
The general consensus is it is brilliant.
Couldn't agree more. I mean, it was so much fun, and all the different elements. The 4D ride that gets you in is super cool.
4D ride is amazing. Yeah. Now, you work with SimWorks. How did that compare? I mean, were you impressed with it? Was it different? It's not really an immersion tunnel, is it?
Well, it kind of is. It's sort of a smaller scale. You're not pulling into the tunnel. You're actually bored in the theater with the screen wrapped around you. It
feels like you're moving. I mean, it's such an amazing... we're not going to give any spoilers away, but the first 15-20 seconds of that, people are screaming, aren't they?
Yeah, it's magical. I mean, you really, because of the way the screen curves all the way around the vehicle and you get a little motion base, it is, I mean, for all intents and purposes, you're flying. It's great.
And you get a bit worried when you're sat there when the lights are on, because you can see the top and the bottom of the screen, but when the lights go down, you're so literally wrapped up in this world.
Yeah, and your mind fills in the blanks. I mean, it's just, you see, you're immersed enough that the effect of movement and the sky and all the cool things that are happening around you totally works. It's great. And lots of different DreamWorks pals show up in that little adventure. So it's a lot of fun.
And then you get off the boat and you're greeted with Shrek's swamp, and my God, that aroma hits you in the face, doesn't it?
It's great. Yeah, a lot of good scent. Merlin has the whole smell element down.
Grab one of those, that's a nice smell.
Just wave that around the bedroom at night.
They should sell perfume in the style of bright aromas.
Exactly.
Buy your London Dungeon Corridor misdemeanors sent here by Calvin Klein.
Now that's a retail opportunity they have not explored. I like that.
Exactly. But much like the Dungeon Shrek's Adventure, it's a multiple experience, isn't it?
Yeah, several, that sells it short, dozens almost of different little rooms, and
I would say dozens, I'd probably say a dozen.
Yeah, maybe a dozen plus, and live actors and beautiful sets. I mean, there's so much scenic work all around you, which is great. Special effects, some very cool, neat surprises, and I don't want to spoil those here either. A mirror maze, which is great, love that in both the Dungeon and Shrek's Adventure.
Well, it's better in Shrek's Adventure, I think, because of the mirror character.
Right.
And also the fact that it just seems there's more happening in that maze. Occasionally in the Dungeon you get a whole group of adults and there's no kids. Mirror mazes, I think, are made for kids.
Exactly. Yeah,
if you're an adult that likes mirror mazes, fine, but get out more. Or stay in more. From beginning to end, it was amazing watching the kids in this attraction because they were lapping it up like you wouldn't believe.
Totally. Yeah, they buy it hook, line, and sinker, and it's really charming. It's adorable. Yeah, it's
the entrance, however. Because the last time I went, it was a kind of VIP event. Yeah, come on in. I mean, James and I did it the second time, and it was just me and James doing it. You can imagine such a weird experience. But it's a bit chaotic, the entrance, I'd say, because you have timed entry and then the Merlin VIP passes, and then you have the premium where we pre-booked, and you have to go in and get your ticket and go out again. They've done the best of their situation, but it's just the time of year that we decided to go.
Yeah, and it's brand new, and it's still a lot of buzz. I mean, I'm sure the word of mouth on this thing's incredible. So
it's excellent.
Yeah, but that's great. We're glad for Merlin because, again, as we said many times, they were trying to find a formula for a dungeon-like experience that little kids could do, and they hit it out of the park. I mean,
some little kids didn't quite make it all the way through.
That's true. There was that one poor little girl who seemed to not want to go.
It's very thunder, lightning, dark.
Witches. I warn you about the witches in there. So this is awesome. Definitely, which loved. I mean, that's us scare folks. We love that. But yeah, you can see very small, skittish children that have a problem with it. Yeah. So it is more a little bit older than like super young kids. But if you're like 5 and up and have no problem with anything, or
it's a great introduction to these big immersive attractions.
Absolutely. Yeah. Exactly. And the actors all really sold it. I mean, there was a lot of great performance in there, and some very cool special effects. I think we both agreed the bar sequence has got like a couple of how did they do that moments? Really, really neat. Really
involving a witch.
Yeah, a witch and a hairball.
Not fond of which, but
again, don't want to spoil too much. But
and they're planning 6 others around the world, so I don't know where they're planning to go. But I presume one will go to America.
Yeah, absolutely.
New York or Chicago or LA
or something.
Orlando, most definitely. But I wonder with Universal though what the deal might be.
Yeah, how close they can get. Yeah, that could be a barrier for them, which is too bad because it's perfect for Orlando or somewhere in Anaheim. You know, I mean that would work, but we'll see. Yeah, see what we can get away with. But as an extension of the kind of dungeon-like experience, it's just fantastic. So yeah, we had a ball, and boys are popular. Yeah.
We did Sea Life next.
Yeah. It was my first Sea Life experience. It was interesting because every other aquarium that I've been to are a bunch of disconnected sort of exhibits, and you pick where you want to go. Like, oh, let's do the tank, let's do the stingray show, let's do this, that, whatever. And this is one extended, like dungeon-like kind of big ride or big attraction that you walk through and are taken from scene to scene. Because it is sort of a more intimate experience, you're never walking through these big wide passageways. You're right there, you know,
cabins and caves and forests and the floor changes,
Amazon River passageways, and there was that cool thing about the tunnel network they were building out of the Thames to clean up the sewers. I mean, really neat stuff.
Which is a neat thing I've never seen before. Nice to look at a film, and of course everyone has the tunnel that you walk through, but
that's always great.
But the bit you were really shocked by was the very first moment.
Oh yes. Just past the entrance, and you suddenly see yourself standing above a shark tank. I mean, you're just looking at that. Was unnerving in a great way. That was awesome.
Which had the Jaws theme playing.
Exactly. So yeah, no to other aquariums. Tunnels are cool, but clear flooring is also very awesome. That was great.
All Perspex flooring.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a very long aquarium, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It took about an hour to get through. And we went pretty quickly, too. Yeah. We had a lot to do, so we didn't linger too long at certain spots. I know we had another great moment, too, when there's kind of a big central tank with the big sort of Easter Island stone heads in it, and a big sort of cool, like, whale sea monster skeleton, and it's filled with all kinds of, sharks and stingrays and whatever. It's just a variety of sea life, and at different levels and different passageways around the whole aquarium. You come to other windows, and you can look through, and we were standing up against the glass, and this ray went by, belly towards the glass. I mean, just almost like he was sliding around. And we both, jumped. It was great.
And completely unplanned,
Completely, yeah. That was one of those great random moments, yeah.
We did Sea Life, wonderful. And then we went on to the London Eye, which was something you've never done before.
Exactly.
Starting with the 4D experience, which was great. The free 4D experience.
Yeah.
That's not the free 3D experience, because that's too hard to say. Which is really charming, isn't it?
Yeah. Beautifully
not
done.
Something they have to do.
Yeah, it was a completely nice add-on thing.
I think ad might be a better word.
Yeah, very much an ad. Yes, there were some upsell opportunities for them, which they took, which was fine. But the fact that it was no dialogue, so again, language free, anybody can see this thing. And for something that you just sort of walk into a row and stand in, they did pack in a lot of very cool things. And I don't know if we want to spoil them, but there are definitely some 4D moments, which is great. The 3D worked really well.
Yeah, it doesn't start in 3D though, which I like.
Right. And then it's very artistic. It's not like, this is the London Eye, here's how it was built. Yeah. You'll be taken to a hideout. It was very, interpretive.
Dreamlike.
Yeah. So that was fun. That was kind of neat. A great way to get you set up, and then, with our lovely Merlin passes, a giant standby line, and we just breezed right on. I mean, it was it was great. And, I'm happy to say my former fear of heights did not detract from the experience. It was a beautiful.
But even if you did have a fear of heights, it's not because you're in a room.
Exactly.
It's not like you're swinging around and your feet are dangling free. It's just you're in like a high-rise office block.
Exactly. And it's a big cabin. It's the way they have it designed so that the cabin slowly rotates around its axis. You have no sense of moving around a big circle. It's just you sort of gently glide up and around. There's no wind at all. I mean, it was a blustery day when we were there. Didn't feel any wind. And if you choose to step back from the glass, you can do that. So you're not like right up against something where you can see it. However, with the curved walls of the egg-shaped cabin, if you want to, you can lean up against the pole and look straight down, and you're looking down into the abyss. It's pretty cool.
Say to yourself, you've never been there, and until you are there standing looking up at it, you do not appreciate how immense this structure is.
Yeah, it's really impressive. And again, we think well over 400 feet tall.
Yeah. That one pylon going into the floor apparently goes down about 30 feet or something worth of concrete excavation they had to do.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. To have the view too of Big Ben and Parliament and some of the big towers further north, with the Razor Building, I guess you called it, and the Gherkin and everything. I mean, it's a great way to get a spectacular view.
We went on a nice clear night or day, and you could see really far.
You really could. It was a perfect afternoon to do it.
And you got some lovely shots, which I presume you put on the Facebook page for everyone to.
Yes, I will. I'll actually go to Facebook. Yeah.
Well, blow your dust off your Facebook.
Wait, the Season Pass has a Facebook page? What?
Season Pass is on the internet.
Exactly. And was that the day we went to lunch at the Big Easy?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Do yourself a favor if you like wings and beer and that pulled pork sandwich. Oh my gosh!
And cheap lunch deals.
Yeah, great, very inexpensive, fantastic. And then theming. Yeah, like you're in a very, well, I don't want to spoil that either, but it's a little taste of home for those of us in America.
Little taste of New Orleans.
It was great. And you were saying such a hit that they're
building a third one in Canary Wharf with 1,000 covers.
Yeah, that's an insanely huge restaurant.
It's like a City Walk style restaurant, isn't it?
Yeah, totally. Bigger than some of those. Yeah. So that's going to be pretty cool. So that's obviously a hit.
And less garish.
Yeah, exactly. And the food was, fantastic. Like, I hope you don't mind me saying, but so we had the wings that were kind of spicy.
Wings. Yeah, kind of spicy.
Yeah, you actually were.
I had a bit of windburn on my face, I think, and eating those wings, I had to literally say, I'm going out now to buy lip balm. Goodbye.
Yeah.
And I also came back with 4 Reese's Krispy Kreme donuts for us.
For dessert. What a host. Yeah, it was great. But yeah, anyway, that food was amazing, and those Reese's peanut butter donuts.
Let's review everything.
God, so good. Yeah, well, we got to share all the spectacular details. So anyway, and we got a chance of eating those delicious donuts, walking around. Where we saw where the like the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory theater was.
Oh yeah, we walked around Fayetteville and we walked around the West End and general touristy hotspots.
Yeah, but it was fun to see.
Covent Garden, I think.
Covent Garden. Yep.
The market, went to the Apple Store, which is awesome.
Yeah, beautiful. And you said that's the biggest Apple Store in the world, right?
Yeah, I've since found out it's been eclipsed by one in China or something like that. But at the time, it was the biggest.
Almost a theme park. Anyway.
Yeah, the trip continues. The following day, we went to Chessington World of Adventures and Thorpe Park Resort. Two new places for you, continuing with the Merlin adventure.
Indeed.
Experiencing John Waldy's worlds. We didn't go on the best day for Chessington.
Yeah,
because usually when I go to Chessington, it's in April and it's a Tuesday. You know, there'll be about 5 people there and I'll be 2 of them.
Yeah.
To say the least, that was not the day we went.
Yeah, well, actually, that was another day where the weather was unseasonably beautiful, right? I mean, we got there, sun was out, and the car parking lots were full and beyond full. Lee very kindly joined us. He met us at the train, so the 3 of us motored over in his vehicle, and as we were pulling in, both of you were like, wow, it's going to be crowded. It is really crowded.
And we were correct.
And you were spot on. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. So walking into the park
took about an hour.
Yeah, you said you've never seen it that busy?
No, in my life.
Yeah. Totally.
I mean, maybe when I was a child, but I don't remember. But recently, in the last 10 years of going back to that park. But I wouldn't go Friday, the last week in August before bank holiday when it's 25 degrees outside. Yeah. You just don't go to the park then. And what do we do?
We decided to go. Yay!
What was interesting is Lee said this is what Alton Towers should be like now.
Exactly. Yeah, it was a shame. Yeah.
No, it was a shame.
Well, yeah. It wasn't a shame for us on Monday. Yeah, exactly.
But really quite beautiful park. You love. Lee said this is probably the best theme park in the country when it comes to theming and landscaping
and all that stuff. Yeah. I was very, very pleasantly surprised at how lush and green that park was. And, yeah, so we didn't get to go on a ton of rides, but we certainly walked the whole place and saw all the different things they had in the different areas. And
Robert got to go on Dragon's Fury.
Yeah, that was great because as we walked in, that hadn't opened yet, and
so 5 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes. So we just booked into the queue, and it wasn't 5 minutes.
No, it was 55 minutes. I think it was brick broken.
Yeah.
But holy beep, it's worth it.
That was the first of that kind of spinning coaster I'd ever been on, and freaking insane! What a blast! It's the one where you face outward from either side of the train, and there's that kind of decorative quarter arch on either side. Anyway, whoever the frick made it, then kicks ass. It's fast and unbelievable. Morrison.
Or Moa AG.
Yeah, more M-A-U-R-E-R?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Well, good for them then. Boy, they got to build parks. Buy more of those. I mean, we didn't get on the Sonic Spinball, which I guess is the same maker.
But not as good.
But not as good, and I guess. I mean, the drop is great. That first vertical U-turn is great.
And the lift hill is fast.
Yeah, you motor up that lift hill. I mean, it's just the whole thing is like non-stop.
Yeah.
Totally didn't know there was a second chain lift. That was freaking cool.
Heated seas are amazing.
Oh my god. Oh, so good. It was.
I mean, we all know what it sounds like going on a ride, but this is like turned up to 20.
Yeah, that is certainly one of the most fun roller coasters I've ever been on. It was great.
Ever,
yeah. And if you put that in the dark, the things you could do with it. It's just, the awesome John Wardley did a masterful layout, and the whole. There's, this is the thing about this kind of park. Along with a nice entrance arch, there's this gorgeous rock cave and a big animatronic dragon out front that talks to you. I mean, it's Chessington takes what they've got and dresses it up really, really nicely. So it was again much more than I expected. It was a great looking park. So we got that, and then we hopped on over to Safari, their kind of Kilimanjaro Safaris ride with real jeeps.
Yeah.
And it was great too because I've also forgotten. Chessington started out as a zoo, so there's a lot of animals in the park still, and that took us through a nice winding road past some pretty cool critters.
Yeah.
With a little bit of a theme parky surprise.
Bit of a Forbidden Caves moment.
Yeah, we got a kick out of that. So it was a really fun, unique attraction. It was a nice one of a kind thing that Chessington really seemed to make all their rides. Like, yes, there's a roller coaster, yes, there's a flume ride, yes, there's this, but they are one of a kind, which is great.
Toon Blaster was closed, sadly, which is a real shame, because I was looking forward to you seeing that. Now, obviously, the highlight for Chessington is either Dragon's Fury, so I'm so glad you got to do that, but also the Vampire Ride and Bubbleworks. Back at a time when 2 stores were put, for Alton Towers, John Wardley did the Haunted House and the Runaway Mine Train.
1 year.
Before that, he did the Vampire and Professor Burke's Bubbleworks in 1 year.
1 year. That's a pretty good year.
And 25 years later, those 2 rides had a combined wait time of 4 hours.
Yeah, still the most popular rides in the park. Yeah, it's incredible.
That's all credit to him.
Exactly. Yeah, well, he created a land for that. I mean, it was beautiful. That little sort of curving street. It's called Transylvania, but it's got this great, European magic to it, and it looked fantastic. So we did get to walk around the area, which was awesome.
But we didn't have. To be honest, we didn't have the energy to stand in 2-hour queues.
Yeah, and we even tried to get the fast passes for Vampire, and they were gone. So
they're not doing fast passes now. It's all timed entry now.
Right.
Thank you, Assessor.
Exactly. Yeah. And by that whatever time it was when we went to look into that, they were like, no, the day is booked. So we were out of luck. But as I said, there are a lot of things to come back for. That is definitely one of them, and it did look great. I mean, the whole themed area, and the as we walked out of that section, you could see all the train track twisting through the woods. I'm like, ooh, that looks good. That looks good. But it was still cool to see just from the outside. And we had watched the tail end of this great documentary about John the night before, talking about bubble work. So I got to see a little bit of what was in there.
You did. You didn't get to see the original bubble work, so
yeah,
it's a real shame. I want to mention the lunch. Now, food is already discussed, when it comes to theme parks, it's something you do between the rides, but this was, for me, I know Chessington back to front, upside down, left to right, front ways and sideways, and long ways and back ways, but this was brand new. Nice. And this was, we mentioned the pizza pasta buffet, which is nice, has in all the parks. You can do that at Thorpe Park in the evening. This was another kind of buffet for £9 each, with the pass discount.
Yeah.
All you can eat ribs, chicken wings, salmon, new potatoes, boiled potatoes,
vegetables,
broccoli,
full salad bar,
hamburgers,
fruits,
full salad bars. So,
self-serve soft ice cream, as much as you can eat.
You had a banana.
Yeah, I had a fresh banana. It was fantastic.
Apple juice, orange juice, Coke,
water, whatever you wanted. Yeah.
£9.
It's right. And good. I mean, it wasn't like you were getting crappy. I mean, the grilled salmon was tasty. I had like a quarter chicken, which was delicious. And it was in this lovely corner of one of the hotels where they had kind of a Trader Sam's, little light show that took place every 15 minutes, which was great. And the place was empty. We owned it.
Well, apparently people think that you have to, because it's not hugely advertised, because I said to you, if this were in the park, you would not get
packed. Yeah.
They sort of advertise it around the perimeter of the hotel. It's not like at the entrance, come and eat at Temple Bar and Restaurant, which is a great gag, because there's a famous bar and restaurant in London called Temple. And this is at the Azteca Hotel, which only opened last year. Or no, only opened this season, I think. I don't know, check it out. People think you have to be a guest of the hotel to eat in this restaurant.
But you clearly don't, which is awesome. Yeah.
So we recommend you go there, check it out, take the time, relax. Yeah. Because we said, you're not going to get anything.
Yeah, why not have a nice leisurely lunch, and then we'll take another stroll out and then head to Thorpe. So, yeah, it was fantastic.
Which we did. Glad we did.
Oh, yeah.
The adventure continues, Robert. Well, I mean, they're arguably very, very different parks.
Very.
Had you at this point worked out they're all run by the same company? Were you starting to see similarities or differences in the operations or the customer service? Or
I think the one thing that ties them all together is the pizza pasta buffet.
Yes, that's spaghetti bolognese.
Exactly, which I'd never tire of. It's so good.
You're going to go to Legoland just to have that in California, aren't you?
Exactly, yeah. It's funny. The thing I liked about all three parks, and I think we even talked about it that day, is they're very different in terms of temperament and mood. And
they're like three siblings, but with the same parents.
Yeah, exactly. They all seem to have. I mean, I thought they were very well landscaped. Obviously, Thorpe is the least kind of lush of the three, but it definitely had, like the fact that you crossed the bridge. Exactly, and you go over this big body of water to get there. And I do like, now I get why they call it the island. So it still feels like, even though there's kind of more open spaces, like you're in a more naturalistic kind of landscape, which is great. And obviously, Alton and Chessington have that down. Chessington is the most jungle-like. Alton is much obviously more spread out. But if I hadn't known, I might have gotten a sense of like, yeah, this could be by the same company. But they are very distinct personality-wise. Thorpe is clearly like that's the thrill park. Even though Alton has some incredible thrill rides, like Thorpe is just like that landscape of roller coaster. Pinnacle.
The landscape is changing, though.
Yeah, we'll speculate plenty on that shortly.
This was kind of divided into two sections this time at Thorpe. We were there with the GP. The GP were there when we were there getting our credits, and then
there's a speed trap ahead.
The GP left, and he was just the Coaster Boys for summer nights. For summer nights, which they're one of the events. So we had a couple of Q-skip passes. Thank you to Thorpe Park. You kind of needed them, though, didn't you? I mean, going with the theme of the day, it was
crowded. It was popular. Yeah. And so there were like a bunch of great rides that I was very much looking forward to, getting on there. And so we used our little front of line passes for
Swarm. We started off,
and then Saw. And then Nemesis Inferno, and Stealth, and that is a pretty strong run of rides right there. They were all fantastic, but we can, I guess, talk in detail about each one.
Swarm, every time I go on it, I'm terrified, I laugh, I get off and I want to do it again. I think that sums up the perfect roller coaster experience.
Exactly, yeah. It's just scary and intimidating enough that...
It's so intimidating, Robert can't say it. It's intimidating.
It's scary. And I'd never been on a wing rider that does that twist at the very top of the lift, so when you come off and the wings completely flop over and then you dive, oh man, is that good. The exterior, the whole queue space and the great environment.
The phone box smashed into the ground.
Yeah, with the phone off the hook, and then the upended burnt ambulance stuck in the ground, and the plane wreckage.
The fire.
Yeah, the fire truck, and the billboard, and the burnout destroyed church. I mean, maybe only at Thorpe there were two, but death is a very big part of two big roller coasters at that park, which is pretty kick-ass.
It seems to be a theme across most of their parks or attractions.
There's a lot of, I mean, again, Nemesis, and those two, and 13, and yeah, we love
Dungeon.
3D. Oh, and that's the thing at all, I think I mentioned, like how many scary zones there are in one theme park, and this thing, the big killer volcano, and whatever. There's a lot of like, we like the grim. That's good. Yeah, that's good. So we keep going, Thorpe. Yay! But the ride, I mean, the whole layout of Swarm is fantastic. Super smooth. Great elements. I mean, it's like a Barcalounger on a ride. It's so comfortable.
But you wouldn't do it backwards, you wussy.
Yeah, they tried to drag me out of that. I'm not sure. I mean, sometimes that hits me wrong. So I was not like, given the intensity of that ride, I'm like backwards. But We did get to try it so that on the first ride, we were on the left side of the track. So that's when the wing drops down underneath when you do the pivot. And then we got on again, and I got to sit on the outside.
You go over the top.
Flip over the top.
Which do you prefer?
The flip over the top. So, but it's beautiful because you're way up there, and then you do that pivot, and then
it's terrifying, isn't it?
It's great. Yeah.
Because normally you'd be doing that at speed.
Exactly. So it's a real slow roll, and again at the highest point of the ride, and then there is a little bit of hang time before you curl down and start to drop.
Under the wing of a real airplane.
Yeah, and then through that billboard, and it's like in terms of keyhole near miss moments, amazing.
And we got to see it as the sun was setting as well because we did it again. Obviously to try it from both sides, and the lights on this custom-made car.
Yeah, all the little flashing red spots in the eyes and the laser guns or whatever the hell this thing has. It's just, it's spectacular. Then again, all the ambient noise. Oh, and the upside-down police vehicle, that's the control booth.
It's just really, really, really well thought out. That and Saw, we're like, they can actually do pretty darn good theming.
Totally, yeah.
So I think after that we wandered over to Stealth, didn't we? Let's talk about Stealth.
We all love Accelerator at knots, and this is
there are two of us in the room who've done it.
Yeah.
And I'm not one of them.
But yeah, it's the sort of like the little baby brother of King Dakar transplanted with Accelerator. I mean, it's just that launch. It's always horrifying. Like
especially when you're on the back row.
Yeah. Oh God. So great. I mean, it's just
3, 2, 1, go. No. That's what I just screamed. No. I finished until I get into the brake run.
Yeah, right. It is. It's super intense, and going over that. Airtime 200 feet in the sky, straight down.
Because unlike Top Thrill Dragster, it has the airtime hill, which King Dakar then added.
Top Thrill is just the launch up and down, and then the straightaway. Yeah, King Dakar added the big hill at the end.
I just
oh, you did. Sorry. Yes. Let me repeat that for all those who weren't paying attention. King Dakar has the hill, and and then Stealth, even though it's shorter, did incorporate that little speed bump hill, which is great. It doesn't matter what follows the launch in that giant hill, because that's what kills you. It's just fantastic, and it's also got the cool kind of similar hot rod theme that they have in Knots.
Top Thrill Dragster.
Yeah.
King Dakar.
Yeah, exactly. That weird. Yeah, that was a rush. That was fantastic. Nicely themed there too. A lot of cool 50s. Like the Airstream radio station outside was neat, and so yeah, we only did that once, but it was a blast. It was a blast.
You only need to do it once.
You really only do. Yeah, that's a kick in the nards, man. It's great.
Lee did decide to send us a photo of him boarding the front row.
Right. Yeah.
We had to leave early because we had stuff to do the next day. Sure. I want to ask your thoughts on arguably the best themed roller coaster in the country, which would be Saw.
Yeah, I tell you, that was
a family-friendly option for
yeah, what they got away with in British parks, I don't know. It's pretty impressive. I mean, look, we love the Saw movie. It's great, and we love horror-themed roller coasters. More of those, please. To do the sort of Gerstl-Hour Eurofighter Mystery Mine kind of thing, but with the straight-up horror theme was just fantastic. The queue was a surprise. I mean, it's
the indoor queue.
Yeah, the indoor queue. It's almost a scare maze unto itself, and the one effect there when you're just going into the building. I mean, it
hits you with a real bang, you could say.
Yeah, it verges on offensive. I mean, there's freaking shotguns pointing down at you that go off. Like, that's messed up. It's really sick, and we love it. We thank God they went all the way. And then there's all kinds of creepy, environments, and going up the stairs. There's that voltage box that you can literally touch. It's right there, and I mean, all kinds of stuff, and people banging on the walls. And
but that station, it's so ominous, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's no sense of what is beyond that dark.
Exactly. Yeah, twisted metal sheets, and
the countdown clock, and the lights are flickering. There's thunder outside,
and the train design is great. I mean, it's such a mechanical looking thing anyway. This is the perfect ride system for a Saw ride.
It used to be that when the trains came into the station and then the mechanism released, there was a great big sound effect timed to that moment, but that didn't happen. And when the mechanism locked, it went
oh yeah,
or something.
More scary noise.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
More dark ride roller coasters, please.
Amen. Yeah. And you really do get. Oh, and you were very kind to say, like, don't get in the first car, get in the second car.
Yeah.
Because the two trains sort of dispatch at the same time, and then the second train gets a bit more of a pre-show. So don't get in the first train. Line up for the second one. But you get a nice little dark ride.
Yeah, our friend Matthew actually says back row, 2 middle seats. Second train, back row, 2 middle seats if you want the best experience.
Oh, that's interesting. Because I think we rode in the front row in the second car each time. And I didn't mind that. I mean, you do have to sort of turn your head to the right a little bit to see. I mean, I don't know how much we want to reveal in there, but you get the full-on Saw experience, which is great. Very dark, very scary. There's a couple of little hidden element surprises. One of them, apparently there was more of a 4D effect at one point, which I'm sorry they didn't have. I mean, do you want to talk about that?
The problem is the eyes do need to be kept up well. It always saddens me when they don't do it, but the fact that it's still there and it's still working, the lights still come on, and the blades are still, the axis is still swinging, and the air pistols are still working. And okay, if you didn't know that there was a water effect,
it wouldn't spoil it.
It wouldn't spoil you.
Yeah, exactly.
And I always prefer that bit to the coaster itself.
Yes.
I always think about that about dark rides and coasters anyway, because I'm more of a dark ride person than a coaster person. But it's still a good coaster now.
It is. It's
and those lift hills, they always...
It's a freaky thing, sitting all the way on your back and going up. And, this one, there's no pause at the top, man. You pull over that top and go right into that.
It drags you down, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, and then over over inclined drop. It's pretty intense. With the big spinning blades underneath, you dive underneath of the loop, and it's great. I mean,
the hilarious thing I pointed out to you, sorry to go back to the theming, but the disabled lift was themed.
Exactly.
At least I hope it's themed. Had just blood splattered all over it.
Exactly. That's again ballsy. Not every park would go that way, and that was great. Yeah. If you're going to go to Thorpe, that is a ride you cannot miss. It's really one of the best rides. It was great. We rode that twice.
We did.
I had to get on that board once because that was
so after 7 o'clock they have summer nights where guests only with wristbands are allowed to go on the ride, so literally there's no queues. And
I guess again they limit them.
Yeah.
They sell very few of these things.
Yes. I only wish we could have stayed longer, but we couldn't. You find out why in the next episode. But then we went on to Nemesis Inferno. Does it deserve to have Nemesis in the title?
Well, that may be a bit of an oversell considering that Nemesis is one of the greatest rides in the world. I mean, it's great. But there's an element to it which makes it completely unique in the world of inverted coasters. It's a great scenic, the queue and the whole volcanic mountain thing is super cool. The interlocking corkscrews are neat. That's a pretty nice visual element. I mean, the ride itself is great. It's fine. If you like inverted coasters, you're going to love this.
But ironically, it's all about the bit before, like Saw, it's about the bit before the lift hill.
Exactly, yeah. That is such a great
dive into the cave and,
twisting around in the mist and the lights and everything. I mean, you could almost do a whole ride of that without any lift, without any corkscrews, whatever. I'd be like, that's great. So yeah, and that's a,
We're actually King's Dominion did first with the Volcano of Glass Coaster.
Well, they certainly upped the thrill on the limb launches there, but definitely want to go back and do that again. I mean, that's always
it's great at night when you're on the front row.
Oh, I'll bet. Yeah. So that was a very worthy contender for one of the best rides at Thorpe.
X.
Oh, right. Totally forgot about X. Yeah. I remember when they announced they were building this and it was going to have this completely weird 4D effects and backwards and stopping and starting and that sounds like the greatest thing ever. Like this is Space Mountain times a million. Oh my gosh, it's great. And so I was a little disappointed I never got to experience that version of it. But
no, you shouldn't.
Exactly. Everybody who has experienced it tells me you haven't missed it.
Their intentions were there, but they just didn't do it.
Never pulled it off.
Yeah.
So, but the plus side was that, love indoor roller coasters.
So X was originally going to be a backward, it originally was a backwards, completely in the dark roller coaster, which stopped every block break and had a sound effect of a helicopter, and then you went off again, and that was it.
Oh, that does that kind of way.
So now someone had the bright spark of, let's turn the trains around, get rid of the block breaks, and put a disco in there.
Yeah, it's like the rave coaster, and it was a blast. It was great. And again, we walked onto that. Got twice. Yeah, the guy was like, "Go on back in, have a good time.
Please keep me company."
Exactly. Yeah, it's dead in here. But with the light effects, the spinning kind of laser tunnels, and this really catchy Euro disco music. I mean, it was really fun.
It was a theme of things to come, wasn't it?
Exactly. Yeah, this trip was all about really good indoor Vekoma roller coasters.
Yeah.
Like, who knew?
I mean, we never thought we'd say on this podcast.
Exactly. I mean, to get 3 of them in 3 days, basically. That's pretty cool. That's 4 days.
And two dive loop coasters.
That is pretty. Well, we'll get to that one too.
Yeah.
Very, very impressive. Very impressive. X was a lot of fun, and it's nice that Thorpe has their kind of Euro Space Mountain disco thing. It's neat.
But the reason you came 7,000 miles to do this whole trip has to be my favourite and perennial classic for this park.
Welcome to Tennessee.
Flying Fish.
Yeah, let's just be honest here. I know this is going to sound a little lame, but tiny figure 8 powered roller coasters are my favorite rides.
We didn't get to ride the one at Chessington.
I know. I almost.
Sorry, can I say Chessington? When you're spinning Sea Storm, whatever that kind of what's
pirate boat ride or whatever.
Yeah, they go up and down in a circle. When that queue is 90 minutes, you know it's time to go home.
Yeah, that was bad. When the little kitty spinning flats are 90, you're in trouble. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, missed out on that credit at Chessington. Now at Thorpe. Oh yeah. So yeah, how many circuits did we get? 5?
5.
6? Nauseating. It's like, oh my god.
It's ironic, isn't it? Just I want to get off. Stop. This is too intense. I enjoyed the African girls in front of us singing in harmonies.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That was great. But after the 4th, we were like, all right, somebody's getting a hostile letter.
Because it's not like the ride speeds up, is it? It's all controlled along the tracks. It just gets a bit boring.
It does. And I made the mistake of turning my head all the way around to talk to Lee, and I was like, uh-oh, that made me feel queasy. Like, yeah, enough, sir. And they kept waving like, yeah, isn't this great? We're not going to make you stop.
No, get us off.
Please stop, man. But anyway, we did get a credit, so yeah. The Flying Fish, and that was, I was stunned when you told me, for quite a number of years, that was the thrill ride.
It was in the marketing material and everything.
Oh, those were dark times, people. Anyway,
so we didn't make it into the Angry Birds 4D cinema.
Such a disappointment. You know what a huge Angry Birds fan I am. Yes. But then, was that when we started doing the repeats after Flying Fish, or was there any other? Oh no, Colossus.
Yeah. The world's first 10 looping roller coaster.
That's right.
And the world's possibly only 10. No, there's one in China that Brett has done, which is the same as Colossus. And you've heard stories, haven't you?
Yeah, this is one of those. I was like, really? Do I need this credit? But it's a big ride.
I told you the trick. Just keep your head forward.
Exactly. So we got on the front seat. We didn't have to wait but 5 minutes to ride in the front row. So definitely a smoother option, I'm sure. And riding with my head forward, I loved it. It was great.
That great moment when you did the airtime hill into the back loop. Is that
the Cobra Roll.
Cobra Roll.
Yeah.
That airtime you get and that swoop under the bridge.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, there's not a ton of kind of immersive theming there, but it does have kind of a little bit of that Lost Civilization kind of whatever.
Lost Civilization kind of whatever.
Yeah, put that in your marketing material. Yeah. It's like they dug this big pit to sink the ride into. So
funny that, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's very Alton-esque, yeah. And there is this great, like, you're going underground and above ground and under bridges and plants and whatever, so that was really cool. And then that incredible sequence of the barrel rolls.
Which only works in the front row.
Yeah, exactly. The visual of that is really, really cool. And then that last little hidden roll before you zoom back into the stage.
I'm sad I told you about that.
Yeah. Well, I guess I hadn't seen it yet because it was just in the station. Like, oh, look there, there's number 10. But it was great. You get the vertical loop, you get some corkscrews, you get the cobra roll. I mean, it's if you're into loops, this is a great ride. Yeah, but do like Nick says, lean forwards, your head is beyond the rest. The shoulder harness. And it was totally fun. Totally fun. No head banging, smooth. It was a blast. So I'm glad I knocked that out. That was cool.
We had to go home though, didn't we? Because we had another adventure to
a very early morning the next day. Yeah, 4:45 a.m. wake up for that big trip. And but it was great. I mean, we rode everything we wanted to ride. Some things twice.
Yeah.
Then it was
we had another pizza pasta buffet to end out the day.
Yep. A very nice little snack before heading home. There were taxis waiting there right outside, so we had a nice leisurely trip home. And we're very glad we didn't have to have poor Lee drag us to the train station back. So he got to
go back to the park.
Yeah, he walked right back in.
Screw you, I'm going back.
Yeah, and then we got to see his little. I'm getting on the front row stealthy.
Stealthy.
Stealthy. Oh, how dare you?
That's an idea for Thought Park marketing.
Actually, no, stealthy would be incrementally better than selfie, so I permit them to do that. Anyway, it was great. It was a fantastic day. I mean, 2 great parks in one day. Ton of new credits, so yeah! And some really cool, like, the Zoofari thing was a cool, unique attraction, and I thought we did. Oh, right, of course, before we close this out, what was the other attraction we saw at Thor?
Well, we didn't see it.
Or saw it through the crack of the fence.
Who knows?
Well, what are your guesses? What are your thoughts? I mean, what did you see? Tell us what we saw.
Well, essentially, the new ride for next year at Thorpe Park is interesting for a couple of reasons. It's the biggest investment Merlin had ever done, which is a whopping £35 million.
Which would be $55 million. So that's a big investment.
When I was last there, which was possibly for the opening of I'm a Celebrity to get me out of it, was advertised as the landscape is changing and there's a dark secret coming. And now they've changed it to Minds Wanted. That's MINDS, not Minds as in Big Thunder Mountain. Mindswanted.co.uk. I know it's a multi-experience, so they're going back to this Shrek and Dungeon style thing. It's not like America where they'll release POVs 10 months in advance,
mock-ups and whatever. Yeah.
Been introducing Robert to the delights of Dan Brown.
Yeah, amazing.
I mean, they're starting to cover this building up, or part of the building up, and it's just a big tunnel.
Yeah,
so we were thinking part of it might be a Simworks immersion tunnel. Yeah. They're a British company, but not for $50 million.
That's the thing. Yeah, that ride system is not that expensive. So if there is many other elements, there's a lot of room adjacent to that building. There's a huge amount of space, and to the south end of the opening where some.
After you finish recording this podcast, Bob and I can look at the plans and work out what they're doing.
We're going to go to Google Earth and check out some of the overhead satellite shots. There's room for a lot more than just that show building. So what they're going to do? It's a big show building. So. Is this an immersion tunnel plus? Is there some other element to it in the screen media section? Is the finale?
They could do a roller coaster with an immersion tunnel.
Absolutely. Gringotts is essentially that idea. Who knows? But the fact that it is promised to be, groundbreaking, one of a kind.
Biggest investment in the company's history.
Biggest investment in I mean, and certainly some media, correct? I mean, they did say.
We'll see what happens. I'm much happier not knowing.
Exactly.
It's interesting, the way my career and your career has gone, and the way my career hopefully will go, is there's going to be no secrets left.
I know.
It's a shame. Yeah.
It is,
people criticise without knowledge of the attraction.
Exactly. Based on rumor and innuendo, they're forming opinions, and it's like, calm down. Just wait till the thing is coming. But anyway, the good news is something incredible is clearly coming to that park. So I'm coming.
And something needed as well, because I was starting to get a headache, and there's nothing relaxing about it. I mean, there's a log flume, there's a rapids ride.
Sure.
But there's nothing just to go
sit down
and move slowly. Maybe have a couple of fast, moments, thrilling moments. But there's nothing indoors that's immersive and story-led, and with stuff we've seen that Merlin are brilliant at.
Right.
I'm glad that the mother lode of all that marriage of perfect things is going to hopefully come to Thorpe Park next year.
Exactly.
Yeah, it might be a part of Toots, we don't know, but I'm not going to make that assumption yet.
Yeah, I mean, their track record for creating cool themed attractions is pretty good lately. So, knock on wood, and we'll see. But yeah, a good variety of experiences. That's what a theme park should be. It's not all about There's got to be some ooh, ah. So, and that clearly seems to be it.
So speaking of ooh and ah, the next day we went to somewhere incredibly special, which we will talk about in the next episode. But Robert, thank you very much for joining.
Well, as always, my extreme pleasure. This is a great trip, and there's still more to talk about, so good time.
We have made it to the third part of the Robert Coker trilogy, or whatever this series is called. Hello, Robert.
Hello, Nick.
We have coffee in hand because, my lord, we need it. So, the first segment of your trip was Alton Towers and Madame Tussauds. Then we went on to the Dungeon Shreks Adventure, Thorpe Park, and Chessington, London Eye. Within the last couple of days, we have been in probably 3 countries, 4,000 miles of train, drive around a couple of cities, had a wonderful experience. We've just come back, literally yesterday, last night, from a European road trip.
Toured up, man.
Yeah, European vacation meets vacation.
Yeah, meets rides that are closed. So it all worked out very well in that regard.
Exactly. So we've just come back from Barbizon Land, which you went to, didn't we?
Barbizon Land, yes.
In Belgium. The whole reason for this trip.
The impetus for this crazy week and a half of...
Why?
Well, there's a little ride there called the Forbidden Caves. New for 2015 at Barbizon Land, so had to come experience that.
Tell us about Barbizon Land, but fans of Dollywood would appreciate this, won't they?
Yes, exactly. So Barbizon was a performer, I guess in the 50s, who was Belgium's biggest country western star. Surprise,
Belgium, well known for its country western singers.
Exactly. Yeah, who knew?
The output of Tintin and Poirot just,
for some reason embraces some country western. And he himself, the artist, happened to be a big fan of Native American culture and Pachinka, something kind of dolls. Anyway, he seemed to embrace a lot of
Mystery Lodge
culture. Yeah, Mystery Lodge, whatever. So he started this park by building a little show venue where he could do his live performances, and like Knott's Berry Farm, its humble beginnings is one thing. It sort of grew and eventually turned into a theme park. And so now they're part of the Parque Rio Nudos chain. They own something like 200 different properties worldwide, including water parks and little, sort of the smaller attractions.
They're Spanish, are they?
They're Spanish. They own Kennywood in Pittsburgh now.
Okay. I thought Germans own Kennywood.
They may have at one point, but I think now they've changed
their way around Europe.
Exactly.
Berlin will be next.
Exactly, yeah. And let's see, what else? And they own Movie Park Germany. Okay. So that's where the Lost Temple, the world's first immersion tunnel, opened in 2014. So, of course, Super 78 did all the media production for Lost Temple and Park Rio.
Sorry, who?
Yeah, it's a little company based out of Los
Angeles. It's a little company, maybe heard of them.
Yeah, up-and-comers. Anyway, and of course, the company was so proud. They were very happy of, the whole Lost Temple thing. They said, well, you know what, we need another one of these in another one of our parks in Belgium, so we got to do Forbidden Caves for Barbizon Land. And again, it was great because they wanted something original. They didn't want to reuse the content. And they wanted something sort of in a jungle adventure kind of thing because they wanted to change one of the lands in their park, or sort of expand it into something that's now called Adventure Valley, right next to their King Kong.
It's not called Adventure Land.
Exactly, yeah. Well, there was a lot of talk about exactly what to call this new
It's not really a valley, though.
Not really.
It's more like Adventure Pavement Block.
Yes, it's very much a theme park, yeah. But anyway, so yeah, we got to...
I will say it has one of the coolest looking rides that you've ever seen. We'll talk about that.
Exactly, yeah, we'll get to that in a second, yeah. Part of the project was to bring in the new ride and then redevelop this area, to sort of knit it together. So it was a very fun project. But that was going to be our main focus of the trip and for this weekend. But luckily, thanks to one of our very generous Season Pass listeners, a week before I got on the plane, somebody said to Nick, if you're that close to Efteling and you're only an hour away, you have to go to Efteling. So we're like, please hold.
I can talk about it.
So the point was we would get on a train, take a Eurostar, cross the river, and get to Antwerp. And
did you call me?
Antwerp. And then booking on over to, I think, Eindhoven is the city where Barbizon Land is. Anyway, but we knew at some point that afternoon we'd head up north another hour into the Netherlands and go to Efteling. So we got very smoothly across the channel, picked up the car, a nice little Hertz rental. Turned out they upgraded me free to a much nicer car with built-in GPS and air conditioning. Thank God for both, because number one, it was hotter than blazes. And number two, the navigation was a little tricky at certain points. And plus, for some reason, the GPS thought there were roundabouts where they weren't. That was another story. So we got to Barbizon Land with time to spare, only to discover that the Forbidden Caves was closed.
Truly were forbidden.
Truly were, yes. Totally verboten. Well, that was an easy decision. We were going to get right back in the car and go right up to Efteling.
And thank you to the lovely lady at the ticket desk who did not make us pay for parking.
Yes, that was very sweet. Yeah, very sweet. Just hand us back a token, so we were in and out of there in no time. Oh, it was good to see, though, that Barbizon Land was very busy.
So,
yes. Yeah, a lot of cars in that
for this trip.
Yeah, exactly. So it was a good one weekend. The crowds were out, so, good to see they're doing well. But then, again, pretty easy trip up to the Netherlands, and beautiful drive. I mean, right, both in Belgium and in that part of the world. Forests, and, it just felt like this magical European...
Felt like a ride.
Yeah, it was. It was almost a ride.
At Efteling.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. We finally get to Efteling. I think both of us...
We have to say that Efteling is kind of one of those pilgrimage parks.
Indeed.
Tokyo Disney Sea, Efteling, Europa Park, Cedar Point. Yeah. When you've done those, you can die
a happy theme park. Yeah.
It used to be a nature reserve. So it's a bit like Chessington. It was a kind of a zoo, and then they added a Ferris wheel and a Great Walking Big Entrance, and it used to have a rebrand.
I don't know the history of the park well. Go to Wikipedia and take a look, but it's obviously got a very interesting history.
And a very close time with Disney.
Yes, exactly. Very interesting stories about who visited Efteling or did not visit them when, but certainly Disney himself knew about the park. Tony Baxter, a big fan of the park. Oh, a little fella who's done a little bit of entertainment work. You can Google him as well. I'm sure you'll find out more about him.
He even nominated it to be the best theme park in the world, didn't he? The Thea Awards a couple of years ago.
2004 or something. And Efteling was a Thea winner in 2013-12 for their nighttime water show. And go back to the Season Pass archives. You can look that up. We had a great interview with the unfortunately, he's no longer the GM there, but a fantastic gentleman whose name I now can't remember. But yeah, clearly is recognized by many designers and developers of themed entertainment as one of the places you simply have to go. Our good friend Alan Smart, from Disney Imagineer was like, you've got to go. It's incredible.
Ignore Disneyland and go to the opposite.
Well, no, he actually wanted us to see both, but you have to go to Disneyland and you have to go to Efteling.
And holy crap on a cracker, this park is...
It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous.
I mean, ignoring the 12-mile walk from the car park X to get to...
The front gates.
Yeah.
Which, again, it's ridiculous, and on a hot, beautiful summer day, boy, that park, people came out. I mean, it is popular.
We weren't regretting that hike, were we?
No.
We had our walking poles, and we had
again, our Sherpa guides and our picnic baskets.
Our tents, and we were there.
Exactly. It was, in hindsight, turned out to be absolutely a must-do thing. It was great. But it was we were parked out in the grass. As a matter of fact, it was so far away when we went to pay for parking, and we told them where we parked, they'd let us park for free. So that was a blessing. Let's talk about the main entrance first, because again, I mean, where else in the world?
You want to make yourself a cup of coffee right now, listeners, because we're going to be here a while.
Yeah, you never
the entrance is like a thatched cottage, wood structure, 95 feet tall, triple roof thing, and you just think, what?
Yeah, why would nobody will ever put this much effort into building a ticketing gateway ever again? I mean, it's this kind of magical elfin village, mystical forest kind of theme. You know, that's sort of the basic theme, and this is kind of like something out of Lord of the Rings times 20. I mean, it's massive and beautiful. I mean, anyway, you'll go online, you'll see the photos, but inside and outside.
Well, I put a couple on the Facebook page. So.
They're already there, exactly. Yeah, it is. It's a truly majestic way to greet you into this remarkable place. It's incredible, just incredible. And what was the gate? 34 pounds or euros?
It's like 24 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, a steal, people. You gotta go.
So the reason we went to Efteling were twofold: to ride Baron 1898 and the Flying Dutchman. But there were so many other surprises, and it was almost a shame to leave the park 5 hours later because we had to get home.
Six and a half. It was a long day. Yeah.
And you just felt that we've barely opened the lid on this park.
Yeah. There's so many. I mean, again, as you say, it started out as a nature kind of preserve. It's the most. Being in a huge forest / garden / there's lakes, there's whatever the language is for it. Yeah, I mean, we didn't really know what it was. We knew it was some kind of a show maybe, but like, okay, it's got skulls and it's creepy, so it's gonna be good. Let's go.
And it was a walk-on?
And it was pretty much a walk-on, yeah, which was good, because I mean, if to stumble around in the dark like that for more than 10 minutes would have been dangerous. I mean, there were literally moments you couldn't see your hand.
But also we'd been out in daylight for a very, very, very long time. It was the first thing we went into. So I think, lights came on, or would have just been our eyes adjusting to the darkness.
It's hard to know. Yeah.
And it was this really cool kind of Pepper's Ghost physical set, choreographed to Saint-Saëns' Danse Macabre, as many people might know as a Jonathan Creek theme tune. No story, just kind of this graveyard waking up. It almost reminded me of the house at Haunted Hill that the chap did in your neck of the woods every Halloween that he's not doing this time.
Oh, exactly, yeah, like this kind of tableau come to life experience, yeah.
But with this kind of headless person playing the violin, it lacked a finale. I mean, if we're going to review it properly, I'll say it didn't really build to anything, but it was just a really charming,
beautifully
not scary, but
moody,
more macabre.
Definitely macabre. There was that cool headless or sort of figure hanging by a rope that was running,
which is quite macabre.
That was pretty dark, yeah. The tombstone sort of moving and the sort of stone.
3 kind of zombies at the top dancing along.
Yeah. Oh, and even before we got in, that's right. There was that moment of like a little sort of nook in the rock wall of like several heads in various stages of decomposition and winking and moving and I mean, it was good and creepy. I would not take a small child in there. No way.
Well, I was scared.
Exactly. Yeah. And again, it just felt like kind of a simple little. I don't want to say throwaway because it was obviously very expensively produced, but just kind of a nice little spooky thing in the middle of the woods. Like,
I wish it were a dark ride though.
Oh God, if this was the setup for dark ride.
Imagine it with that system that we'll talk about later on for the dream flight.
Yeah, moving through a cemetery. Yeah, that would have been great. Yeah. Pay attention to that link. We do this next year. Great.
Copyright Season Pass podcast.
That's right. But that was a good start.
Yeah, it was a nice relaxing thing to get out of the heat a bit. Cool. And so obviously we were there for this moderate-sized dive coaster that they opened with no fanfare or anything like that, called Baron 1898. Our faces fell a bit when we saw the queue time. Well, any ride that has a single rider queue of 2 hours, but we got in it and it just kept moving.
Yeah, and so we opted not to do single rider, and it was 2.5 hours.
Because we were there, we're not going to go back tomorrow. Exactly. So 2.5 hours single rider. We're here. We have each other the company.
Yeah, why not? We're just going to suck it up.
Boy, I'm glad we did, because that 2 hours went by in an hour.
Literally, yeah. I mean, I don't know what was going on there, but it was such a. I mean, we started the queue that went all the way back to the outer perimeter of the ride, and then doubled back towards the ride building. And all of a sudden, we're getting batched to go in, and it's been an hour, and like that's the greatest misinformation we've ever gotten in a theme park. It was fantastic. Now you knew a little more about what was to come than I did.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. All I knew was that there was some kind of a pre-show and some sort of experience on the ride itself, very limited, but before you actually go out and do the whole thing. So when we got in, it was pretty cool too that you got a little paper ticket. Mm-hmm. It was kind of a traditional Victorian era kind of,
And more interestingly, you leave your items outside.
Right.
So we had a bag with me, and you had your hats and glasses, and so you left them. There's no lockers in your, we don't do that kind of, one buck per, no, thank you. And you get another ticket for that as well, so you kind of give all these tickets, and you don't know which one to use. And but the Baron 1898 tickets are cool because you choose which row you want to go in. Interestingly, we chose the front row, of course, had the longest queue. Mm-hmm. And when we saw the sign saying 15 minutes from this point,
Yeah, it's like, what?
Because we went in rows either
2 and 3.
2 and 3.
1 or 2 and 3.
Yeah, we were in row 2,
Yeah.
which is fine for those sorts of rides.
Yeah, exactly.
My first time riding a flawless dive coaster.
Oh, that's right. Yes.
Because Oblivion at Alton Towers is not flawless.
Still not the floor.
I have to say, not yet flawless. Who knows?
Right.
It is a flawless ride, but you go into the first, you wait in this kind of lobby area that's very Victorian. I mean, it's a Victorian mine, it's very steampunk, but it's real brick, it's real mortar, it's real machinery
metalwork and
clocking around and steam and stuff, and there's a wonderful theme. And then you go into the pre-show room 1.
Yeah, which was incredible. I mean, there's this kind of big pit that we circle around at a platform, and up above are all these hanging miner outfits. And boy, it was great because it sort of said mine, but it also said dead bodies. Like, it was creepy and ominous without being obviously creepy about it. And then down in the pit, there's this big old Victorian era music player with the big horn and the needle. And then what was right alongside it? There was something else. There was the music playing, and then there was maybe some miner equipment, but then a couple of old kind of projector screens up above, so we could get the pre-show. There was kind of like a slideshow, and then these title cards, and that sort of told the whole story about this Baron.
And as always in the case of these rides, I wish the audience would shut up.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to get a crowd that's going to be completely, obedient and like, hey, let me hear the story they're trying to tell here. But, whatever. It was loud enough that we could at least hear it without any of the ambient droning. But very cool story. Now, it was nice because the audio was in Dutch, but there was an English translation. So we could get sort of the basic gist of the story, and not to go into too many details to spoil it, but certainly there's a mine, and certainly there are supernatural elements that don't want you to go into the mine. So that was cool.
Welcome to every theme park ride ever.
Exactly. It's kind of a theme for the weekend, actually. Yeah. So that was a great setup. And then there was another pre-show, which we would... Exactly. It's kind of a theme for the weekend, actually. Yeah. So that was a great setup. And then there was another pre-show, which we moved right on into. And what was the highlight of that for you?
There's a wonderful animatronic figure of the Baron himself. A very clever Baron, spoke many languages. And it's just the effort. Rides don't have to do this, and that seems to be something prominently strong in the big European parks. Right. I mean, when you do Woden at Europa Park, you'll be blown away by the level of theming and the turning heads as the cars go in and the turning heads the other way when the car leaves. And it's just, they really embrace storytelling, as do the American parks, but not all of them.
Yeah, not exactly, not all of them.
He's kind of this animatronic figure. Yes, it'd be nice if he walked in and walked out of his position, but that would probably take too much time and
money.
And he's like saying, don't go into the mine and all that kind of stuff. And suddenly the doors open and your train is ready. There's no waiting at the loading platform, which is a really nice touch.
Yeah, because then all that queue experience breaks the mood. You're not doing that. You're still like right into the story.
And to have the loading, waiting for the loading as the other people are unloading. I mean, the batching process must be incredibly complicated and well timed.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too. I mean, as we were standing there, we just kept seeing train after train after train. I mean, they really have it down to a science. It's beautifully done. Yeah, so there's no like, another few minutes, wait for the train to load. Like, you get out of that room and you're right on, and that huge, beautiful kind of brick warehouse thing with the giant gears on the one wall and all the gauges and pipes, and I mean, it's
you get to feel those wheels are actually controlling the ride.
Exactly. Yeah, and no reason they had to build it quite that tall, but it just adds that sense of scale and epic like construction. I mean, it's beautiful. It's really, really cool. And then of course there's a huge metal fence in front of us, so you don't quite see what's coming next. Because as we're loading, the next train is into the sort of the show space of the lift. I mean, they've got it timed out. They really get you through that thing. So then that gate opens and we move in, and boom, there's like a show.
Yeah, I wish there was a gate in front of us as well, blocking the light.
Right.
That's the only thing I would think would be wonderful about this ride, had you had
complete control over. Yeah.
Because there's some nice moments, and you just think this could be a lot darker.
Yeah. We wish we could have stayed to do it late at night, because boy, I bet it's great in the dark.
Yeah. But the nice thing with the hatches opening and the ghosts floating around, they start the ride and the pistons start going and the wheels start turning and the steam comes out, and then you make your way up the lift hill. And then I will say it's a generic roller coaster, and that is another thing that people find is a bit disappointing with the ride.
But you've got the tunnel with tons of steam.
Yeah.
So
what I loved about the tunnel was you come out, there's so much steam at the exit of the tunnel, you go into this element, I don't know what it's called, a dive loop, isn't it?
And it's the Impelmonic.
Yeah. But you can't, it's like a bit in the hole, you don't see it coming.
Exactly.
And suddenly you're in this
completely, your glasses fogged up. I mean, it was great. It was a very well-paced element.
It just bothers me that it's mine themed and
there's not more mine.
You're not underground.
Yeah. It doesn't. Well, you're there for a split second.
Yeah.
It's pretty short.
I would like a longer dark ride bit.
In the mine.
Like Mystery Mine does.
Exactly.
That'd be really wonderful.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we can nitpick and whatever, but I think we both would say that the elements after you do the dive, you come up on the Immelmann, and there's a lot of cool stuff. I mean, it's definitely Oblivion plus. There's another inversion and some nice turns and spirals, and and the roller coaster bit is really like the last tiny action sequence of the story. It's not. There's not.
It's the finale of Act 3.
Exactly. Yeah. So.
But many people think, was that it?
Yeah, I guess. Look, there's only so much you can do. Once a roller coaster really starts moving, there's not much you can do as a dark ride. But I thought, for the whole package of it, it's certainly, as dive loop or dive machines go, like, that's the best themes.
Imagine they did one with an immersion tunnel.
Oh my god. A launched dive machine in an immersion tunnel, that would be freaking cool. That would be great. It's sort of like Manside in San Diego. The only problem with immersion tunnels is if you're going through them, the other end you have to have some sort of door that opens and closes as a light block. And if you could really work that out, so it really does that would
like 13.
Yeah, exactly.
Do it like 13 completely. Anyway, we're
jumping ahead.
But,
but I would say, easily, Baron 1898, one of the highlights of that park. Wait in line, and don't let the wait time discourage you, because it's probably going to be shorter by a great degree.
Or longer.
Or longer. But that was a great first ride. First roller. Yeah, it was the first ride there. Yeah. So superb addition.
Everything is very much a show park. There were some huge shows we didn't see. Rave for Lynn, I think, is the biggest show there, which we didn't get to go to because we not enough time. We were tired. But the highlight for me of possibly the last couple of years was getting to ride the Flying Dutchman.
Totally.
Yeah, Robert, you're better at explaining these thoughts and emotions and.
Well, we've all seen, and if you haven't seen photos of this ride yet, Google it right now because this is going to blow your mind.
Okay, pause. Have you Googled it?
Continue. There we go. A, there aren't that many water coasters in the world. B, this is the only water coaster in the world, which we discovered done by Comeback, that spin-off from Vekoma, a group of employees who, I think one of maybe the only all original ride they've done. It's anyway very.
All the others they kind of edited, haven't they?
Yeah, they've just been like upgrades to vehicles or security or safety packages or whatever. But like everything else at Efteling, incredibly themed, much more of a queue experience at pre-show than anything Baron 1898.
Yeah.
It is. You could almost justify the ride for the queue. Like you could just get out the end.
Once you're indoors.
Yeah, once you're indoors. It is.
And one of the most innovative entering a story moments I've ever seen in my life.
Truly.
Yeah. You're in a very. You start off going through this kind of creepy library, and then you walk through a freaking painting. And that is such a clever way of entering this story because it says you're not going on a real. You're going
something magical.
You're going on an imagination journey.
Right. Well, even before that, you move from sort of a kind of an entry portal, and then move into the library, and you're walking in one direction, and at the far end of that space
is the mirror.
Which is not exactly just a mirror. You get a little moment there, and then you turn, and there's this painting on the wall that's askew, and you walk through the painting. Now,
and I said this is like a scare maze.
Exactly. Totally.
Very slow moving scare maze.
Very slow, and again, more of a moody one, but still, like incredible. Like the detail in this queue is. It's beyond anything I'd ever seen in any other park in the world. It's just incredible. Yeah, there's so many different rooms,
hallways and
underground, tunnels and a kitchen, and and the views out the window when you finally approach the main boarding area. It's great too. We discovered once you're in the final chamber, you are part of the environment experience for the people in there. And when you're up in this little room looking down over the water, you're getting little glimpses through the murky glass and through the bit of the opening of the window, just enough to go, oh my God, that's where we board. That's ridiculous. It's like walking into the Mexican Pavilion in Epcot. You're just completely transported into another time and place at night. It is. We can't imagine what was spent on just the queue building. It is phenomenal.
The station is awesome because it's dual loading water ride. Have we ever seen that before?
Well, again, some of the log flumes do have the two sides.
But not in this size.
Not in the scale. Yeah, it's like Pirates almost sized boats. Very wide, 4 people across at the most. And the building, that space itself, it's like you could it's like you could park a real schooner in there. It's huge, and the whole cityscape that's around us on the edge. It's Tokyo Disney Sea quality. That's for those who know, that's about as good as you can get.
Nitpicking, we could say it'd be nice to have some projection on the ceiling, but other than that, 9.5 out of 10.
Yeah, exactly. And given that there are no real 10 attractions in the world, that's it's on par with the best. Yeah, it's so cool. And again, thankfully, there are some English screens where you get a little caught up in the story, and about this captain who sails the seas and just turns to a life of piracy, and something bad happens to him. And there's a great image in one of the sort of panels of this kind of sort of demonic wooden boat demon kind of coming at you like this open mouth, and then
a sign of things to come.
Yeah, a little foreshadowing. Yeah, exactly. So definitely pay attention to the story that's set up in these text panels on the wall, and some creepy music playing. And it was magic.
There's something weird about these boats. In fact, they're so low in the water. It seems like they really are just floating along.
Yeah,
and they rotate. They don't rotate, but they have to curve. It's like Indiana Jones, they have to curve to get into that main tunnel.
Exactly, yeah.
And the fact that there is a switch track underwater.
Exactly.
You just don't think about these things when you're
experiencing it. Right. It happens so seamlessly that you just can't. The engineering of this thing is it's remarkable. It's just remarkable. And again, so they had the boats, and they're staggered seating. It's a row 3, a row 4, a row 3, a row 4. So you're never looking at the back of a headrest. There's always a clear view in whatever seat you're in, which is brilliant. But they're big boats. You're getting 14 people per boat and 2 lanes on either side. And the dispatches were great. But you sort of start to glide through, and there's that really.
And then the ride starts.
And then we're at the ride. All right, we're done. No. There's a ride.
Can I just say once again, they overestimated the queue time. We were posted as 80 minutes, and it was 45 minutes.
Yeah, under an hour. Brilliant. That's always a huge plus. So now we start, and we go in this very low kind of brick portal.
It's wonderful.
Yeah, going into the shipyards, and then what happens?
So you're going through the port, And there's that thing that all ships have when they're moving, you know, an item of freight from one ship to another, kind of swings over your head. It's very creaky and it's sound, you know, that kind of. I mean, the only thing I was thinking what would be cool if these boats were on motion bases and they could
really work, moving up and down. Yeah.
Maybe that's, you know, what Disney might do for Pirates of Shanghai. It was very, very atmospheric and it's low. You know, there are moments of vast show building and then you get very low down because the next scene, well, you don't see anything literally because you are in the middle of a pea soup fog.
Yeah, it's great. Yeah, after you pass by these two huge boats and then go through another one, it's like a wooden, some sort of like a huge wooden gate or something. And I gotta say, I couldn't tell. It almost felt like it was moving down as we were approaching. I don't know whether it was or it was just an optical illusion. It was like
no, just like we were probably going up.
Yeah, who knows exactly? Maybe the track was lifting or something. But yeah, as we moved into that fog.
Oh, by the way, spoilers.
Yeah, if you don't want to know about this ride, you can turn it off now because there's a lot of cool surprises. I mean, yeah, the fog kept getting thicker and thicker and thicker.
And the sound got more and more. It got less. You couldn't hear it. It got less. Like it got more muffled.
Right. But there were definitely echoes and noises. And
what I learned about the boats we were in is that it had a lantern, and don't need it. Why not? I was expecting it to go, and it does go off, doesn't it? When
yeah. It's time
later in the ride. Yeah,
exactly. But that was a great. Yeah, and there's this carving of this lion kind of coming over the front of the boat, looking at you, holding this lantern, and I mean that was creepy. Like that's a messed up lion. So the fog's getting thicker and thicker. I mean, again, you extend your arm out, you can't see your hand in front of your face. That lantern becomes this like glow way in the distance in front of the boat. Some of the blue lights come on. It's this sheets of water pouring down. You're like, oh my gosh.
And to be fair, at that point, I was expecting some projection to come onto it, but some surprises you, doesn't it?
It totally does, yeah. So it's like this kind of thunderstorm, and it looks like we're going to go through the water, and it's like, uh-oh, and then the water stops, the blue lights go out, and there's that giant wooden ghost ship monster boat, like right there, and it's like, and it swallows you up, and
you couldn't see it.
Until you were right in front of it. Yeah, that's how effective that fog thing is. It's so cool. I will say, the queue itself is a great ride, but that moment, like, that sold the whole ride for me. I was like, this is badass.
And then you tilt.
Yeah.
I remember that. I remember the tilting.
Right.
This does something that no other boat ride has ever. You stop at an angle.
Yeah.
And have this projection light show in front of you. And then it almost launches you up after the doors open, much like in the
Big Thunder
and the thing in Atlantis.
Right, Journey to Atlantis in Orlando. Yep.
And then you're off on the roller coaster part, which to be fair is, it's a roller coaster bit. It doesn't compare to what we just had, but there's a nice, there's a nice the curve thing, and
you dive down into that little house with the fog, and
what I love is you don't get wet.
You don't. It splashes, but it doesn't soak.
It was a nice, refreshing kind of cool down. Then there's a beautiful bit when it works better for one who's watching it than the rider, but you're floating on this water after this.
Crashing around the whole lake and around that plaza.
You can't see any track. You can when you're in the boat, but if you're looking over that lake, these boats are floating apparently on their own accord back into a very low dip into the station, and thus the ride is over. But wow, that is a phenomenal.
It is. It's hard to say.
It's now in your top 10 rides of all time.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's hard to say like what's the best thing. I don't know. We haven't done them all yet, but I mean, as a themed ride goes, that's right up there. Yeah, easily one of the best things I've ever seen. I tell you, Pirates in China has a lot to like. If it has to be that good or better. It has to be that good or better. I mean,
imagine it with that ride system though, if they did employ it.
Yeah. Well, look, from everything we've heard, Pirates in Shanghai.
Apparently it's going to have like Omni-Mover style boats that can rotate at any angle.
And the pirate, like the scene where, at the beginning of this ride where we go through the two boats, like from what we know, the scene with the two boats firing each other, it is going to blow everything else out of the water. I'm sure it's going to be great. Literally.
No pun intended.
Yeah. But certainly, for a non-Disney park, it's outrageous. It's just incredible that they achieve.
It's like opulence, the highest.
Yeah. Opulent is exactly the right word for it. This is an opulent thrill ride. It's just great. And poor comeback. I don't know why they weren't.
Swift.
Yeah. That's the diamond and gold plated edition of that set. Yeah. It just gets effortlessly, and do not miss that ride. I would say even if you had to only ride one, you can skip Baron. You've got to ride.
Because you said I'll be happy just to go home now.
Pretty much. And thank God we didn't, because we discovered some other very good things.
I will say Eteline's, to take it down from 5 stars to 4 3/4 would be the food.
Food was a little. I mean, we only got to try one place, but it was not
a pleasurable experience.
It was a little rough. I mean, again, it was packed. The park was packed, so we had a line. It was a buffet style restaurant. What was it, Dirk Globetrotter or something? But what did you end up getting?
I just had a baguette sandwich because I didn't want to wait for the hot food, and there wasn't anything I wanted, and I didn't want to pay €14 for a stew. So I happily paid €6 for a sandwich, donut, crisps, and a drink. And the lovely woman at the till gave me my donut for free.
Yeah, how nice was that?
She said, have a lovely day at our park.
Yeah, very friendly staff, certainly, yeah. Although the woman who served me, I mean, I followed your lead and just got a little baguette and bought a bottle of water, which they neglected to open for me, so I had to go back and get them to do that. But as theme park food, it was fine. That park raised your expectations.
It didn't match the level of the rides, that's what I would say, and the level of the surroundings, I would say.
I agreed, yeah.
There are lots of these things that we saw at both parks, both Barbers on Land and Efteling, that we didn't try. Some round-looking donut things. Do you remember? We saw adverts of them and they smelled.
Oh yeah, the little dough ball things or whatever. Yeah, those did look appetizing. Yeah, like some sort of weird European beignets or whatever. But yeah. Next time.
A European beignet as opposed to
a European beignet,
as opposed to a French beignet.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, as we said many times on this whole trip, like, well, there's a reason to come back. We just couldn't do everything we wanted.
The station for Flying Dutchman reminded me of was eating in the Blue Bayou.
Yes, totally, exactly. Yeah.
It's that kind of peaceful boat sailing. And if they could put a restaurant in there,
that would be pretty slick. Yeah, maybe if there was some upper level of one of those, like, sort of city windowscapes, you could have a few dining tables up there. That would
be hard to get.
Yeah, that would
have 4 tables.
we're
sold out for 5 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but that would be a neat VIP experience, definitely. Yeah.
The surprise of the trip, we were looking for something, and someone told us to go somewhere.
Right.
And we walked past this building with a freaking
giant bird.
It's literally terrifying. It's like something Jim Henson would design.
Yeah, very Henson-esque. Yeah, but 30 feet tall and a wingspan of 40 feet. Yeah.
Moving, its neck and head were moving. Right. You have to, but. Why not?
Why not? That's
opulent people do it.
That's how Efteling rolls, man. Yeah, they spend the money. Yeah, so we walked up and asked somebody in the queue, like, so is this a ride or a show? And no, it's indoor roller coaster. And we're like, boom, sold. Yeah. So we hopped on that line. And again, the queue was supposed to be half an hour. We were on in 15 minutes. And pleasantly, you looked up online, another Vekoma indoor roller coaster. Well, I'll be damned. And again, this turned out to be Vocal Rock, indoor roller coaster, onboard speakers. The music was a little hard to hear some points in the middle, but I mean, what did you think?
I loved it. I mean, I knew what the Flying Dutchman was. I knew what 1898 was. Had no idea what this was, and there's nothing greater than going into a building where you can't see the ride. I mean, we all know what Space Mountain does, we all know what Big Thunder does, but who the hell knows what Vocal Rock does? Yes, it's a roller coaster, there's only some little things you can do, but to think about a flying bird, a giant flying bird,
yeah,
is really
monster bird.
Interesting, and fits in with the nature theme of the park.
Yeah.
And boy, that picks up some speed, doesn't it, at some points?
Right, yeah.
Of course, the bit I remember, and we'll say the word after 3, 1, 2, 3, Cobra. You fly into a cobra's mouth and it's laser tunnels, and it's just awesome, you know. It's much like Rock and Roller Coaster, but with no launch and with no inversions.
Right.
And people loved it, you know. Long train.
Yeah, huge capacity. Yeah.
The ending of the ride fits perfectly with the ending of the piece of music. You know, it's a custom created
for the ride.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm just holding on for dear life at some points in this ride.
Yeah, there were definitely times when it felt like we're going uphill, but we're accelerating. Like, how is that happening? It was great. It was like X Plus. You know, they had a lot of cool lighting effects and whatever, but more scenics. There were a couple of moments where it was like, whoa, something just went by. I don't know what that was, but it was cool. And then going into the mouth of the snake, that was great. Totally, and for a Vekoma, smooth, fast, fun. Like, well done, Vekoma, nicely done. You know, again, Netherlands. I guess your home park there, so you know that's all good. Thank God we discovered that one before we got out. It was great. Totally cool. Yeah.
And there is a Vekoma loop.
Oh, the Python. Yeah. We declined to do that, but then after discovering that comeback, after we left, had done new trains for it, thought, you know what? Next time we're there, it's worth braving to see how good it might be. But yeah, so they had a traditional kind of and again, even the sign for the Python was kind of cool. Yeah, big dimensional snake head, whatever. Who knows what was in that queue? Maybe there was something incredible. That seemed like the most mundane ride there, so you know.
It's a staple for lots of European parks, I think, to have a Vekoma anything.
Exactly.
So we did that ride. That was a real surprise. Was it only then we went to the Dream
Flight? All right, I'm going to consult the map here real quick. I felt like there was one other. We did Baron. We did.
We want to apologise for all fans of Efteling who are screaming, you didn't do this, you didn't do this, you didn't do this.
Yeah, right. I mean,
it was literally so busy, and we really had to pick and choose properly. We know we didn't do
George and the Dragon.
We didn't do the Woodies, we did the Rapids, we didn't do the log flumes, we didn't do...
There's a bobsled coaster here we didn't even see. Yeah. I mean, we somehow walked past that. We know Fata Morgana was probably at Can't Miss, but we didn't get to that one. But as many people had told us, you can't miss Dream Flight. Like, that's kind of their signature dark ride. And we saw the queue for that, and it said over an hour, but you know, well, we're here, it's our last ride.
45 minutes.
And it took only 45 minutes, yeah. And it's a hanging Peter Pan style kind of thing, so you can't not do that. And we did it, and
I would guess that this is a story that is probably more popular in Holland than other parts of the world. It was everything you want a weird European dark ride to be.
Totally.
With trolls and fairies, and it was charming, and it was the ride vehicle that made it unique. There's a credit moment at some point, you know, when you literally do pick up a bit of pace. The only thing is the cars go in groups of 2, and we were in the behind one, so we had a good view of sometimes of the back of the car in front.
Right.
Yeah, which is a shame. I would like to batch in singles, but obviously very unique ride, and probably a forerunner for Arthur at Europa Park.
Right, it totally felt like that.
Yeah. What did you think of it?
Yeah, same things basically. I mean, the great thing, A, you know, hanging dark rides are always a blast. B, the fact that it did rotate, you know, very much like an Omni-Mover style system. So, yeah, there were moments where we're looking at the back of the vehicle, but they were pretty short-lived, and we were turned. So a lot of the...
It was more traveling from the scenes.
Exactly, as you were transitioning from one to another, yeah. So there were these incredibly elaborate sort of tableaus where you're sort of up above these huge environments, and they're filled with trees, and there's a million things to look at. Little creatures in the branches, and more creatures down on the ground, and a deer, and a moose, and God only knows what other thing was tromping around. Like, you'd have to ride that ride 100 times to catch every detail. And, you know, things swinging on swings, and flapping their wings, and chirping, and blowing bubbles. I don't know what the hell was going on. And then we go into outer space, and there's a whole planet floating in the sky with castles on it, and then there were the you know, trolls, and
you think it's going to end after every scene,
right? It's like, oh, that was the finale. There you go. And then there's more, and you know, it just went on and on and on. And you know, finally we got to sort of the big shows. And again, spoiler alert. You know, you go up and you're sort of up above this big treetop area, and there's
the goblins, and
sort of more threatening things, and then we start spiraling down around and around and around. So that scene had to be built, you know, 360-degree views. There wasn't any back to it. And I mean, it was great.
And it also means we're going up the entire ride.
Right. You don't point,
you don't realize.
Yeah, I think there was a little bit at the end where it felt like, okay, now we're rising. But for most of the ride, it's a very gradual, trip up. And I don't know how tall that last bit was, but nothing from the building outside indicated to me that we were going that high. I don't know how they did that. That was super cool. I mean, for the dark rides we saw, that was the longest line. Yeah, it was pretty cool. Totally all ages friendly. I mean, it's definitely a charming dark ride. It's not a scary one, but it just, it had that indefinable European weird magic fun. I mean, it is sort of a can't miss ride. You've got to maybe temper your expectations, like it's not going to blow your mind.
No, it's not Spider-Man or Forbidden Journey or anything like that.
Exactly, yeah. But
or even Flying Dutchman.
Right. But little kids, you got to take them on this ride. It's great. Yeah, and I wish we had known a little more about the whole elf mythology of this park. I'm sure that would have.
Should have done a research.
Yeah, I'll have my term paper done next month on the park. But it was great. I mean, it was a good ride to go out onto. It was long. I mean, you really get to sit for a while, which is great.
Because boy, we had a long walk back to the car.
Yeah. Oh my God.
So we got
miles out.
We got an hour drive home, and we got to leave now because we've only got 3 hours until the.
Exactly, yeah. And again, in hindsight, it worked out well because getting into the hotel car park was not happening. We had to park 3 blocks away, and that was crazy. Driving through Antwerp late at night was a little bit of a stretch.
That was the scariest ride of them all.
Yeah, with like trolley cars going in every direction, and like, can we turn here? I don't know. Let's just go. And yeah,
just do what all the other European drivers do, and just do what you want.
Right. That was another thing to learn. Like the European traffic obeyance different than it is in some parts of the world. Anyway, but that's fine. That was fine. We got home safe and sound. It was great. But Efteling is a cannot miss. Oh, and just going back out through that incredible ticket portal, to see it all underlit at night and the little bits of sparkling lights and the roof peaks going on. I mean, this is
makes you want to go back for Halloween, doesn't it?
Well, anytime at night, to see the night show up at that water show is amazing. But yeah, to go back at Halloween and see it all spooked out a little bit, it's almost spooky as is. It was beautiful as we were leaving. The lights were coming on, and it was that dusk light over the forest.
And a supermoon.
Yeah. Oh my God.
Just to make it more magical.
That's right. It was the first full moon like that in 30 years or whatever the hell we discovered. But it was an amazing full moon over the night sky. That was fantastic. That was great.
I planned it all along.
No, you should move your trip back to late August. Yeah. Just trust me. Do it. So yeah, I mean, those are the kinds of things, if you tried to plan them, it wouldn't happen. Like, it just worked out super well. So yeah, Efteling was, oh my God, it was great. It was totally amazing.
One off your bucket list.
It truly, well, again, it's off the bucket list, but we know I have to go back. We all have to go back. There's so much more to see. So, and as we say, like, when you leave a park not having ridden their GCI racing coaster and you don't feel like
you've done it wrong.
Yeah, well, not that you've done it wrong, but it's like, that's how good so many of the other rides are.
It's not about the coasters. It is. And you could say that's the flaw about this park. There aren't that many thrill rides, but obviously Darren,
that delivers.
Yeah.
Phenomenal.
But the highlight probably for you for this trip was going the next day to Babylon Lands to do your first ride that you ever written in the design.
Yeah, that was great. I mean, it was I had, since we had the experience of the breakdown, I was prepared for the fact, look, it's not going to be open. That's fine. You'll go in, we'll get some souvenirs, enjoy the rest of the park. Nick was very kind to suggest, well, at least you can get a new Facebook update photo and season pass banner photo.
You can probably see online now if you're really desperate.
Exactly. So anyway, we got up, we left the hotel, checked out a lovely continental breakfast. By the way, Radisson Blu in Antwerp, highly recommended. Lovely hotel.
Thank you, Radisson Blu.
There's your free plug. Yeah, you can mail checks to Robert Coker, care of. Anyway, so and got on our way to the park, and as we were approaching, the traffic came to a dead stop because clearly it was another hot, sunny day, and everybody in the
local. Doesn't help that 2 cars had broken down.
Yeah, that also was a bit of a delay. But even once we were past that, it was bumper to bumper until we got into Papa John's parking lot. But parked the car, walked up to the gate, and noticed there was no closed sign. So paid our money, raced in there. I was like, let's just get there before it breaks down. Let's just get there before it breaks down.
It's not well for your own ride to say that.
I know. It's like
time is running out.
Yeah.
The park's only open for 10 minutes. Let's go.
Exactly. Well, all rides, they have their downtime, and God forbid it would have been the one weekend.
Well, you said they sometimes turn it off in the afternoon or something if it's not busy.
Well, yeah, we had.
I guess because the actors involved.
Yeah, there's a lot of live performance. It's a lot of people involved in operating the ride. So I guess the park, it's their policy. And they said there were some forum posts that Brent and I had seen, a couple of weeks ago where people complained. But the park response was, look, when the park's not, we shut a lot of rides. I mean, we just don't. That's just the way we operate. So, but the crowds were thick and full, so we were pretty confident it was going to, remain open. But it turned out to be a very pleasant surprise. I mean, it's not a huge park, but pretty well landscaped and some nice themed areas. And there's that Typhoon Eurofighter coaster there, which had big lines. So we motored right past that. And Forbidden Caves was almost a walk on, so that was great. Very excited to see this little sort of quadrant now that is the new Adventure Valley. And there was the King Kong ride. I'll tell you, that turned out to be even more of a surprise than anything else because it was really fun. It was really fun. But anyway, we got on Forbidden Caves. It was great to finally see it in action.
So how many years have you been working on this attraction?
Well, that's the thing. I think from contract signing to opening was 7 months. So we had to turn this around very quickly. We started working on the story for it a little before then because the park was definitely interested, but there was no firm commitment to actually go. Again, until about 7 months were open. So, God bless the whole team. Holoviz, Tau Films did the media. Holoviz did the ride system. Roca did the scenic work. Amazing stuff they did for the interior queue.
Roca and Coca.
Yeah, Roca. Yesian, the music folks. Nightlife did
Simworks.
No, Simworks did. They did the ride system for Lost Tower, but Holoviz was for this guy. Nightlife did all the sort of I think it was the audio and lighting package inside. I mean, everybody pulled out all cylinders and got it done, so that was great. And the cool thing was too that we had written the script so that there were these sort of, in different show scenes, there were some storytelling opportunities, but that it was kind of like the Jungle Cruise. Like, the guides can make it their own, and if they want to embellish, go for it. Like you make yourself part of the story.
We had a great guy who was getting laughs, and I had no idea what was being said. You knew more of what was being said than I did.
Right. I mean, I certainly knew the story.
You wrote it.
Yeah. But it was great because so there's the interior queue portion before you got on an elevator, and he spoke for like 3 minutes. I mean, it was a real setup, which was great. So that was encouraging to know.
People were laughing and going, uh-oh.
Yeah, like, okay, they're buying it. They're getting that there's a story, and the thing about Jasper and his grandfather and the crystals and the lost civilization. I mean,
what is the story?
Many centuries before, maybe millennia, there was a civilization that existed in the Southeast Asian part of the world. They dig underground and discover these caverns filled with these crystals that have this incredible power that can grow crops faster, do strange things we don't even know about, and possibly even bring inanimate objects to life, like stone warriors in Nudge. But for some reason, the civilization vanished without a trace, and these caverns were undiscovered for another set of centuries. Back in the day, turn of the last century, there was a great explorer by the name of Jean-Pierre Dubois, who was this kind of Indiana Jones of Belgium, world explorer. He discovered tombs in Egypt and traveled up the Amazon and
married to Blanche.
Exactly. First little streetcar shout out. And then consorted with, the New Orleans voodoo priestesses. He was a true adventurer of the world, and was good friends with the king of this, what became the fictional country of Kyonesia on the Southeast Asian continent. And so had heard the myths and rumors of this lost civilization in these caverns with these crystals, and the king agreed to let Jean-Pierre explore to try to dig up and find these caverns.
And is all this being explained in the first pre-lift?
Yeah, some of that is, and there are hints in the queue. There are like some letters posted as you're walking through the exterior queue.
People don't really read those.
They don't. You should be getting enough of the story in the pre-shows that explain some of this, but if you're stuck in a long line and you want to pay attention, you're going to get more details, along the way. So it's hopefully A, encourages rewritability, and B, if somebody does stop and like, oh, okay, that enriches the story as they go along. This is ideally what you want to have happen. So the hero of our attraction, Jasper Dubois, is Jean-Pierre's grandson. And as a 5-year-old boy, he sat on his grandfather's knee and heard all these incredible tales. The thing was, Jean-Pierre sealed up the mines and stopped the search for the crystals without explanation. Never told anyone why. Neither did the king. They were just like, we're finishing off the search. It's done. But Jean-Pierre tells Jasper all about these things and even gives him a little crystal. One of these. He found a shard. He said, well, I know the stories are true, so I'm giving you this. This is part of this collection. So now we jump forward to the present, and Jasper, who wants to walk in his father's footsteps, is going to reopen the cave tour, or rather continue digging, but in the guise of this sort of amazing cave tour that he can bring people through. It's kind of an ecotourism, attraction for tourists in the jungle. And so while he's taking people on tours through these caves, he's also trying to reopen the mines that his grandfather had found and continue searching, digging through and looking through lost, shafts, and, trying to come up with a solution to the mystery. So we are guests on the amazing cave tour attraction, and as we move through the interior queue, we first take an elevator down into the lower chambers. Of course, the elevator doesn't travel as smoothly as it should.
Must be a theme park ride.
Exactly.
These theme park elevators are dreadful. Hollywood Tower, for anything from that in the dungeon, they just don't work.
Exactly. Elevators bad in theme parks. You never get on an elevator in a theme park. Yeah. So that's sort of the first experience, and then the doors open and we walk into the second pre-show, which is this sort of stone chamber with this big godhead carved into the wall and these sort of ominous figures and columns. And this is where Jasper sort of set up his little office, and there's sort of a map on the wall that has kind of this cryptic series of caverns outlined and little X marks, and this is sort of where Jasper's sort of been exploring, and he's trying to decipher this hieroglyphics on the map, and he's got one of the crystals that his grandfather gave him in a bell jar and a little radio. So the live guide is setting us up to take the tour, and this is where you're going to go, and that sort of thing. And all of a sudden, he's interrupted by a radio call from Jasper, who's out in a little Jeep in the caverns, who tells him, I think I finally found the entrance to the caverns. It's great after all these years. I know my grandfather's stories were true, but I'm stuck here. You got to come down and get me. And at that moment, all the lights in the room start flickering, and the lights dim, and the crystal in the bell jar starts to glow this purple light, and the rock face sort of comes to life with a little projection mapping, and we hear the god's voice saying, you have tread where mortals were not meant to, turn back now, this is your final warning.
Please make a way to the left and to the right.
Exactly. And sort of these flames start bursting up above the edge of the wall behind him, and that's when our guide is like, oh my god, we've got to go get Jasper out of there, so let's move on.
As regards to the plot, my only question is, how do these jeeps get down to this?
Oh, Jasper's brought all this equipment down through. You see, that's the thing, the service elevator we ride in is actually pretty large, so where the presumption is that he's brought equipment down, and there has been some equipment, obviously they'll mine cars and whatever left down there from Jean-Pierre's prior explorations. Like at one point, we even wanted to have tire tracks in the elevator to sort of indicate, that's how some of the vehicles got down, but it would have been a detail not super critical. So we move through some more corridors, and now in these lower chambers there are these carvings of gods on the wall, and there's some interactive moments there. We couldn't tell if all of them were working, but theoretically,
eyes lit up and
one of them
with air and things.
Yeah, one of them had
I will say it looks absolutely wonderful.
Yeah, again, Rokas, well done, did a fantastic job with the scenic there. And then we move into the final room where we're lined up to get on the Jeeps, and there are the monitors, and this is where we're being shown our sort of safety video for the Jeep tour, and all kinds of little fun graphics. Thank you, Derek Dolchek, our art director, did the beautiful illustrations. And then, of course, just as we're about to get to the most important part of the thing, we get one final warning from the gods who are saying, well, you ignored our warning, step forward and take your final journey and prepare to be ruined. And the doors open and we board a Jeep, and then we go off on the adventure. And that's when the immersion tunnel experience happens. And
unlike Shrek, as you said, I like the fact that you drive into the immersion tunnel. It does give it a real fact that you are a moving vehicle as opposed to just things happening around you immediately.
Right, and there's no breaking the illusion that we're in a theater. It's kind of a nice rockwork moment, and then you move into the theater.
It's a show that has to move backwards. You almost want it to move forward into a separate unload.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the one thing about this particular kind of ride system. You've got to think of a way like, all right, how do we explain story-wise that we're backing up now?
Beep, beep, beep. Vehicle reversing.
Yeah, and I think in both Lost Temple and this, there's kind of a cool reason that we do have to go backwards. But what we did do in both attractions as well is that when you walk in, the left-hand board side is lit up and the right-hand side is dark. So you just have a sense of like, well, there's more caves over there. And then when you pull in at the end of the ride, the left-hand side is dark and the right-hand side is more lit up. So it's like we're sort of in a different place, which is kind of cool. But I'll say no more about what happens in. You'll just have to experience it yourself. But then we get out, we take off our safety goggles and walk through another little passageway, and there's more glowing purple crystals and another little lit up sort of god sculpture. And then we're through the exit and into the gift shop.
I've never seen Robert buy so much stuff in my life. I'll have this.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to be back anytime soon, so that'll load up before we go. Oh, and I also want to give a big shout out to Jan Wunsch, the fantastic art director we worked with in Germany, who did a lot of the work, scenic development work for Lost Temple. He also did for both Forbidden Caves and the Adventure Valley attraction. Did a phenomenal job with that. And again, applause to Barbican Land. I mean, it's great that clearly this was a park that was kind of stuck with just iron rides and some very nice theming, but they wanted to step up and do a real kind of themed attraction. So I hope it works out for them, but I hope we do more for Park Radios because it's not an expensive ride package. It's very inexpensive. So.
Okay, stop the sales pitch now. I'm just so happy that you got to ride it because it started off a bit minor and then the sun came out and you were able to get on the whole reason for you being.
Exactly.
Everything else is a bonus compared to getting to ride that. So it's such an honour to do it with you, Robert.
Well, thank you. But it's funny. I mean, again, after having the bit of the negative moment on Saturday, this trip has been so filled with amazing experiences. I was like, you know what, it would be okay. I'll come back. This will be open for a while. And then Efteling was like,
holy Efteling.
Yeah, holy Efteling. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, the fact that I did get to do it was like, okay, this is the best trip ever. But we had a great time. And they were able to go right over to King Kong, which again, I thought, that's kind of silly. And I mean, it was amazing. It was great.
You forget a King Kong ride still exists.
That's right. Yeah, haha, Orlando, suck that. But yeah, what did you think of King Kong?
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, first of all, it's the most amazing ride visual that you've ever seen because it's literally King Kong picking up this stagecoach and shaking it around. I will say it was sad we didn't have the smoke coming out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Or banana breath, as you could possibly argue, but you look at it and you think, yeah, okay, but you're in it, you're quite high, and you are being rattled around in that ride vehicle, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, when we, towards the very end, at the height of the thing, and they sort of tilt you down, outward, and I was a little unnerved, and like, damn, I'm going to hold out of the lab bar now.
And you can tell that was a big thing for that part, because there was a huge merchandise push for it.
Absolutely, yeah, that was a major throw ride.
And you said there's one other in China and possibly somewhere else?
Yeah, there's definitely one at Dinosaur Land, and I think there's one at a park in Italy. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, I gotta say, it's a pretty cool little themed attraction. It's pretty neat. Yeah, and again, Jan helped us dress it up to make it even more kind of appropriate for the land and whatever.
Little nice sound effect of the wood creaking as he's picking it up.
Yeah.
You could say the only sad thing is you see it. I mean, the gag is completely gone from the minute you've seen it, so it would be nice if it was, raise a screen or something, or open the curtains. Half of that ride is watching it from the bottom.
That is true. It's a great marquee for itself. Yeah.
And then another surprise, Revolution.
Yes, our third enclosed Vekoma coaster in as many days. That's the thing. You're right in between Kong and Forbidden Caves. There's this kind of enclosed building, and I think the coolest version of that splash battle attraction I've ever seen. This kind of indoor jungle themed, it's called Banana Battle.
That wasn't working.
That wasn't working, unfortunately. It was really cool that it wasn't completely roofed over. A lot of scenic work in the background, from what we could see. Now I'm not sure what land that fit into, but there was kind of a jungle theme, at least in the interior part.
And two entrances to this ride, which Lord knows how they manage that when it's busy. But I think that park was the busiest it could ever be because
the parking lot was close. Well, we did find that section way in the back that hadn't been filled up yet, but it felt like it was pretty close to capacity. In terms of at least cars. So what did you what did you think of Revolution?
Well, it's the longest ride vehicle you've ever seen in your life.
Indeed.
And it's a very quick moving queue, obviously because it seats about 700 people in this ride. Again, it's that feeling of I don't know what the heck is going to go on when we turn left into this tunnel. And it has the most bizarre lift hill and the biggest waste of space I've ever seen in my life. It's this huge chimney-shaped room that you're in.
Yeah,
with a cool
room.
Yeah, with a cool projection. Well, it's a round room as you're going around in circles, aren't you?
Well, that's the thing. It kind of felt like we were making a little turn, making a little turn, then making a little turn. So it was a weird lift.
And a cool projection on the ceiling of clocks and stuff as you were going round and round and round and up to the bit where the ride obviously goes around the perimeter.
Right.
In very tight spaces. Holy Efteling, that picks up some speed, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, it really is kind of like one long left turn the whole ride. But
like Space Mountain.
Exactly, yeah. But once you're sort of out of the kind of the central lift room, there's tons of like more lasers and lights and kind of, I mean, it's on a budget certainly, but some of those tunnels that have kind of the like little twinkly, sparkling lights around.
Of course, the laser you could touch.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was very cool.
It's very low laser. What was that?
What was that? Was it Bubble Rock maybe?
I've lost track.
I know there's they all kind of the Euro indoor Vekoma coasters kind of blended together a little bit. Yeah, I can't remember, but there were definitely some cool laser effects in one of them.
Yeah, all of them.
Yeah, exactly.
We were exhausted though, and it was so busy that part.
And it was hot. It was a very
we wanted to get on the Indiana River adventure, then we saw people coming off it, looked like they just walked into a bath. Which would have been nice, but we had to get in a car, with air conditioning for an hour and drive back. It's just the El Paso dark ride shooter thing, which had too long of a queue. A really charming park. I hope that they pick up, with more of the big rides. This is what I imagine the theme park in the 80s was like.
Exactly. Yeah, kind of like this would have been state-of-the-art theming in 1986.
And there was a cool kiddie coaster that had a bit of a sharp first drop.
Yeah, Okie Dokie. The little roller skater looked pretty cool. Dreamcatcher, their rethemed, hanging or suspended big.
Like the vampire ride.
Exactly. Yeah, that looked pretty cool. The best themed Himalaya we've ever seen. That was cool. Remember the Mexican or Native American Himalaya? They had a really cool-looking flume ride with some cool mountain effect. A powered mine train coaster. What else? Of course, Typhoon. They had a spinning Morrison, mouse coaster, and then another, regular wild mouse thing. I mean, from what we saw, it's a pretty nice little park.
It reminded me of Chessington.
Exactly. Not quite as lush in terms of landscaping, but very much in terms of themed rides.
And also lots of similar rides. Wild Mouse, the Arrow,
type thing.
The Arrow suspending coaster, the spinning ride.
Yep.
Lots of
powered mine train.
Yeah, yep. Similar.
I've seen enough that I know I want to come back, and I will be back someday. So yeah, it was good. But it was definitely a fitting end to a week of insanity.
So we drove off, eventually found the parking lot at the station. Tip, explore all perimeters of building when looking for doors.
Yeah, especially for train stations in the downtown quadrant of cities. Yeah, I will say this, the Hertz GPS system, not 100%. Could have been a little more accurate on some of the
stuff. Nothing to do with Hertz, it's just the old maps.
Probably, yeah. Oh, and we did get a little bit screwed because they closed one street right next to the train station that the GPS kept wanting us to go to.
For a market, the Sunday morning market.
Yeah, that was a bit of a drag.
But you got to have some lovely Belgian beer.
Yeah, so we finally did get the car parked, and we went across the street to the pedestrian pathway to a lovely bar, and I think it was called Luft Beer or whatever, but the bartender, who spoke a little bit of French, we were able to communicate enough that he recommended this one, and it was delicious. It had a little bit of a cinnamon kick
sweet nectar to your
to my tired taste buds. So that was great.
And we got another train home, and now we're back in London.
Yeah, it was great. Turned out well, because our original travel time was much later in the evening. We were able to book an earlier train, so got home at a sane hour and had another beer before getting on the train. I was very relaxed.
Very drunk.
Yeah.
And just enough.
Yeah, no, it was fine. It was good. It was all good. So yeah, and now here we are, just wrapping it up, and I'm glad to be back in London right now.
Yeah,
very nice.
Yeah, it's really nice. Robert Coker, thank you very much for letting me jaunt along with you on this little jaunt. It's been a dream come true for me as well to go to these parks and to experience them with you. You're a wonderful guest.
Well, I couldn't have asked for a better host.
Oh, you
this trip? No. This trip, it was all of London was thanks to you. I mean, it was lovely. The cat's great. The bed was great. It's a trip I'll remember forever. It was amazing. So thank you so much.
And thank you, listeners, for joining us on this 3-part epic podcast Coker trilogy thingy that we've had going on. I'm sure I'll be back to talk to you about whatever surprises the parks have in store, which there are a couple that we can't wait to reveal. Robert Coker, thank you very much. Have a lovely, safe journey home.
Well, thank you.
Final credit of the trip.
Yeah, the true trip that.
Robert will speak to you soon. I'll speak to you soon. And together we will both speak to you soon. Bye.
This has been a Season Pass podcast production. The Season Pass, the Essential Theme Park Podcast, is a member of the Mice Chat Podcast Network. MicePod.com. Here's your words in your ride. The Season Pass Podcast.
Episode 316 from Sierra Leone, 2015. The Legend of Disneyland's Hatbox Ghost with Tony Baxter, Daniel Joseph, Kevin Kidney, and Jody Daly.
The Essential Theme Park and Attraction Podcast.
All right, Season Pass, welcome back. This is Doug Barnes, owner and producer of Season Pass, back here with another episode. Finally, it took me a while. I'm sorry, guys. I just got so exhausted after Halloween that I just needed to take a little bit of time off before I got back in the podcast again. There's just so much stuff. But I hope that you guys really did enjoy the Halloween episode that we brought out in October. And for this one right now, it's only me. No Brett Young, no Robert Coker. In fact, this minute, they're actually in IAPA right now. I'm sure they're having a class. Unfortunately, I can't make it to IAPA this year. But that's okay. 2016, right? That's the year to go to IAPA. That's what I'm keep on telling myself in my head. Anyway, let's talk about a different convention that just happened recently, back in August. Scare LA. Yes, we had a show already about it. We also played the presentation with our friend Brady McDonald from the LA Times doing the voiceover actors. Well, here is the other presentation we recorded, and it's actually the presentation that I moderated. It is all about the Legend of the Hatbox Ghost over in Disneyland. So excited to finally present this to you guys. And I know that some of you have already heard it from different renditions, different podcast playing, stuff like that. Well, if you...
does anyone in the audience remember the night?
Podcast production.
The Season Pass, the Essential PGAV Destination.
Robert Coker, how's it going, Robert?
It's going fantastic. This time of year when we're just in the thick of all kinds of holidays and parties and meals and events, it's such a great time of year. It's nothing but fun right up through New Year's Eve. So yeah, really, really enjoying it. And again, it's California, so we don't get a big sense of seasons down here, but whatever. There's parties, it's good.
Absolutely. And yeah, they're celebrating Thanksgiving right now. Even Robert, doesn't it feel like right now, this minute for us, doesn't even feel like we've had Halloween yet, right?
I'm still eating my candy. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I'm very confused.
Yeah, it is. Well, obviously, we love this time of year, and Robert, why don't we theme this up a little bit? There's this park called Holiday World. Have you heard of that one?
Oh gosh, you're taxing my memory here, man. I think so.
Yeah.
A little bit.
Oh, everybody's like, well, you guys just shut up. Come on now.
One of our favorite places.
Well, absolutely. And actually, the very first park we ever did a live podcast at, and it was with the late and great Will Cook when we did that one. That was absolutely awesome.
Yeah, I think it was our first season pass trip, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a long time ago. It was 2009 actually when we did that one. Wow, we're getting out the time machine here. We're going back in time. We're reminiscing. We're having great times. And you know what's great about Holiday World is they actually have a whole section based on Thanksgiving, where our favorite roller coaster in the world is, which is the Voyage, right?
Amen to that. Yep. I mean, you know, for a theme as kind of mild in disposition as Thanksgiving, that they have delivered some pretty incredible rides, you know, for that particular location. Yeah, good. Hats off to Holiday World.
Yeah, absolutely. And what they're doing right now in Holiday World is they're adding up the themes. They're adding more to it. They're actually creating a greater experience over there at Holiday World. And then, you know, so they up the theming all around the park, including Thanksgiving. And then they add this little gem there called a Thunderbird, which I think most of you have heard about this year. What many people are calling the roller coaster of the year, which is, you know, a great job by Holiday World to be able to bring out that bomb.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, to get our first bona fide in-house created launch, the B&M coaster, that also happens to be a wing coaster.
Yeah.
Huge. And we've all been dying for Holiday World to step into the metal coaster pool, and they just dove right in. So it's very exciting. Yeah. And as you say, it's great that they're just going all in on becoming a theme park. I mean, they say they're the world's first theme park.
That's
they've got an argument to make there.
Santa Claus. Yeah, absolutely. Well, you know, I don't know if a whole lot of people know about it. I mean, we've had them on the show multiple times before. PGAV Destinations. They actually have been working with Holiday World over the last few years to bring this new immersive experience into Holiday World. And we actually have two designers that actually are new to the Season Pass podcast with us today. We have with us April Neal, who we call the guest experience extraordinaire. How's it going, April?
Good, thank you. That's the best intro I've ever had.
Awesome. I'm so glad to have you here. And obviously, you are a designer with PGAV Destinations. And we're going to get all into your story in a little bit, and as well as what you guys were able to do with Holiday World. But thank you so much for being with us today.
Yeah, no problem. We're excited.
Awesome. We also have with us Mike Lindenbroker. How's it going, Mike?
Doing good.
Great. And you are the senior project architect, right, and attraction designer for PGAV.
I am.
Awesome. And so, again, thank you again so much for coming on, for both of you being able to share the story with us. You know, we're all excited about Thanksgiving. We're all excited about Holiday World. We're obviously excited about Thunderbird. But before we get to even any of those, April, first, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I mean, how did you get involved with the industry?
Well, I have been with PGAV for almost 9 years now, and my background is actually interior design. So I went to school for that. I have an interior design degree. And I moved to the St. Louis area. I was trying to just find connections and go somewhere. And I knew I wanted to work in hospitality design and commercial design. And I started working for a materials company actually in St. Louis. And it was a great learning experience, but it wasn't right. And I was looking everywhere for the next move. And a friend of mine actually saw the listing for PGAV and sent it to me. And we were kind of sitting there reminiscing about some of our starter stories. And he said, someone told him that PGAV was the best kept secret in St. Louis. And I would say that was very true because I'm not a local to St. Louis, but I had not heard of them. The idea of being in theme park design is not exactly foreign. A couple people in my program had actually gone to work. They'd done the Disney internship, and so they had actually ended up working for Disney after graduation. So the idea was not that foreign, and it sounded like a cool idea.
Yeah.
But I don't think I knew that I would end up there, or that was a possibility. And so I started working here. You know, I pulled up the website that night to, you know, kind of like send my resume and call, and I was like, oh no, this is almost too good. You know, like I'm going to do it myself now. This is too good. I definitely won't get a job there, but I did, and it's been about 9 years, and it's been a blast. It uses so many things that I didn't learn in school, and so many things that have sort of grown on the job. And there are so many incredibly talented people here that you just. So for a couple of weeks, I was hoping that, you know, they were going to kick me out the door, like, because there's so many talented people here. And so, yeah, so I've been working on, my first project at PGAV was Hotel Gold River for Portaventura.
Oh.
So it was a lot of fun. It was a fun, immersive experience. And then I've done things like Manta for SeaWorld Orlando.
Oh, yeah, that little one. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that was actually the first project I worked on with Mike, so that's fun.
Awesome.
And then I worked on Atlantis at Kennedy Space Center. I did part of Africa at Columbus Zoo. So it's fun. You know, it's always something different. And I've always wanted to do something creative. My family was always very supportive of all of my wild, wacky, creative leanings, and I'm really happy that I found somewhere that kind of matched up with that.
So yeah, it sounds like you've moved well beyond sort of interior design. Like how have you progressed? Like obviously for the hotel project, I'm assuming that was more a traditional interior design experience, and then how was that sort of evolved, you know, through like Manta, through some of these other kinds of projects?
Yeah, they were kind of tricky, right? Because my first project was an interiors project, and then it just got weirder after that. I usually tell people, especially people outside the industry, when I'm trying to explain it, I usually say it's more like set design, because that's kind of what it's moved into. And so I really try to imagine, a lot of what I get put on are things that are like paints and materials and things like that. But I'm lucky that I'm getting to do more and more stuff from the front end. So I really try to help imagine what a guest goes through from the moment they see the sign at the front in their car to the moment they get back in their car. What is that like for them? What do they touch? What do they see? What do they smell? What do they eat? I've got a real passion for revenue opportunities for things like retail and food, and for finding a deeper immersion in those. They're actually more meaningful to the guests.
Yeah.
Which could be the way the shop looks, but is there an experience in the shop, or is there some sort of integral souvenir moment that we can bring to people? So I have a real passion for that, and I still do traditional retail. You know, we still traditional interiors or picking paints and things like that. But a lot of it has moved into this deeper immersion experience and helping our architects and helping our right designers sort of think about the experience all the way through.
And boy, your passion is blossoming at the right time, because I think this is one of the big trends now in themed entertainment, that it isn't just about like the ride or the show. Like every part of the experience, including food and beverage, retail, whatever, like that's all on stage. Like that all has to be considered as part of the total package. So that's very exciting. That's neat.
Yeah, I agree. It's nice to finally talk about it, and people are a little more interested. I think for a while it was hard to prove that. I think people are like, well, we sell t-shirts, so that's what we do. I think it's getting easier to talk to clients and have them feel like an authentic experience is to tailor the retail experience, is to make somebody not just buy something out of habit, but to buy something that they're going to keep around and that they're going to love, and that they remember that part just as much as they remember the rest.
Yeah, it's all about building memories, right? I mean, that's the whole thing. When people walk away, you want to make sure that they walked away with a wonderful memory that's going to stick with them for the rest of their lives.
Absolutely.
Were you a fan of theme parks before you got involved with PJAV?
I was. I have my first family vacation. My dad decided that we needed to go to Disneyland. I'm from Springfield, Missouri, and as a kid, he had made the trip by car, so he decided we will also make the trip by car. So we drove from Springfield, Missouri to Anaheim.
Wow, that's a little drive.
It was like a 2-week trip. Like they decided we were going to see everything in between. So got in the minivan and pretty much saw everything between Springfield and Anaheim. So that's a really strong memory. Again, I grew up in Springfield, so I was very close to Branson. I always kind of considered Silver Dollar City my home park, and went there just about every year.
Beautiful park. That's a great park to have as a home park. Yeah.
It's such a great park, and I think I sort of took it for granted when I lived there. But now that I've seen so many more things and so many more places, and I know the industry a little bit, it always kind of like grows in my opinion. They do so many things so well down there.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that's just too cool. So obviously you've had this passion with you for a while, and even though it sounds like maybe when you're going through school you weren't actually looking at being in this industry, once you got involved with it, you knew that this was it. Like this is what you wanted to do for the rest of your life, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem, I think probably anybody would tell you, there's certain things that are sort of pushed at you when you're in school, and I could probably tell you, he probably thought, I need to do traditional architecture, there's a certain style of architecture I want to do. I think part of the problem with, college degrees, college programs, is that they're not great at telling you just the vast opportunity out there, or telling you about being flexible, about the things, finding other talents, combining all these things. They're not that great at doing that, and I think that, you might have the idea, but it might be something that you're really good at, and it's hard to find those things. It's hard to find those little, missed opportunities. So
yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I started the podcast, is because I didn't have it. I didn't have these kind of tools when I was in college. And I feel like at least with this helps people who have that passion to be guided that direction, whether the college is telling them or not. At least they see something there that you can learn from other people like you. And that's just too cool to hear that you were able to make it in there. And Mike, what about you? I mean, how did you get involved?
Well, my path to PJV is pretty typical from my basic life experiences, in the sense that I think I'm going in one direction, and then all of a sudden, out of my blind side, I get turned 180 degrees and go in the other direction. So I think me ending up at PJV just is another one of those stories. I've always wanted to be an architect. My dad's an architect and a sculptor, and so I've always grown up with art and architecture, and worked with my dad a lot, both on the architecture side and on the sculpture side. So I've got to be able to work on a lot of commissions, and I've always loved sculpture, but architecture, when you had to pick a career, architecture was kind of the safe thing. I could see being an architect. The whole starving artist thing was kind of scary to me.
Just a little.
And I never thought about combining the two. That just wasn't, I never put the two and two together. I always thought it had to be one or the other. So I chose the mainstream architecture direction, and went to school, and right out of graduation was working for a small firm. And I had a good classmate, good friend that was working at PJV, and she kept hounding me saying, hey, you need to come check PJV out. It's not your typical place. You'd be perfect here. We do some unusual things. You'd really love it. And, I was on my path. I was going to be, I was going to do standard architecture, and I kind of didn't pay much attention to it. And one day she called me and said, hey, PJV's hiring, and I hope you don't mind, but I set up an interview for you. And I was kind of, I didn't want to tell her to go jump in a lake, and I was kind of missed. But I thought, well, it'll be good experience. I can chalk it up to, get some experience from an interview standpoint. Yeah. But I had no interest at all. So I went on this crazy interview, and I basically in 5 minutes went from, hey, how quick can we get this thing over with, to who do I have to kill to work here? I got a tour of the office and was just seeing everything that PJV was working on, and it was like a lightning bolt. It's like it was that connection of art and sculpture and architecture that I couldn't have figured out how to connect, and it was all of a sudden connected there. So, golly, almost 23 years later,
oh my gosh,
I'm still here. So yeah, I thanks to the persistence of a good friend who apparently understood me more than I understood myself.
Yeah.
That's great. My experiences here have been more on the rides and aquariums, and I really love it when I get to combine them. There's been a few times where we got to put them together. Manta was one of them.
Yeah.
Where we got to put the aquarium and the ride together. Chimwong was another one. We got the world's biggest aquarium, and we put a ride right through the middle of it. So yeah, it's always fun to put them together. But I have a lot of ride experience as well. We were just talking before the call. I think I've worked on 8 B&M coasters.
Wow,
and,
nice.
And and 3 of them have been Wing Riders.
So you worked on Wild Eagle then at Dollywood?
I did. Yeah, I was the lead designer on Wild Eagle.
It looks so good. Looks so good.
Yeah, and then the other one was the parrot ride in the Chimwong Park.
Right, the Rainforest Parrot, yeah, which again, beautiful trains on that. That's awesome. That Wild Eagle to have that canvas to play on, to create on, must have been pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, the site was one of those sites to die for, up on the ridge line like that, and the challenge of the station, getting the station to fit on the side of the hill like that, and to get the lift to go up the side of the cliff right out of the station was a challenge, but it all worked out.
Yeah, well, sure did. I've always said, and I know that whether it is words approved or disapproved or whatever by PGAV or Dollywood or whatever, I think that station is extremely Disney-esque. I feel like it has that high quality that you usually normally see some a company like Disney do. And you guys hit it out of the park with Dollywood there, and it was such a beautiful thing to see.
Yeah, thank you. No, it did. It really turned out nice, and the setting and the surroundings on it, I think, just make it look even better.
Yeah, and you were saying that. So it sounds like in your story that you weren't quite a big fan of the theme park industry, or you were so focused more on just architecture that you weren't quite looking in the theme park direction when you're getting into the industry?
No, not at all. I didn't even really put 2 and 2 together. I mean, I knew Disneyland existed, but I never connected the dots that architects, did all the buildings there. I was heading down the mainstream architecture road, partially because that's what I knew. That's how I was kind of raised with my dad. I guess it was so obvious to me, I didn't really think to look in other directions. And then when the lightning bolt struck, it was pretty obvious that...
Yeah, that is way too cool. So, I mean, obviously, PGAV destinations, you guys, like you're saying, have such a history. I mean, they do hotels, zoos, aquariums, all these different centers, and then also theme parks. And you guys have been able to work with, the SeaWorld parks and Busch Gardens and like we said, Dollywood. But now you guys are also getting involved with Holiday World, which is one of our most treasured parks, I'd say, in the U.S. And how did this all start? How did you guys get involved with Holiday World over in Santa Claus, Indiana?
Well, we got involved with them probably 3 years ago or so, and our first project there was the Splash and Safari Outpost, which is the main gift shop in the water park side. And it was a good project. It's the main gift shop for the park, and it's located in the main plaza there. And it's a nice little, bright, colorful, fun little building.
Yeah, I think it was partially out of some necessity. They had a very small retail shop at the time. They wanted something that was a little more open and inviting to their guests, and so I think it was partial necessity. But they were also, in general, just kind of wanting to pump up the magic that they have. And as you said, it's kind of this wonderful little gem in the middle of the United States that I don't think people kind of know what to expect from. And again, first theme park, and they kind of want to up the magic and keep moving forward. And they brought us on that Outpost project, which is a super fun project, all open air retail, so we got to move in and out of that area. And then after that, we started to do Will the Bistro, which is the best. I'm just going to put my flag in the ground and say it is the best named restaurant in all of theme parkdom.
That's a really fun name.
And that was them.
We can't take any credit.
I really said I cannot take any credit for that, but it's super really nice. Will the Bistro, which was was also kind of another thing that did 2 things. Pumped up the thematic elements as well as added food for Splash and Safari.
And it's a fun kind of whimsical building. It's got big wildebeest heads carved on the column capitals outside, and it's got kind of a cartoon mural wildebeest with bright orange on the inside. So it's a lot of fun colors, a lot of fun kind of details, and it's nice, right up against the wildebeest, the ride.
Yeah.
And it's interesting too, because I know that, when I've been through Holiday World, all I kept on seeing in that place is there's so much potential here. Did you guys have a chance to walk it and look around before you even started designing for it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we spent a lot of time walking around. We spent a lot of time meeting with them and talking about the potential stories. And there's a ton of potential there. The theme of the different holidays has, I think it's very unique for them. I can't think of many other places that even kind of touch on that. But
sometimes in theme park design, you occasionally get repetitive themes. Maybe we'll say, sometimes the themes are kind of similar. And this is easily the first time we have looked at any of these things. And it's really fun, to dig down into those.
Yeah, there's a ton of great opportunities to really have some fun with some of the stories and some of the, exactly.
It's theirs. We always say in our meetings, holidays are yours, but just own it. And they have so much potential.
That's it.
It's interesting since you were talking about this, this food and beverage location. When you're doing a project like this one in particular, do you have discussions about, what can we do with the menu? What can we do with the drinks? What can we do with the burgers to do something unique and specific to that story? Tell us a little bit about that kind of development.
Yeah, we do, and we did with them quite a bit. And actually, Holiday World has a very robust food department. they don't shy as very much with the idea of adding another menu item. So it's kind of an easy conversation. But yeah, of course, we talked about a lot of different things that you can add in, a lot of different things that we could do to add to those experiences within the season. And then of course, there's a lot of other things that you talk about, like size of menu, the menu. What's a good size for the menu? Too big, too small? What's the kind of things that people want to eat when they're swimming versus the kind of things that people want to eat when they're not swimming, when they're in the dry park and when they're in the wet park? And then there's some other things about their food that sort of, pose some problems. Like, you think about Christmas, you think about things like hot chocolate. You think about a lot of really warm foods, but people don't always want to drink those in the middle of July. So are there ways to use the spirit of something like that and turn it into something that you would want to drink in July? So there's a lot of fun pieces that they have. Like, I think they've posted recently. They have sort of a concrete blizzard type item that has pumpkin pie pieces in it, which is really cool.
Nice.
They have a pumpkin pie. I think they have a pumpkin pie funnel cake. They do like a frozen hot chocolate thing. So yeah, that's obviously part of it. They've already had Thanksgiving dinner in their Thanksgiving cafe for quite some time. The Plymouth Rock Cafe. They already had that for quite some time. I mean, how luxurious. I mean, it just feels like being a kid that you can eat whatever you want from whatever holiday.
In one place.
One place. You get to choose, and the holidays just offer up food ideas easily. They're just begging to be turned into theme park food. So.
Yes, yeah, and it's interesting too because you're talking about a park that's been themed off of holidays for years. It was when it first started, it was Santa Claus Land, so it was themed off of Christmas and stuff. But what's interesting hearing you guys talk about is that you're walking through and you're already thinking about, and this is what really separates your theme park and experience theme in a theme park compared to just having a theme, which is you want to write stories into this stuff and you want to build stories into each one of these holidays. And it's interesting to hear that's the route that Holiday World is saying we have this and we can write stories into it. So I imagine that you guys are going back to the office and like drawing up all kinds of different stories that you can do that deal with holidays.
Absolutely. April and I are looking at each other. We wish we can get into some details of some of the things that we've come up with. To talk about all the fun things that we have on the board and the things that we talked about. But yeah, you're right. It's just the possibilities are endless, and all of them are unique to their brand, which is very rarely does that come so easily. It's just is there. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
So then after the Wildebeest or the sort of the Splash and Safari retails thing, how did that sort of lead into this bigger discussion about like, well, let's really look at everything and let's get you guys back to really sort of readdress all the park experience?
Well, what we did, and I also left out, we did the Outpost in Splash and Safari and Wildebeest, and then we also did Mrs. Claus's Kitchen.
That's right. Yes.
In Holiday World itself. And we kind of did those close together. But really, we've just been talking with Matt, and they're very proud of the fact that they're, the first theme park. And they really just wanted to inject more magic and what's in the magic that they already have. And they just wanted to pump that up. They're really proud of what they have, and they're really proud of what they offer their guests. So we were in discussions with them all through that process. Like, is there more that we can do? What other kind of ideas can we throw at this park? And the whole time we were working on all three of those, they did not tell us about Thunderbird, actually. They were sneaky. They were sitting on that.
They are always sneaky about their rides, yes.
Very sneaky. They're very tight. They're very, very tight groups. And we were pretty much done with Mrs. Claus, maybe. I think we came up to sort of like tie up the loose ends and check on it. And they were like, oh, by the way, we have these cool things. And you're only like the 10th and the 11th person to know. So
that's awesome.
That is, it's interesting too because Robert, when we first went to Holiday World and podcasted there, was when they opened Pilgrim's Plunge over there in Thanksgiving, which ultimately became Giraffica, which ultimately they decided we're just not going to deal with this ride anymore. So, I mean, what were you guys? What were your thoughts when they, dropped that bomb, saying we're getting rid of this ride, we're going to be opening this space up to this new roller coaster, this huge steel B&M beast? And I mean, Mike, for you especially, you've been working with B&M coasters for quite a long time with PGAV. I imagine that this was quite a stunner.
Yeah, it was quite stunning. They've been talking about adding a steel coaster to the park for years, and it was exciting to hear that they were going to go with such a bang. I mean, B&M alone would have been a great any B&M coaster would have been a great addition to the park, and then to put a wing rider on top of that, and then make it the first B&M launch, in-house launch,
on top of their steel coaster.
Yeah, exactly. It's just they wanted to go big, and I think they picked all the right pieces to do that.
Yeah, they sure did. So when they started talking to you about it, had they already conceived, well, we kind of had this idea of a theme, but we need you guys to help us flesh it out? Or how far along in that theming and story process were they when they brought you guys on board?
Well, they've been loving on this thing for a while before us, and so they knew it was going to Thanksgiving. They had a ride planned. They had a name, but they weren't positive about the name, and then they had a general backstory for it. And really, what we helped them do was visualize how far that backstory could go. But yeah, they had, this thing had been...
And this coaster had been around for 10 years in various forms or another. So yeah, they had lots of time to think about it. They had they had a lot of thoughts. They had a lot of things that weren't cooked. But I think when we came in, we were able to help kind of pull all those together in a neat little package.
Yeah. So to speak, yeah.
Well, that's it. I mean, because this is actually, and many people, I don't know how many people do know this, but I mean, this is actually, it was conceived by Will Cook. I mean, this whole idea of the roller coaster, the steel coaster, he was so excited. This is one of those things he was just so excited about. And so when the family brought this idea back, I mean, there had to be so much excitement, not just because of this big steel coaster, but it also was a concept that was brought by Will Cook.
Yeah, absolutely. And we should add that we work very closely with the family, with Lori, Lauren, and Leah, as well as Matt and Eric and James and everybody in their on their management staff. They were very clear on sort of its story, its long inception, and how important this was to them, not just from a standpoint of bigger, better, faster. This was a labor of love, and it was very important, and it was something that they were really excited to see because of how much how much their dad had loved on it. And it was really, I think we were very honored that we got brought into that story and that piece of that.
Realize it. Yeah, that's great. So yeah, I mean, there's obviously the ride path, there's the station, there's sort of the whole scenic elements around it. I mean, tell us about what you were involved with in terms of the whole kind of experience.
Well, we worked on the basically the layout of everything. The track, by the time we got involved, the track layout was pretty much already developed by B&M, and I think the sighting was pretty much as well. But we did all the station and the village around it, the food and the retail, and the path leading up to it, as well as the relocation of the ride, the sparkler. You see the sparkler, the crow's nest. And we also had a little bit of challenge of kind of manipulating and connecting the paths from the water park to the theme park side. There's a little bit of crossover that we had to kind of solve through there. But the basically coming up with the look and character and developing all the buildings and the setting around it was kind of in our scope of work.
Very cool. And so how did the story, the attraction influence the visuals and all the other, all these kind of decisions that you were making?
Kind of an early American farm community, which just fits in perfect, not only with the Thanksgiving zone, but with its actual setting. The setting couldn't be more perfect. It's right on the edge of the forest, so the majority of the ride is in the forest side, but the views are out to pure Indiana farmland. There's a pasture with a bunch of cows on it that are just framed behind the buildings that which we could take credit for also.
If you stand at the right place, you can't see where it falls off onto the highway and back up, so it just looks like there's another hill beyond. And when we were at the opening day, someone said, "Did you guys pay those cows to stand out there?"
That's great.
The setting couldn't have been more perfect, and really the whole project, since we had such clear direction from the park, really the whole project just fell together. It's one of those projects that I look back on, and I truly enjoy it because it's probably the only project or one of two that when I look at the first time I put pencil to paper to what we actually built, they're almost identical, and that so rarely happens. And I think it's because they had a good story, the setting was perfect, and we got great direction from the park, and the pieces just fell together.
They're excited too. I mean, I think they were like, let's do it.
Yeah, that energy it was hard not to absorb it. So
one of my favorite stories is, so Mike conceptualized this barn. We shouldn't build a perfect barn. We're building a barn that somebody built out of necessity. So none of the boards should butt up to each other perfectly. There should be these gaps. It should have this feeling that a tornado might run through there and take the side off of it. So we were out there while they were still painting the boards, which they practically painted by hand, like each individual board painted by hand. They have a crazy paint shop that's out there like painting boards. But we went out there in the middle of February. There's snow all over the place, and James, who is for their design and engineering guy, was telling us that he told everybody on site to get rid of their levels. No more levels. Everything's got to be, just eye it and throw it up there. And I think that's the kind of thing that really shows through. You don't think about that. You sort of say, just build barns. But then, that's part of what we love to do. Is we love to get down in there and say, yeah, but I want to see the air through the beams. I don't want the perfect thing.
We actually gave them a lot of photo references, and we actually detailed it like a barn, where there's really not walls around the station. It's really just structure with wood planking attached to it. And the gaps between the planking is what gives it that character. So from inside the station, you can look out and see all the light through the boards, just like you can in a station in a barn. So that was a lot of fun. And April was completely right. I think my hat goes off to their in-house painters. They painted every single board on that whole complex with this crazy dry brush technique that they painted it red, and then there's a gray layer and a brown layer all dry brushed on it, and it looks like an old barn. They just did a fantastic job. Plus, they did it while they still had to do their day job, so they did a fantastic job.
Yeah, it seems like a crazy bird to me, because out in the middle of the woods you have this shack out there, and it looks like this bird goes right through it. There's a flyby in the middle there, or should I say a fly through, right?
Yeah, there's another little barn that is at the end of the ride, and the coaster actually goes through it. There's a high-speed turn, so it goes through it. It goes through it twice. And when we were doing the drawings for that just for fun. We did the little Wile E. Coyote hands, that are look like they go through the wood.
Yeah.
We just kind of drew it on there, but just we just did it for fun. Didn't even think much of it. And April actually found it on the Facebook or something. I was like, I think put the hands in there. And we were so excited about the jazz hands in the barn. Like I'm like running the picture around the office. Like I put the hands, And that was great.
Was that originally in the concept, or did you guys end up adding that as you guys were continuing to develop the concept and the story of it?
No, I think the barn was always part of the concept. One of the great things about the Wing Rider is that the clearance envelope is so wide that those keyhole effects are just hard not to mess with people.
It seems like it has to be on it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as you're spinning around, you would never think that that coaster is going to fit through that little hole. And every time I've ridden it, I've tried to stick my hands out, but there's something primal that just forces you. I mean, I know probably more than anyone how safe it is, and it's way outside the clearance envelope, but still, it's a pretty good psychological fun to make you go through that at 60 miles an hour. Mike's really good at the near miss. I was on site when we did it at Manta. I was on site when they pulled the clearance envelope thing around and fixed the rock at the end, like the landscape rock waterfall. I still pull my feet in.
Yeah.
And I was there. I know there's like 10 feet there, but I pull my feet in.
No, yeah.
Same with Holiday World. It's interesting because the first one goes so fast and then the second one sort of slows down that you're not either going to hit it or you're going to fall out and hit it. Yeah, it's great. It's a great one.
So, creating the concept, I mean, you said that they had kind of an original theme already, a name kind of attached to it. Ultimately, they came up with Thunderbird. How did that story evolve? And exactly, what is the story of Thunderbird?
So we knew it was going in Thanksgiving. We knew that they really wanted to do something with Thanksgiving, add a little bit more back there. And they, Eric Snow and his marketing team were sort of working through a couple stories as well, as with the board and some other people, some thoughts on how the story would come to be. And the story, there was a longer marketing campaign. I'm not sure if you saw it, 66 Days at Sea.
Yes, it was a great marketing. They did a great job with that.
So the idea behind 66 Days at Sea was that was essentially where the voyage took off in a way. Like the voyage was the voyage across the ocean, and then the idea of once they got to this new land and the things that they sort of encountered. So the idea was that we've come across an earlier settler sort of farm, and there are these sort of supernatural weather phenomena that nobody can explain. And this farmer or this farm area land sort of deals with it. They live there, and that's why the barn, has the flow through and has the lightning effects at the beginning, has the smoke, because everybody that lives in this area, these earlier settlers, are sort of dealing with these crazy weather phenomena. And there's this mythical early idea of a thunderbird and something that brings the thunder and the rain.
Oh.
And so that's where we've come to. We've sort of come into this farm, into this little settler area where we have become the thunderbird in that process. Like we see what he does. So we are introduced to this sort of lightning effect and the sound and the thunder boom, and then we shoot off outside and we crash through the trees, we crash through the little barn in the back, and then we crash back through the barn when we come back in. So it was a way to tell more of the story. So many of the stories of Thanksgiving are stories about the trip over, or this fun little story in Gobbler Getaway, which is about Thanksgiving dinner itself. But this is a very continuation of the story of like the pilgrims when they got here and their ancestors and sort of how they lived on the land after that.
Plus, the Thunderbird is a great connection for just the type of ride. Because it's a Wing Rider, it does these soaring maneuvers and it's very graceful and you feel like you're flying. So the connection, I think, to the Thunderbird is also a nice kind of connection. Perfect fit.
That probably would have been the obvious thing to say. I totally.
I love it though.
It's a flying coaster as well. Hence, a bird theme would be, would be fabulous. Yeah, that's a good point. That was the other part of it.
I think that's right though, because I still was even up to this interview and after trying to watch this, I was trying to figure out exactly where the bird came in, but that definitely clarifies the picture a bit, because it's actually this mythical bird that there's stories about, but it's truly you're the weather, you're lightning, you're the thunder, you're the I don't know if it's a tornado, but you're the actual. You're the force, and you're actually kind of causing a little bit of damage, which is kind of cool.
It's fun. It's fun to be the troublemaker, right? It's a little bit fun to be that. And so, it fits in with early Americana stories about stories that we sort of passed down. And and it was a great concept. It was a great concept that they sort of like pitched us, and it was really up to us to just what are when someone tells us a story, we start to pull other little elements out and decide, okay, well, what's that barn going to look like? And if we have this barn, what are some of the items that should be in it? And if we have a little retail shop, if we have a food shop, if we have a restaurant, what are those things going to look like? And I think one of my favorite things, besides the ride itself, which is our favorite thing, but one of my favorite things is when you come up over that hill, you wind your way up to the hill, and you just find yourself in this plaza, and it's just this fun it's like, it just feels like the harvest might happen any moment. It's this fun plaza where everybody's gathered and people are hanging out and they're eating and they're watching the coaster and they're watching it launch. And I just love coming up over that hill and feeling like the warmth of that little area. And, we really help kind of define what that might be.
Yeah, the plaza is basically all formed around the launch. So to be able to get that vicarious experience where you could hang out in the plaza, have a meal and just watch the launch. It's a fun thing to watch. I mean, 0 to 60 in 3.5 seconds is pretty.
Yeah, that's fun.
You're not messing around. And the way the Immelman turns and dives back down towards that plaza, it's a great space to be in. It's you really get to see the people having fun on the coaster, and you really get to see how fast 60 miles an hour is in 3.5 seconds.
Yeah.
Because you're standing practically right under it when that's launching. So yeah, to be able to tie those vicarious experiences in. Because, a lot of people, they love watching coasters, but they don't want to ride them. So we try to give experiences for that group as well.
Yeah.
Sure. I remember years and years ago talking with Randall Duell and Ira West back in the day about, how do you put a roller coaster into a theme park? Because there's not much you can do with those huge structures. They're just kind of like, you can't hang plants on them. They're just these mountains of wood. But with something like a steel coaster, where there's kind of minimal support intrusion, and yet you have this incredibly graceful, moving, kinetic kind of sculpture almost, that it really can become like a show, And I was going to say, too, we thought it was so wonderful when we heard that the launch was sort of being themed as like, willpower, that was somehow, going to be part of the story, and, what a great homage that was to Will. And maybe you can talk a little bit about that, how that kind of got folded into the show aspect of the attraction.
Yeah, that was the willpower is on the building. That's actually the flywheel and all the brains for the coaster. So that's the thing that gets all the power literally for the coaster, and it's located right in the middle of the launch, and it's kind of the focal point of the plaza. And again, like the Will the Bistro name, I wish we could take credit for it, but that willpower was really from the park, and it was kind of a tribute of the daughters to their dad, and it's kind of a touching, it's a wonderful little Easter egg. I don't know if many people really connect the dots or know what the story is behind it, but when you do know the story, it's a pretty nice story.
Totally. That's right.
The last question about this is really, and you guys obviously have experienced this time after time after time, but all those efforts and everything and all that time putting into it and developing it and actually creating it into what it is today and then finally getting on it. What is that experience like now? Because, you guys work so hard. What is the experience like when it's finally done and you're ready to ride on it?
It is pretty great. And just before this call, I was telling April a story where I took my daughter to Holiday World just a couple weeks ago, and she had known that I'd worked on it and was one of the designers on it, but she knows that that's just what I do. And so we rode the ride together, and we get off, and she looks at me and says, "Dad, are you famous?" And it's like, wow, not many times do you get that kind of reaction from your kid of what you do. So to be able to write it, put all that effort into it, and write it is one thing, but to be able to see the people's reaction, especially from like my daughter, was even better. It's like I can't believe they pay me for what I get to do.
Yeah. It was a great ride. And the cool thing about it is that it's like completely different, left to right. It's really, really different. And I don't think we even expected it to be so markedly different. But it's super fun to write it if you're always excited when you get off. But I think it's true that we probably waste a whole lot of time staying in that plaza watching other people write it and just listening to the blood curdling scream and watching people clap when they come back into the station, and people taking photos of their kids in front of this or that, people buying stuff lined up at the food counter. Like, you get really excited. I think sometimes you aren't quite sure. You probably don't really feel like you do much for humanity on a daily basis, but then you go to something like this and you think like these are like the important moments. These are the things that we get to do. We get to give a backdrop for this, and that might totally sound cheesy and cliche. Maybe everybody says that, but it's really amazing to stand there and watch all these people having a blast.
Yeah, in the video. It's really easy too to get kind of hung up in the details. When you're working on these projects, there's so many things that you're coordinating and trying to balance and design and draw and not that you lose track of what you're doing, but there's nothing like the reality check of then when you're all done and writing it, and not only get to experience the ride, but then watch other people's experiences. It really kind of brings that home of like wow, it was all worth it.
Yeah, that's why you're doing what you're doing. Yeah. That's right.
Fantastic. Hey, Robert, I think that's a good way to celebrate Thanksgiving, huh? Thunderbird and Holiday World.
I believe I'm thankful for Holiday World and very thankful for PGAV, indeed.
Absolutely. Well, that's what you guys are. That's what you guys are doing. You're creating magic and memories. And you guys are doing such a phenomenal job at it.
Well, thank you. Well, we're thankful for what you do for the community too, and for spreading all of the news and fitting into all of the awesome people that are in our industry that sometimes go unnamed.
Well, that's it. And you guys, there's just so many great people in this industry. And again, thank you guys for taking a few moments with us to be able to share your story, as well as share the story of Thunderbird with us, PGAV Destinations side of it. And again, April Neal, Mike Lindenbroker, thank you guys so much for taking a few moments with us. It's been an honor to talk to you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we had fun.
Yeah, awesome.
Keep up the great work.
All right, and of course, thanks to all of you for listening to the show. Can't thank you enough for all of your support. Make sure that you do go to seasonpasspodcast.com to support the podcast. There's plenty of ways to do it. There's plenty of banners there. You can either become a season pass holder, which is a great membership group that helps out the season pass. You also get exclusive media, and you can actually take part in the exclusive podcast that we do for that group. You can also advertise on the show. Again, click on the banner there, and there's different ways to do it. There's a scale that's out there, but you can also email me over at doug@seasonpasspodcast.com, and we can definitely work something out for you if you'd like to advertise your business on the Season Pass podcast. You can also donate to the podcast. Thank you so much, every single person who's been able to donate, and any number. Thank you so much if you choose to donate towards the podcast. You can also go to seasonpasspodcast.com before you start your Amazon shopping, and click on our banner there, and then go to Amazon. I know Christmas is right around the corner, so if you go to seasonpasspodcast.com, click on Amazon, do your Amazon Christmas shopping there. We get a small percentage, costs you nothing. It helps us a whole lot. Thank you so much, every single person who's been able to do that. You can also go to iTunes to leave a review. That helps the podcast a whole lot. To contact us, you can contact me, Doug@seasonpasspodcast.com. Robert's over at robert@robertcoker.com. Brent is over at brent@super78.com. Of course, a big thank you to MiceChat.com, of course, home of the MicePod. Season Pass is part of the MicePod, and we have a great collection of podcasts over there at MiceChat.com under the MicePod. So make sure that you check out MicePod at MicePod.com or at MiceChat.com. Happy Thanksgiving to everybody. I know that we have a lot of UK listeners and people out of the country, but I mean, we all, celebrate great times together. So I am celebrating this with everybody. Happy Thanksgiving to each and every single one of you around the world listening to the podcast right now. All I like to say is thank you, because that's what we're supposed to do, right, during this time of year. Thanks, thank you. Anyway, a big thank you once again to April and Mike for joining us on the podcast. A big thank you to PGAV Destinations. Make sure you go to PGAVDestinations.com. Check out all the work that they're doing there. Obviously, they're doing incredible stuff. More podcasts headed your way, but until then, we're going to go ahead and let you guys go. Love you all, take care, and have a turkey weekend.
Thanks for listening to the Season Pass Podcast. Get your Season Pass fix, news, and archives at seasonpasspodcast.com. Subscribe to the Season Pass on iTunes, keyword Season Pass, or follow us on Twitter at twitter.com/theseasonpass. This has been a Season Pass Podcast production.
The Season Pass, the Essential Theme Park Podcast, is a member of the Mice Chat Podcast Network. MicePod.com. Here's your ticket arrives.
The Season Pass Podcast.
Episode 318, the unofficial guide to Universal Orlando and Disneyland 2016 with Seth Conversi and Guy Selga's Major.
The Essential Theme Park and Attraction Podcast.
All right, Season Pass, welcome back. This is Doug Barnes, owner and producer of Season Pass, here with our good friend from Super 78, direct from Super 78 over there in Silver Lake. Brent Young, how's it going, Brent?
Good, thank you, Doug. Big day today, right? Today is Back to the Future Day.
Yeah, well, but okay, so this isn't going to be coming out until...
This is in the past.
Yeah, because this is going to be like a holiday show. We're talking about getting the two greatest gifts you could possibly get for all you theme park fans out there.
All right, well, whatever. What I'm saying, and I was using that as a segue into that I was at this event today, which was Digital Hollywood Presents VR, right? So it was all about virtual reality, and it was all the Hollywood and San Francisco VR foamers in one event talking about the promise of VR, and it was just interesting to me that, here it is on Back to the Future Day, and we're kind of settling for VR as our future, right? Like, we don't get an actual hoverboard, but we can VR one, which is kind of like where we are. But it was, it's interesting, in what we do in theme parks and attractions. I was on one of the panels there discussing VR and its potential in the theme parks, and I was kind of talking about real world issues, operational issues, and cleaning the VR headsets and cost and all of that stuff. And it was pretty interesting because like half the panel was like, they didn't want to have any talk about anything that was a negative, like issues that we had to overcome. And then there was this great guy, his name's Brent Bushnell, who's Nolan Bushnell's son, and Nolan Bushnell was the guy who invented the Atari.
Yeah.
And then I think he started Chuck E. Cheese, if I'm not incorrect.
Yeah,
right?
you are correct, absolutely.
Right? And then he gave Garner Holt that huge, so that's how it kind of all connects. Well, his son now runs something called 2-Bit Circus, and believe it or not, he was also the guy who built all those great, crazy Rube Goldberg machines for the OK Go videos.
Oh.
Anyway,
that's awesome.
Yeah,
I love OK Go, by the way.
Cool guy, and he's doing like really neat stuff. And I'm going to go down to the 2-Bit Circus, and we might want to get him on the podcast.
Absolutely.
It's something like the traditional dunk tank where you get thrown and you dump into water. Someone throws a softball, hits a thing, you go into water. He's got one that puts you in a flame suit, drops you into a fire pit.
Oh.
That kind of stuff. So it's like pretty crazy stuff. Funny guy. Anyway, he's like, oh yeah, VR. It's like putting a toilet seat on your face. This is never going to work, in a theme park. And I'm like, and then there's the other side of the camp, like, oh no, someone will fix it, someone will work it out. So it was interesting to kind of have the kind of foamers, the true believers. There's like nothing is going in the way, and then there's the kind of the other side of like, wait a second, guys, this is all very beta. We're at the very beginning of this process, and we really have to understand how it can be used. But to give a shameless plug for what we're doing, at Super 78, we've developed Mushroom VR, which I think you've seen.
Yeah, absolutely.
Is, a tool for attraction development. Right now, I think that's really the sweet spot of what VR can promise. And also seeing maybe a lot of attractions that, used to be around and, go ride Back to the Future, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
It would be cool. Yeah, if you could work on Adventure Through Inner Space, that's the one that I want to see.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly. Into the Mushroom.
So anyway, that's what's going on today here.
Awesome, man. Well, that is so cool to hear. And yeah, guys, you're hearing this a bit later. It is the Back to the Future day for us today, so you know exactly what it is. But we're going to talk a bit about.
We're going to talk about the new Star Wars trailer, right?
Yeah, it wasn't awesome.
No, you know what was even more awesome? The Battlefront. Have you seen the Battlefront?
Oh, it looks incredible. Yeah, it looks incredible.
The commercial that came out yesterday for Star Wars Battlefront.
Oh no, I missed that.
Oh my God, you got to download.
Okay,
we'll have to ask our guest.
Okay, absolutely. Yeah, because we're going to be we're back with touring plans again and the unofficial guides, and this time we're going to be focusing on 2 new books from the unofficial guide that I think for every single one of you out there, this is the perfect stocking stuffer. In fact, it's 2 stocking stuffers. So we're going to get behind these 2 new books, the unofficial guide Universal Orlando and the unofficial guide Disneyland 2016. First, I want to bring on the podcast who's been waiting so patiently. Thank you so much, Seth Kuberski, the author of unofficial guide Universal Orlando. How's it going, Seth?
Thank you so much for having me on. Happy Back to the Future Day.
Absolutely. Everybody's listening. They're going to be like, man, that was like 2 months ago. What was that all about? No.
Well, just get in your DeLorean
and go back. A couple months. Yeah, and then you'll know when we recorded this. Yeah, that's awesome. Well, thank you so much for taking a few moments with us to come on the podcast.
Oh, no, I'm a big fan of the podcast, and I'm happy to be here to talk to you guys.
That's awesome. You were just saying that you listened to the fake theme park versus Universal or Universal Hollywood podcast we did, and it kept you from crashing, correct?
Yeah, I had a very long, late drive to take on country roads, and the only thing that kept me awake and sane was listening to that episode. So thank you for me not dying.
Oh, absolutely. We'll thank Murph later on. And Murph Gantley will proudly take that credit, without a doubt. Absolutely. And we also have with us the co-author of the unofficial guide to Disneyland 2016, as well as the man behind Disneyland 4 touring plans. It's Guy Celio Jr. How's it going, Guy?
Hey, it's going great. Thanks for having me. Speaking of Back to the Future, I was up at 6 a.m. this morning trying to buy my bottle of Pepsi Perfect off of Amazon, and I failed miserably, as a lot of people did. But maybe it's better that I didn't spend $20.15 on a bottle of soda.
Yeah, I know. I guarantee you. Brent, don't you think Tucker bought one? I'm sure that he got a hold of one. I'm sure he was waiting forever. He's probably one of the guys that stole it from you, Guy.
Probably up on eBay already.
Yeah, some of them are going for crazy amounts.
I'm sure. Absolutely.
I know, they were only $50 in the movie.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh! And you guys saw that USA Today for this day used that logo that they used in the movie, right?
Right. That's available tomorrow, so I'm gonna have to go and hunt down a newspaper.
That's so cool. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Anyway, you guys, before we get into these books, these fantastic new unofficial guides,
let's talk about the Star Wars trailer, right?
Your thoughts on the Star Wars trailer?
Priorities.
Oh my gosh, this is all the talk of the town.
Where's the theme, man? Where's the Star Wars theme song? I was waiting for the whole trailer.
It had it.
It's woven in there.
It is
yeah.
It is in there.
Not just the big fanfare, but the themes are all woven in there. I thought it was beautiful. I mean, I'm already excited to see it. What I wasn't excited about is spending 2 days hammering Fandango's website trying to buy a ticket. I finally gave up and just drove over to Universal and bought one in person, but couldn't get opening night in IMAX. Opening night IMAX is gone.
That they're selling out tickets this far in advance. That's just nuts.
It's insane. Absolutely. Guy, I know that you've been on Star Tours plenty of times. Are you going to be able to watch the new Star Wars movie?
Yeah, I mean, my hype level couldn't get any higher, but I didn't even try for opening night. I'm hoping I can just walk up to Downtown Disney AMC at Disneyland and see it the next morning when they have their 6:50 shows. So
yeah,
trying to save a few bucks.
So here's my plan. I'm not buying a ticket. I'm not going to go and say I had 2 friends who they hammered literally like 5 hours on a computer to buy their tickets for it. So that's great for them. Whatever. What I'm planning on is that our buddy Shane Grammer, Brent, he's actually going to be painting at the IMAX premiere over here in Sacramento. And so I'm going to try to see when I can work to see maybe if we can podcast over there.
Oh, there
you go. I'm already revealing my plan. Don't worry. It's all, it's people in Sacramento don't know. I mean, but it's only to a few thousand people out there all over the world. But yeah, that's what I'm planning. I'm going to see what I can do to possibly do that.
Yeah. It's so funny because back in the day, this just reminds me of man, when I was a kid and Empire Strikes Back came out and I was there in line with my dad, my mom, and my brother and my sister. We were all waiting in line. And at that time, when it came out, no internet, no buying tickets in advance. There was none of that. You just had to stand in line. And we literally went out for hey, we're going to go to the 7 o'clock show on a weekend, this was a good idea. But at that time, no one had these massive, premieres and lines. But we literally waited probably, 2.5 hours in line to get in. And it was nuts. I kind of want to give that same experience to my son, but I don't think you can actually wait in line now. It's you just buy your tickets in advance, right?
Yeah, I'm sure that there'll be lines inside the Cineplex, to get into the doorway and everything to make sure that you get your seat. But yeah, most of the seats are reserved. So.
I'm sure someone is camping out already.
Yeah. That's the thing, right? We're going to see all these crazy stories about people camping out again. They're going to have another one of those documentary films on Star Wars.
Well, I think a lot of people learned their lesson with Phantom Menace and not going to do that again.
Yeah, well, everybody learned their lesson with Phantom Menace, but then they did it again, and each film, you're like, oh, it's not really getting any better either. You're walking away questioning George Lucas a little bit more each time.
3 is watchable.
I do agree with you. I do think that out of the prequels, I will say all 3 of them are not very good, but the 3rd at least is watchable. Yeah. I'll say that. I do agree with you on that. Anyway, Seth, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? I mean, where did this all start? How did you get involved with all this?
Well, I started out with a degree in theater, and I originally moved into Orlando right after graduating college, hoping to work for the Mouse. And while I was waiting for my 17th interview at Disney, I got hired on the spot at Universal. So I spent a few years there, started on the Ghostbusters show, and also worked on Terminator and Barney, and was supervisor for Halloween and Mardi Gras and that sort of thing.
Barney doesn't sound as good as everything else.
Oh, Barney was punishment. Barney was, I was bad and needed to be
something you did when you were a child came back and haunted you, right?
You know what? There were great people who worked at Barney, but there's only so many times a day you can listen to "I Love You, You Love Me" before you start contemplating.
Just gave me the shivers. I want to drink a whiskey now.
But after a few years at Universal, I moved into another career in IT for a decade, which I prefer not to think about. But it gave me the time to start writing on the internet. I actually started writing for Jim Hill. And that eventually led to writing books about the theme parks and writing a column for the Orlando Weekly where I covered the theme parks. And eventually I hooked up with Bob Selinger back in 2010 and started writing the Disneyland Guide. And now I also contribute to the Las Vegas Guide for the Unofficial Guide and Walt Disney World. And I was really proud to put out their first new title in a while, the Unofficial Guide to Universal Orlando this year.
How long have you been writing with Unofficial Guide?
2010 is when I met Bob, and the Disneyland Guide for 2012, which was published in 2011, was the first edition I worked in. So this is actually my fifth edition. Yeah, fifth edition for the book.
So can you tell me a little bit about, since you started doing since you started writing for Unofficial Guide, I mean, what is that like for your schedule? I mean, that's a lot of books to work on, and it seems like it's a lot of travel.
It is. I mean, that's the great thing, and it can also be stressful. Luckily, I don't have any kids, but I do have a very dependent cat. But my wife gets to travel with me a lot of the time, which is great. And it is a lot of books. I also just finished work on the Unofficial Guide to Beyond Disney, which covers things like SeaWorld and iDrive. And
wow,
it's when we're in headline season, it can be pretty intense. It's a lot of 50 and 60 hour weeks, but it's really rewarding. When I was a kid, when I lived in New Jersey growing up, and we only had money to go to Disney World once every 4 or 5 years, if we were lucky, I would still buy the Unofficial Guide and plan out virtual vacations for myself and work out touring plans for it if I could be in the parks. And to actually be able to work on the series is like a dream come true.
That is too cool. And so you were getting in, when you started all this, it was in for theater, but obviously you were a big fan of theme parks, pretty much, right?
Oh, sure. I mean, I grew up loving Disney and really cherishing those visits to the park. I still have a park map of Magic Kingdom from 1979 that used to hang in my bedroom as a kid and is now framed on our living room wall. And, I've always collected Disney stuff. And I was always fascinated, as much with the experience of going to the parks as how the parks are made. There's a great book called Walt Disney's Epcot, which is this huge coffee table book that was published when Epcot was being built. And, I would take it out of the library, or you couldn't take it out of the library because it was a reference book, but I would sit there in the reading room for hours poring over it, looking at concept models and reading about the Imagineers who put that stuff together. And so to, be able to meet some of those people and work with some of those people now is pretty cool.
That is too cool. Guy, what about you? I mean, how did this all start for you?
So I've been a Disney fan, as long as I can remember. I'm a SoCal guy, Los Angeles area. I've been visiting the park since I was 3 years old, pretty much every week. My mom and grandma were both huge fans. So I was a big fan, and I remember the thing that took me to the next level was actually also a book, kind of like Seth. When I was in 6th grade at the library, I found this book called The Window on Main Street, which I actually still publish in an updated form. It's much smaller now, but they still publish that book. And I remember reading it and just like something clicked in my head, like, whoa, there's something to this. This is like an art, and there's actual people that are required to like make all this stuff that I love so much. Because before that, I just gone to the theme parks a lot, and I knew it like the back of my hand, but I didn't like know any of the thought process, any of the designs behind it or anything. I just liked it. It was a fun place to be. I never wanted to really get into the theme park business because I was also really obsessed with video games. So after I graduated high school, I started my career in the video game industry and stayed at a major video game publisher for almost 8 years in the quality assurance department. And that is a very overtime heavy industry. So I was working 90 or 100 hour weeks, quite a bit, pretty much 6 months out of the year.
Yeah.
And so, when I was approaching my 8th anniversary of doing that, I do a ton of research on how the closure of the Rivers of America is going to affect the park for the 18 months that it's going to be closed. So it's just, there's always something to plan for and test and write about and think about and do the stats work on and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about something. If you could put the definition of crazy, that's what Disneyland Resort is right now. It's absolutely crazy, all the stuff that's going on there. So, yeah, I can't even imagine, man. See, Brent, Guy took the risk. Did you see that? Hear that? He took the risk. He left his normal job and he went into the industry and he got it.
He did. He took the plunge. There you go.
Yeah.
But I am fascinated to, I mean, what a great past. And the last thing you said about, what's going on right now at Disneyland. I mean, clearly, pricing changes, taking things down, Star Wars, building all this stuff, taking like full areas down. It's going to be a mess, isn't it, for a while?
Yeah. The closure of the island and the river and the train and all that for a year, that that's going to be like a little over 3,000 people per hour lost to capacity. So, in the grand scheme of things, I guess it's not that much. It's like pretty much Small World and Space Mountain combined, I guess.
Right, but that's a lot of people wandering around.
That's a high capacity, right?
Universal Orlando, we can get into the fun. Universal Orlando, we can get into the fundamental difference between Disney and Universal right now, which is monetization.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right.
Well, let's talk about that.
Well, no, I want to talk about that. But, Guy, real quick, can you walk me through, because I'm amazed that hearing that you work full-time doing this for touring plans and an unofficial guide. Can you walk me through kind of like what is it, what is your job? I mean, what do you do? You actually go to the park and you just kind of sit there and you count and you...
Eat?
Yeah.
All the things, everything they have.
Because I'm always thinking, I see you on Twitter, I see the stuff, I see these stats that you guys are writing, and I'm like, what is it like day by day to have a job like this?
Well, so there's never really a normal week for me. Sometimes I could be in the park 5 days in a week, but sometimes I could also be in there twice a week. It just depends on what's really needed. Like this week, for example, Seth and I both actually, Seth in Disney World and me in Disneyland, we're actually trying to count how many. I hope we can say this on the air, by the way. We're actually trying to count how many people are in standby lines on Fast Pass attractions, because we're trying to figure out the ratio of standby guests to Fast Pass guests, so we can improve our estimations. But then other things that I do, every 3 weeks I walk around the entire resort and take pictures of all the dining menus so we can have up-to-date dining menus on our website. Do a lot of writing whenever there's something new to review. I do all the video work for the Disneyland side, so getting ride-throughs or just any other video content I can think of.
This is already like my brain's ready to explode.
You eat all the food, don't you?
Yeah, I eat in Disneyland quite a bit. Yeah,
that's the best part of it.
There's video reviews of them.
Yeah, they took away my favorite quick service dining entree, which was the fried green tomato sandwich at Hungry Bear.
I'm tragic about that. They moved. We've got a fried green tomato sandwich now at Disney Hollywood Studios and Walt Disney World, and it's good, but it's not the same as the Hungry Bear one.
Yeah, that was a really good sandwich. Not even like good for theme parks. That was just a straight up good sandwich.
Wow. That bun it was on, and the jicama slaw. All right, I'm sorry to salve. Better change topics. If you want to have I always complain about the food at Disneyland. I'm like, there is no good food here. Now you just mentioned two places I have, two things I have.
Yeah, not just that, but you're a vegetarian too, and that works perfect for you, man.
I got to say, as someone who does, I've eaten not quite as much as Guy, but I've eaten almost everything at Disneyland, and I'm at Disney World doing the same sort of research, a few days a week. Disneyland food is so much better than Disney World. Magic Kingdom, I've got Columbia Harbor House, or I've got the drive-off property. That's about it.
Yeah.
And you've at least got, you got Jolly Holiday.
Fresh Market.
You've got some really solid choices at Disneyland.
I agree. And that's one of the things I love about Disneyland is that the food options are all around you. There's plenty of good food there. I actually never had the fried green tomato sandwich there, but is that for you? Is that kind of like the same day for you when you go out and work for touring plans?
Yeah, it depends on where I am in the writing schedule. The more closer I get to a book deadline, the less I am in the parks. But during a slower time of the year, I might be at Universal 2 or 3 days a week, and Walt Disney World 2 days a week. And it's a lot of the same thing. It's a lot of it is knowing the park well enough that if you keep your eyes open, you can see what's changed. Because someone who only comes to the park every few months or every few years, you miss a lot of the subtle things that go on, and some of those subtle things can have a big impact on the guest experience. Whether it's a new little show or a change to a show or a change to a procedure and how a ride is loaded. Guy was talking about us doing our Fast Pass research. It's if you think it's a dream job to be in the parks all day, it is, but it's not like going on vacation. Yesterday I was at Magic Kingdom for almost 7 hours, and I never got on a ride, because my day was waiting in the standby line to get up to the loading station, timing how long it took, and then walking backwards through the line, counting how many people there were in line behind it. And if you've ever had to say, excuse me, to 500 people in the Peter Pan queue, you know that that's not a vacation.
So this addition of Fast Pass Plus at Disneyland, is that something that's an upcharge, or how does that work exactly?
It should be just like the Disney World version, where it's just included with your normal admission.
So it's the thing on the cell phone. So you're queuing up your Fast Pass on your cell phone.
Yeah, and speaking of the cell phone, it looks like they're not going to do the Magic Bands here. It looks like it'll all be with barcode scans with printed on tickets, or printed on Fast Pass, I should say, and a barcode that is displayed in the Disneyland app on the cell phone.
Oh, okay. Well, that does sound interesting. That makes it sound like they're still kind of keeping the whole Fast Pass thing in a way, then.
Or it makes it sound that the Magic Band isn't really working that well. I don't know.
I think the market at Disneyland is different from Disney World.
Yeah.
You don't have as many people staying on property for days at a time, which it's worthwhile to send them a Magic Band. You've got a lot more day visitors, and you've got a lot more annual pass holders, who I think will give pushback against the same sort of 30 to 60 days in advance that we have in Florida. So it seems like they're just in the early stages of testing the technology, but it's too early to say exactly how it's going to be implemented.
Well, I agree, because that's the big argument. We're saying that the way that they do it in Orlando will not work in Anaheim, and so that's a great point there, Seth. I really do think I hope that they kind of change it for the Southern California market.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see because at Magic Kingdom and all the Disney World theme parks, they put Fast Pass into every attraction or almost every attraction, right? I don't see how that's going to be possible in Disneyland just because of the size. Like you can't add a Fast Pass to Peter Pan, for example. They'll kill the capacity and there's no room.
If they were going to do that, they would have done it during the recent refurb.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow, that's crazy. So, Seth, you brought up something earlier about what Disney is doing and what Universal's doing right now, and they seem to be they have different practices going right now.
Different philosophies, yeah. Yeah, well, we can talk all day about who has the better rides or who has the better resort, but when it comes down to monetizing their guests, you got to say that Disney is much more aggressive, whether you think that's a good thing or a bad thing. But you just got to look at what happened this week. Star Wars tickets go on sale, and here in Disney World we have a $100 party where you see Star Wars on opening night, and then you get 2 or 3 hours in park to ride Star Tours for the 5,000th time and watch the fireworks that you're going to be able to see with a regular park ticket just a few days later. Over at Universal, I was there today for Back to the Future Day, October 21st, the day that the doc was supposed to arrive, and right on time at 4:29, he shows up and takes photos with the crowd. But there was no huge paid party. There were some commemorative T-shirts, but really not the kind of exploitation of the fan base that you probably would see in a similar situation at Disney. Universal really seems to be committed to giving people as much value for their ticket as possible, and that's about them wanting a greater market share. If they were in a dominant position like Disney, would they be as generous? I think you just have to look at Comcast Cable to know that the answer is probably not.
Right.
But just from a sheer value perspective, from the average visitor who does not have unlimited time and money for their vacation, Universal is really trying to provide as much value as possible for the dollar.
That's interesting. You see that same thing happening here in Hollywood and Anaheim. Will we eventually get more value? I mean, they're two completely different things, but we're getting Potter opening up, and there's a lot more attractions. They're completely redoing it down here. Do you think that same philosophy is just going to be the Universal Parks philosophy?
I think that the Hollywood park is in a very different situation from the Florida park, if nothing else, because of the amount of land that they have. I know they have their vision plan, and there's plans for more expansion past Potter and hotels, and maybe someday it will become a resort destination on the same level. Right now, I think Hollywood locals are a little up in arms over the cutbacks to the annual pass program. We're all kind of waiting and seeing what happens when Potter opens. If they get the kind of huge surge of attendance that they need from day guests, then maybe the annual pass holder base that's really sustained them over the years is not going to be as important, and we'll see that value proposition shift. But I do think that Potter is going to be one of the biggest things to hit that market in a long time.
Oh yeah,
yeah, without a doubt. And you guys actually covered Universal Hollywood in the Disneyland 2016 unofficial guide.
Yeah, there are only 2 parks at Disneyland, and while those 2 parks actually have more attractions combined than all 4 Walt Disney World parks combined.
Oh wait, can you say that one more time, Seth?
If you just do the raw count of attractions, between Disneyland and DCA, you've got more operating attractions than you do at the 4 Walt Disney World parks right now.
Yeah.
It's close, but people say, oh, the Disneyland annual pass is so much more expensive for half the parks. It's half the number of parks, but the density of it is astounding.
Fantasyland stacking attractions on top of each other.
Yeah. Fantasyland in Disneyland has more attractions than all of Hollywood Studios.
Wow.
And they have better food. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So because but there are only 2 parks, and a lot of people come to the Anaheim area and visit Disneyland for 2 or 3 or maybe even 4 days, and then they're going to want another day of their vacation to do something, just like back in the day you used to be able to do with a Walt Disney World vacation before they monopolized everyone's week.
Yeah.
So Hollywood's Universal Hollywood is a great secondary destination. I wouldn't necessarily build a vacation around it quite yet, but it's a great side trip. We've also thought about including Knott's Berry Farm in there, and I took a research trip out to there, and the park has some wonderful bones. It's like this wonderful little Disneyland's Frontierland circa 1960 encased in amber, but then it's surrounded by a really mediocre Six Flags.
Yeah.
Right. That's a great.
We're kind of torn on when they're going to clean up their act to the point where it's worth on the same level as Universal and Disney.
Well, absolutely. I think
they have a great staff there, and they treat their guests right. It's a really nice park, and it's interesting because you don't kind of put it at the same level, but I think there's a special place in all of Southern Californians for Knott's Berry Farm.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
As a kind of regional park player, I think Knott's Berry Farm finds itself in kind of a stronger amongst the top 3 of Southern California. Like I'd even put it above like SeaWorld.
Plus, it's the park that your grandma's grandma went to, and ate fried chicken and stuff. So it's tied into everyone's families around here.
Yeah, that chicken dinner lived up to its billing.
Well, and you got to make sure you have the breakfast and get the biscuits at breakfast during at this is Knott's Kitchen.
I will say I'm never going on that wooden roller coaster again. Until
Okay. So they are retracking it right now. Thank God. Yeah, Ghost Rider. I can't believe that it's been operating the way that it has been.
I can't believe that they haven't been
for the last 10 years.
Over that.
Yeah, it's been horrible for like 10 years. It's so I'm so thankful that they're finally retracking. That ride has been horrific. But I think you bring up a great point, that you have something that is so quaint and essential to a theme park, like you're saying, that Knott's Berry Farm is like a Frontierland in a way for Disneyland. And then unfortunately, it is surrounded by a bit of a Six Flags there. And I think the thing that the most important part that you said is that you're waiting for them to clean up their act. And I think that they are, but it does take a long time for them to clean up that act. And they still have that surrounding area around it that's still kind of like, you get into the boardwalk and it looks really nice, but it still hasn't been fully cleaned up yet. And I think if we see it continue to evolve and grow like they have been doing lately, I think my prediction is that you guys are going to be covering it in about 5 years from now.
Yeah, I would like to. They've got great potential. I would much rather, I think, spend a day there than sit Magic Mountain.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, absolutely.
Especially with kids, like with families, it really makes sense. There's a lot to do there.
I mean, I love Magic Mountain, but I'm only at Magic Mountain for the roller coasters. That's it. Knott's Berry Farm, I'm there because I do really love the park. I love the Ghost Town. I love the Dark Ride. I love Timber Mountain. I love Calico Mine Ride. I love that stuff.
Yeah, those two were worth the price of admission.
Yeah. So I really do hope that as they continue to grow and evolve, that unofficial guide will look at them continue to evolve and grow, and maybe with Ghost Rider coming back in better shape than what it's been for the last 10. Maybe that'll help you out too. I don't know if you're going to ever jump back on after your experience last time.
I'm going to pop some muscle relaxers before I do.
Brett said I was going to kill him on that.
One other question about, maybe Guy, you're more aware of this because you're at Disneyland. There's a lot of talk about the surge pricing, and is that happening? Is that not happening? What's the impact there?
I mean, I could totally see it happening. They're trying to thin out the crowds. It's pretty clear with the annual pass increases. They want to lower those numbers. I could totally see them doing the surge pricing to kind of even it out. But even then, I guess there's nothing really to even out, right? Because there's no dead season in the park anymore. It's pretty much busy all year. There's a couple weeks here and there, but there's no 2 months. You can't go in September or whatever anymore and expect to have it be dead.
This fall has really blown away everyone's predictions. I don't think anyone, including Disney management, has been prepared for how insanely busy September and October have been this year.
Especially October. We've been seeing some crazy numbers for early October.
And this is all right here at the heels of all these big closures and what you're saying. But yeah, is this surge pricing, is this going to be, do you think, they're going to be able to say, well, tomorrow's going to be a huge day, are they going to give anybody any notice? Or is it literally going to be, that day you show up and it's $150 to get in?
Yeah, that'll be interesting because, Disney World, they release their show times 6 months in advance or whatever. With Disneyland, it's 6 weeks in advance. So it seems like they kind of fly by their seat a little bit more out here. So I wonder if they have it together enough to...
I do know that the surveys with the sample ideas for this that went out had sort of a calendar for the year, and it had certain weeks like Christmas week or spring break marked as surge days. But yeah, how far in advance that calendar comes out would be a great question. Because yeah, I mean, clearly if someone comes that day, if you're not an annual pass holder and you're like, hey, let's go to Disneyland today, and you show up and it's 120, 130, 140, and who knows what they will charge in a surge? Did they even put that out there, or is it yet to be even they haven't even, or are they doing surveys to ask people how much would you pay? Are they asking people that? Yeah, those. I mean, I've seen surveys that went out exactly along those lines, with different variations sent out to different people with different pricing. And most of the surveys I saw, the differences were modest. Somewhere between $5 and $20 extra for a peak day. But I think that's just them throwing stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. Seeing what reaction will be before they make a final decision.
I'm guessing they'll use that as an excuse to push people pre-buying tickets on the website, so that way they can kind of prepare the parks with more employees or hire to put more trains on the tracks or whatever.
Right. What do you think? If just a guess, do you think there's a breaking point? It seems like they could.
We're here at 11:10.
I think we're still staying there. That's just so crazy. So just now I'm interested because with these price changes and everything. I mean, you guys just released Disneyland 2016 through Unofficial Guide. Can you tell us a little bit about the practice and what goes into creating a book like this?
Well, Guy is out there in the trenches almost every day, and I make a number of trips out to Disneyland every year. Doing a book like this is always a race. You've always got a hard deadline at which it's got to be sent out, and it's a matter of trying to keep up with or ahead of what Disney is doing in order to keep the book as fresh as possible. Pretty much any travel author will tell you that by the time your book, from the time you finish your book to the time it's actually in stores, a certain percentage